Chapter 3642. Hong Jun was recognized as one of the 5 strongest people in the Hidden Fog Academy. He was born in a small family attached to the Zhong family, a God King ranked family in Skywind City. Because of this, even though he was strong, he did not dare to fall out with the direct descendants of the God King ranked family in Skywind City. He did not care if he was alone, but he did not want to be a burden to his family. After all, a large part of the reason why he was where he was today was because of his family's unstinting support. Moreover, he was the second young master of the Hong family, the second son of the current patriarch of the Hong family. The current patriarch of the Hong family was his father, and the next head of the Hong family would be his elder brother from the same father and mother. Under such circumstances, he would naturally put his family first. It was impossible for him to let his family fall into an irrecoverable state because of his own emotions. Hong Jun was talented, but he had not matured yet. He was far from being able to shake the God King ranked families in Skywind City. It was precisely because of this that even though he had the strength to live in a 10-star student's high-grade dormitory, he did not compete with the 3 direct descendants of Heavenly Wind City's Divine King clans. As for the other 2 people, even though he was not afraid of their status and background, he was still unable to defeat them. Therefore, he could only live in the mid-grade dormitory of the 10-star students. Regardless of background, Hong Jun could live in the mid-grade dormitory of the 10-star students. It was impossible for him not to feel aggrieved and sullen. Because of this, Hong Jun, who had always been taciturn, did not refuse any challenge from the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. His strength was now recognized by everyone in the Hidden Fog Academy. He could be ranked in the top 5 among all the students of the Hidden Fog Academy. Today, he was comprehending the law of water when he suddenly received a message from Yuan Lei. He became interested in the new student in front of him, less than 2,800 years old. He comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the law of space. He defeated Ding Yan in one move. Due to Ding Yan's close relationship with Yuan Lei, Hong Jun and Ding Yan were acquainted with one another. He knew that Ding Yan's strength was at the top among the 10-star students in the low-rank dormitory. If he were to improve further, he would definitely be able to occupy a spot in the middle-rank dormitory. I don't like to waste time when fighting. Go all out. Hong Jun looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. His tone was also very calm, without any joy or sorrow. At this time, Yuan Lei, who was standing next to Chu Fengyang, also retreated to Chu Fengyang's side. Teacher Chu Fengyang, do you think Duan Lingtian will win this battle? Although he was asking with a smile, anyone with a discerning eye could see the playfulness in Yuan Lei's eyes. What? Does Teacher Yuan want to bet with me? Chu Fengyang glanced at Yuan Lei and asked with a smile. However, after hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Yuan Lei's pupils suddenly shrank. Teacher Chu Fengyang, you mean, you dare to bet with me that this Duan Lingtian will win? I'm just afraid that Teacher Yuan wouldn't dare. Chu Fengyang smiled lightly. The smile on Chu Fengyang's face was unfathomable in Yuan Lei's eyes. Yuan Lei didn't dare to answer. No matter what, Yuan Lei was a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy and an elder of the Hidden Fog sect. He wasn't a reckless young man. After calming down and thinking about it, he thought of something important. That was, the person in charge of the Hidden Fog Academy's recruitment examination in recent years was Chu Fengyang's martial uncle, Yun Hui. It seems that Elder Yun Hui told you about this Duan Lingtian's strength in advance. Yuan Lei looked deeply at Chu Fengyang. From his words, he seemed to have seen through the source of Chu Fengyang's confidence. Teacher Yuan is very smart. Chu Fengyang smiled. Although he had guessed it, after hearing Chu Fengyang's confirmation, Yuan Lei's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. When he looked at the purple figure in the field again, his gaze changed. This Duan Lingtian, can he really defeat Hong Jun? In the Hidden Mist Academy, even the other 4 who were ranked with Hong Jun as the top 5 couldn't defeat Hong Jun without the help of a divine artifact. At most, they could fight to a draw with Hong Jun. If this new student could defeat Hong Jun fair and square, then he would become the number 1 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Or rather, he would become the number 1 student of the Hidden Fog Academy. After all, among the students of the Hidden Fog Academy, the 10-star students were the strongest. If he could be ranked first among the 10-star students, then he would naturally be ranked first among all the students. Full strength? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Hong Jun and smiled faintly. Go ahead. I also want to see your full strength. Hong Jun wasn't a person who would waste time. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he made his move. As you wish. As his voice faded, dark blue water energy swept out from around Hong Jun's body, causing his entire body to be enveloped by a water tornado. At the same time, dark blue rays of light appeared on his face and eyes in a timely manner. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a water god. Wave rise. Wave come. As the waterspout grew bigger and bigger, it completely enveloped Hong Jun. Within the waterspout, a deeper blue power suddenly appeared and merged with the waterspout. As Hong Jun's indifferent voice sounded, the waterspout's aura underwent a tremendous change. It's the shocking wave bloodline power. Many of the 10-star students couldn't help but exclaim. Now, many 10-star students came to watch the show. They had just heard that Hong Jun was here. They wanted to see Hong Jun fight. When Hong Jun asked Duan Lingtian to go all out, they were not surprised. Hong Jun was famous for being straightforward in the Hidden Fog Academy. Before a fight, he would remind his opponent to go all out because he would go all out. Once, one of the top 5 students in the Hidden Fog Academy was almost defeated by Hong Jun because he didn't go all out. Fortunately, he went all out in time and barely managed to turn the situation around and fight Hong Jun to a draw. Senior brother Hong Jun is still the same. He used the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the law of water and the shocking wave bloodline power. When senior brother Hong Jun goes all out, his strength is almost on par with an intermediate god who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law of water. If Duan Lingtian uses the strength he showed just now, I'm afraid he will lose. Today, even if Duan Lingtian can only fight to a draw with senior brother Hong Jun, it will be enough to shock the entire academy. Hong Jun's preparation made the eyes of the 10-star students light up. Even the teachers present couldn't take their eyes off the scene in front of them. No matter who it was, they liked to watch this kind of duel directly. Chi, 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 under everyone's watchful eyes. While Hong Jun was accumulating his strength, waves of divine power rose from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the space element. It turned into space energy and wrapped around his body, causing the surrounding space to sway. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure began to waver in the eyes of the crowd. Rip, rip, rip. A crisp ripping sound rang out. 9 space cracks appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Then, 9-dimensional slashes appeared and hovered above Duan Lingtian's head, pointing at Hong Jun from afar. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone in the crowd held their breaths at this moment. As long as you can block one of my attacks, you win this battle. I will find someone else to take his middle-grade dormitory. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense and the smell of gunpowder was spreading, Duan Lingtian spoke. His tone was still calm, but it revealed his indomitable confidence. When Duan Lingtian's words reached the ears of the crowd, they were immediately shocked. If there was anyone who was relatively calm, it would be Chu Fengyang. However, deep in his eyes, there was still a hint of shock. Although his martial uncle Yunhui had told him that Duan Lingtian's strength was enough to defeat all the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, he never thought that Duan Lingtian could defeat Hong Jun with one attack. It should be known that Hong Jun, to a certain extent, represented the strongest combat strength of the Hidden Fog Academy students. Arrogant. Before the crowd had time to recover from the shock, Hong Jun had already shouted in a low voice. This usually taciturn genius of the Hidden Fog Academy was obviously completely enraged by Duan Lingtian at this moment. Boom! Rumble! Almost as soon as Hong Jun's voice fell, he also made his move. Wherever his body moved, a vast and unparalleled waterspout swept out. Wherever the waterspout passed, the void shook. The remaining power of the waterspout shocked some of the 10-star students and made them subconsciously take a few steps back. On the other hand, Hong Jun did his best to attack. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was still standing in place with a calm expression. When Hong Jun's attack was halfway through, Duan Lingtian waved his hand casually. As soon as Duan Lingtian waved his hand, the space energy around him surged out like a storm. Even the 9 cross-dimensional profundities that were hovering above his head had merged with the spatial storm that surged out of his body. Almost at the moment when the dimensional entered the spatial storm, bursts of ear-piercing, buzzing sounds that seemed to be able to destroy the world rang out. Some of the 10-star students with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums pierced, and blood flowed out. Of course, this was because they were unprepared and did not protect their fragile eardrums in advance. Moreover, their reaction speed was slow. Those with stronger cultivation bases quickly recovered and protected their eardrums. This Yuan Lei, who was standing next to Chu Fengyang, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The other teachers were so frightened that their pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, even Chu Fengyang could barely maintain his calm expression, but the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. His pupils constricted subconsciously as he muttered to himself, "Martial uncle didn't tell me that he can do this with just the power of the law." Chapter 36-43. Buzz, 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 buzz. Behind the Hidden Fog Academy's 10 Stars Hall, in a large area, there was only the sound of thousands of sabers ringing. It was deafening. The spectating 10-star students, including Lu Jin and Ding Yen, were all dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and his storm-like spatial energy swept out. Along the way, he fused another profound, the law of space's dimensional/profound. Before Duan Lingtian fused the cross-dimensional/profundity, he had only fused 2 of his profundities. But now, the dimensional/profound had fused perfectly with one of the 2 profound fused profound. In an instant, it erupted with an even more terrifying power. It wasn't as simple as adding 2 profound fused profound. In fact, it even doubled the original power. As a result, the strength of Duan Lingtian's attacks had increased by more than 1-fold. What did this mean? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's attack collided with Hong Jun's attack was easily crushed. In the blink of an eye, Hong Jun's attack was reduced by half. When Hong Jun came back to his senses and hurriedly took out his divine weapon, he barely managed to resist Duan Lingtian's attack. Even so, it was only on par with Duan Lingtian's attack. I've lost. The current Hong Jun's robes were still bright and clean, but his hair, which was originally tied up, had broken the hairband and was flying wildly. A sparkling and translucent longsword had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. The longsword was dark blue in color and was well proportioned. It was surrounded by flowing light, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. This was Hong Jun's divine weapon. Although Hong Jun barely managed to resist Duan Lingtian's attack with the divine weapon's power, there was no joy on his face. Instead, there was only a solemn expression. His eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian were filled with unconcealable astonishment. This student who had just entered the academy actually had such strength. If he hadn't used a divine artifact, he wouldn't have been able to block the other party's attack at all. And the other party, from start to finish, had not used the power of a divine artifact. What does this mean? This meant that the other party was far stronger than him. At this moment, not only was Hong Jun shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian, but even the spectating 10-star students and the teachers were also shocked, to the extent that they fell into a short period of deathly silence. After a long while, they came back to their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I? This new student, Duan Lingtian, actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the laws of space? I didn't expect that our hidden mist academy would have another genius who comprehended 3 profundities of a law after thousands of years. No, Duan Lingtian is even more outstanding than that person from 4,000 years ago. That person only comprehended the laws of fire. However, the law Duanling Tian has comprehended is one of the 4 supreme laws that's widely acknowledged to be the most difficult to comprehend, the law of space. In today's battle, Duanling Tian has broken the record of having 5 10-star students as the strongest in our hidden mist academy. The 5 of us, including Hong Jun, are destined to become his stepping stones. Where did this monster come from? Such a monster, even if he went directly to the hidden mist academy, he would still be able to become an inner sect disciple. Why did he come to our hidden mist academy? Exclamations sounded from all around. At the same time, many people couldn't figure out why Duanling Tian, with such talent and comprehension, would come to the hidden mist academy. What they didn't know was that the reason why Duanling Tian didn't go directly to the hidden mist academy was because of the concern of the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. He chose the Hidden Mist Academy as a springboard to enter the Hidden Mist sect. Although the process was a bit complicated, it was definitely better than that. Duanling Tian was very clear in his heart that he had no foundation in the plane of gods, the mystic handle land. He could only rely on himself. No matter what he did, he couldn't blindly pursue speed. Stability was the way to go. Teacher Yuan, if you had made a bet with me just now, I would have made a fortune. Although everything that happened in front of him was out of his expectations, Chu Fengyang quickly recovered. He looked at Yuan Lei with a smile and mocked him. After all, Chu Fengyang was already mentally prepared. The shock he felt now was far less than Yuan Lei and the other Hidden Mist Academy teachers present. When Yuan Lei heard this, he finally recovered. He glared at Chu Fengyang and said, "Teacher Chu Fengyang, who in the academy doesn't know what kind of person you are? You are a person who won't act until you see the rabbit. No matter who you bet with, you have never lost. Do you think Yuan Lei, will fall for your tricks?" Although Yuan Lei was complaining about Chu Fengyang, he couldn't help but look at the purple figure in the distance from time to time. This new student named Duanling Tian really gave him a big surprise. He never thought that this new student was not only talented, but also had such deep attainments in the law of space. This kind of strength was definitely the best in the entire Hidden Mist Academy. Teacher Chu. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Duanling Tian remained calm. After Hong Jun admitted defeat, he looked at Chu Fengyang and said, "Now, I should be able to challenge the 10-star students in the high-grade dormitory, right?" "Yes." Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. There are a total of 5 people in the high-grade dormitory. 2 of them are not weaker than Hong Jun. As for the other 3, although Chu Fengyang didn't finish his words, many of the surrounding 10-star students had already come up with the best answer after a round of discussion. Someone from the Chong family of Tianfeng City? Hearing the discussion of the 10-star students, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed. He immediately thought of the Chong family's 4th master Chong Si at the Zhou family's auction half a month ago. His tone was unfriendly and he was always against him. It was as if he would take revenge at any time. Teacher Chu. Duanling Tian looked at Chu Fengyang and said bluntly, "I challenge the 10-star student in the high-grade dormitory, Chong Ku-chi." Chong Ku-chi was a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy who occupied one of the high-grade dormitories. He was also the only son of the Chong family's 2nd master. He was a direct descendant of the Chong family and the current patriarch of the Chong family. He was Chu Fengyang's uncle and loved him very much. In addition, the head of the Chong family had no children, so he completely regarded the son of his 2nd brother, who was the first among his brothers to have a son, as his own son. Many people in the Chong family and even in Tianfeng City felt that Chong Ku-chi was the most important person in the Chong family. If there were no accidents, Chong Ku-chi would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chong family. Because of this, Chong Ku-chi had an extraordinary background. In Tianfeng City, few people of the same generation dared to provoke him. In the Hidden Mist Academy, with his strength, he definitely couldn't occupy a 10-star high-grade dormitory. But because of his extraordinary background, no one dared to say anything when he occupied one of the high-grade dormitories. No one dared to challenge him or provoke him. Of course, it didn't mean that no one in the Hidden Mist Academy dared to provoke him. There were still 2 or 3 people who dared to provoke him, but they each occupied a high-grade dormitory. Naturally, there was no need to compete with Chong Kuchi. Chong Kuchi. Duan Lingtian wants to challenge Chong Kuchi. When they heard Duan Lingtian's name, Chu Fengyang didn't respond. The surrounding 10-star students were all shocked. They never thought that Duan Lingtian would challenge the crown prince of the Chong family, Chong Kuchi. In Tianfeng City, Chong Kuchi was recognized as the crown prince of the Chong family. At this moment, even Hong Jun's gaze towards Duan Lingtian had changed. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Ding Yan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. His tone was full of solemnity. Chong Kuchi is the pride of the Chong family. Perhaps his talent and comprehension are not the highest among his peers, but his status is definitely the highest among his peers. If you snatch his high-grade dormitory, I'm afraid the Chong family will not be happy. After all, he is the representative of the Chong family. Ding Yan reminded. After Ding Yan, Lu Jin also reminded Chu Feng. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you want to challenge Chong Kuchi? Chu Fengyang looked at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes and asked to confirm. Although he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian, he didn't persuade Duan Lingtian like Ding Yan and Lu Jin because he didn't like the atmosphere between the 10-star students. Like most of the teachers in the Hidden Mist Academy, he hoped that the 10-star students would quarrel with each other. Previously, his martial uncle Yunhui told him that Duan Lingtian's appearance would break the stagnation of the 10-star students. Now, Duan Lingtian's challenge to Chong Kuchi was undoubtedly a declaration of this point. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded again and then said, But Teacher Chu, I heard that Chong Kuchi's strength is not even as good as Hong Jun's. Even if I challenge him, he won't dare to accept. Could it be that I have to wait for the challenge card to be hung up and wait for the time to come before I can live in his dormitory? After saying this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he didn't want to wait. According to the rules, you can only wait. Chu Fengyang smiled bitterly. This was the rule of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star dormitory challenge. It wasn't up to him to decide. From the beginning to the end, he was supportive of Duan Lingtian's challenge to Chong Kuchi. He believed that the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy would protect Duan Lingtian to the best of his ability. After all, the dean had said that the dean always appreciated geniuses. With Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, he would definitely be valued by the dean. Humph! A cold snort sounded from the distance without any warning. Then, a luxurious figure wearing embroidered clothes flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the challenge stage behind the 10 Stars Hall. It's Chong Kuchi. Looks like someone sent him a message to tell him about this. Chapter 36-44. Everyone was surprised by Chong Kuchi's appearance. At the same time, everyone instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Chong Kuchi looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as soon as he appeared. Which clan or sect are you from? How dare you challenge me, Chong Kuchi? Do you think the Zhong clan is made of paper? Boy, do you know what a God King clan means? The sneer on Chong Kuchi's face grew wider and wider. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Chong Kuchi. Instead, he looked at Chu Fengyang and asked, Teacher Chu, since you're here, I should be able to issue a challenge, right? Yes. Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. Earlier, when Chong Kuchi appeared and threatened Duan Lingtian, he was worried Duan Lingtian would be affected. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was relieved. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if you offend Chong Kuchi, Lord Dean will protect you. The Zhong clan wouldn't dare to cross the line. Moreover, with your innate talent and comprehension, I'm sure Lord Dean would be more than happy to accept you as his disciple. Once you become his disciple, no one in the Zhong clan would dare to touch you. While speaking, Chu Fengyang mentioned the dean of the Hidden Mist Academy. The Hidden Fog Academy's dean? Upon hearing Chu Fengyang's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the voice of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng, half a month ago at the Zhou clan's auction house. His tone was confident and domineering. It was clear he was a strong-willed person. Moreover, he was suspected to be a divine emperor. It was clear he was the most powerful person in Heavenly Wind City. Duan Lingtian did not reply to Chu Fengyang. After all, it was impossible for him to acknowledge the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy as his master. His only master was Feng Qingyang, who was still in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I wonder, how is master now? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about Feng Qingyang. After all, he was the main reason his master was forced to such a state. If it were not for him, his master would still be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven as the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Once the passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms were opened, he would be able to enter the realms of gods and rise to power. His master, Feng Qingyang, had comprehended one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons. On top of that, he had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. He was destined to rise to prominence in the realms of gods. Currently, he could only hide in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Since that's the case, I'll challenge him to resurge Qi. Duan Lingtian said. In the next moment, his gaze landed on Chong Keki like a bolt of lightning, and a wisp of ridicule appeared at the corners of his mouth. The crown prince of the Tong clan. Huh? I Duan Lingtian challenge you. Are you going to accept my challenge? Or are you going to run away like a coward? Chong Keki's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to be so domineering even after he mentioned the Zhong clan. Did Duan Lingtian not know how powerful the Zhong clan was? Did Duan Lingtian really think the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy would be able to protect him? Duan Lingtian. Chong Keki sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. His voice was laced with a hint of threat. I know what you're thinking. You must think the dean will be able to protect you. However, I have to remind you that although the dean is the vice sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, he usually manages the academy in Wind City. Even if we can't do anything to you in Wind City, once you're in the Hidden Fog sect, the elders of the Zhong clan will be able to toy with you as they wish. Moreover, even if you're in Wind City, the dean won't be able to protect you all the time. Chong Keki bluntly threatened. However, facing Chong Keki's threat, Duan Lingtian always had a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he bluntly said, "You don't have to threaten me with a voice transmission. Today, you only have 2 choices. Fight with me or run away like a coward. Of course, you also have another choice, and that is to admit defeat. I think, in the current situation, admitting defeat is your best choice. What do you think?" After saying this, Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Chong Keki. Chong Keki did not expect that Duan Lingtian would disregard his face and bluntly say the words he used to threaten him. His anger suddenly skyrocketed. "You will regret it. You will regret it." At the same time, he looked at Chu Fengyang. His eyes flashed. "Teacher Chu, I admit defeat in this battle." As his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and left. Fight with Duan Lingtian? Naturally, he was not that stupid. He was not even a match for Hong Jun. Even Hong Jun was defeated by Duan Lingtian. He was destined to be tortured if he fought with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, he might as well just admit defeat. He also thought of ignoring Duan Lingtian's challenge and returning to the dormitory. When the time came, he would give up the dormitory. Or, during that time, he had already sent a message to the Chong family. The Chong family had pressured Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would withdraw the challenge card. However, when Duan Lingtian said that he should run away like a coward, he knew that he could not choose this path. Once he made the choice, even if nobody dared to say anything about it in public, he would definitely be called a coward behind his back. That would accompany him for the rest of his life and become a stain in his life. That was something he did not want to see. Duan Lingtian, enjoy the rest of your days. You don't have long to live. When Chong Ku-chi turned to leave, Chong Ku-chi's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It seemed that he would not rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. Duan Lingtian naturally ignored this. In this way, Duan Lingtian took Chong Ku-chi's dormitory and turned to leave in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared that everyone came back to their senses one after another. From now on, one of the high-grade dormitories of our hidden mist academy has a new owner. Out of the 5 high-grade dormitories, only 2 of them are high-grade dormitories with 10-star students who don't live up to their names. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? He's too strong, too terrifying. Yeah, with his strength, he can easily defeat any of the 10-star students. From now on, as long as he stays in the Hidden Mist Academy, he will be considered the #1 student of the Hidden Mist Academy. He's not even 2,800 years old yet. If such a person grows up in the future, he will definitely be a high-level figure in the Hidden Mist sect. He might even be able to compete for the position of sect master. After Duan Lingtian left, the crowd of 10-star students discussed animatedly, and the eyes of the teachers present flickered with a bright light. Even Yuan Lei didn't become angry from the humiliation of losing to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he had a smile on his face. As a teacher of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star hall, he naturally hoped that this group of 10-star students would become active. They were like a pool of stagnant water. Any teacher would feel uncomfortable seeing them. As the saying goes, only with competitiveness can there be progress. A group of 10-star students who did not have competition and stayed in the Hidden Mist Academy to cultivate peacefully were destined to not make much progress. And without a good foundation in the Hidden Mist Academy, entering the Hidden Mist sect was destined to be mediocre. Too powerful. Lu Jin sighed with a complicated expression. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was a new student who could only live in a low-grade dormitory like him. He did not expect that on the first day, Duan Lingtian had already taken a low-grade dormitory, a mid-grade dormitory, and a high-grade dormitory. In the end, Duan Lingtian even moved into the high-grade dormitory that originally belonged to the Zhong family's crown prince, Zhong Keki. Although only the 10-star students and teachers of the 10-star hall were present to watch the process of Duan Lingtian taking the high-grade dormitory. As the crowd dispersed, the news quickly spread throughout the Hidden Mist Academy. For a time, all the students, including those who had just entered the Hidden Mist Academy, were shocked. We are all new students, but the difference between us and that Duan Lingtian is too big. That Duan Lingtian, on the first day, defeated Hong Jun, one of the 5 strongest students of the Hidden Mist Academy, and became the publicly recognized #1 student of the Hidden Mist Academy. Senior brother Duan seems to be the first person to participate in the Hidden Mist Academy's recruitment test in the past 10 years. The Hidden Mist Academy has not had a new 10-star student in the past 30 years. I never thought that his appearance would be so shocking. On this day, the entire Hidden Mist Academy was in an uproar because of the name Duan Lingtian. In the evening, the red sunset enveloped the entire world. As the night gradually fell over the Hidden Mist Academy, 2 figures floated away and disappeared without a trace. They were a young girl and a beautiful woman. If Duan Lingtian saw them, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. They were Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan, whom he had met in the Zhou family's trading house half a month ago. That night, the Zhong family, a God King-level family in Wind City, was not calm. Did you hear? The eldest young master was challenged and chased out of the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star dormitory. Although Chong Kuchi himself could only send a message to the people closest to him, and the people closest to him wouldn't spread the news, this news was like a fire that couldn't be wrapped in paper, and it completely spread in the Chong family. Some people in the Zhong family were in contact with the students and teachers of the Hidden Mist Academy. Through their messages, it was not difficult to find out what had happened in the Hidden Mist Academy today. In fact, it was not just the Zhong family who knew. At this very moment, even the other God King-level clans in Tianfeng City had received the news. Of course. In contrast to the Zhong family's silence, the other God Monarch-level family clans were rejoicing in their misfortune. Some of the God Monarch-level family clans were even openly mocking the Zhong family's disciples. That night, many bloody incidents broke out between the disciples of the God King-level families. To be more precise, it was a bloody incident between the Zhong family's disciples and the other God King-level family's disciples. Chapter 36-45. Zhong Family Mansion. Although night had fallen, the Zhong family's meeting hall was still brightly lit. The high-level members of the Zhong family, led by the Zhong family's third master Zhong San and fourth master Zhong Si, had gathered together. The names of the Zhong family's head and brothers had always been the focus of discussion in Skywind City. The Chong family's patriarch was also the eldest brother of the Chong family's direct descendants. His name was Chong Chong. As for his second brother, he was Chong Chong Chi's father. His name was Chong Er. Below him were Chong San and Chong Si. There was also a fifth sister named Chong Wu. However, she had changed her name when she grew older and was now married to an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. The inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect didn't have a high status in the Hidden Fog sect, but he had a good father. He was the grand elder of the Hidden Fog sect, a god-emperor level powerhouse. Because of this, the Zhong family's fifth master, Zhong Wu, was the Zhong family's biggest trump card. Although the Zhong family had many people with high status in the Hidden Fog sect, their status was far inferior to Zhong Wu's husband, let alone the grand elder of the Hidden Fog sect, a god-emperor level powerhouse. You should have heard the news, right? Zhong San and Zhong Si sat on either side of the main seat. Zhong San looked gloomily at the high-level members of the Zhong family and asked in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Big brother and second brother aren't around because they're out. However, they've already received the news. Their intention is to try our best to rope in that young man called Duan Ling Tian. If we can't use him, we'll destroy him, Zhong San said. Hearing Zhong San's words, everyone was a little surprised. They thought they would directly target that new student named Duan Ling Tian, but they didn't expect the Zhong family's head and second master to give him a chance. I'm afraid it's not possible for him to be used by us. Zhong Si shook his head and said, that child Chi sent me a message and described that Duan Ling Tian, coupled with the news from the Hidden Fog Academy, that Duan Ling Tian is obviously a very arrogant person. Coupled with the other God King level families, they definitely won't miss the chance to win him over. Also, that child Chi threatened him. Combining all these factors, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens for our Zhong family to win him over. Chong Si voiced his guess. Chong Si was Chong Si of the Chong clan. Half a month ago, he and Duan Ling Tian competed for the Jia, Yi, and Bing San Divine Pellet at the Zhou clan's auction. In the end, Duan Ling Tian won the San Divine Pellet, so he hated Duan Ling Tian. However, when he saw the strength of Yu Qiushuan, who was by Duan Ling Tian's side, and the identity of Duan Xiaoyu, Chong Si didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Of course, Chong Si didn't know that the person who had competed with him for the Jia, Yi, and Bing San Divine Pills at the Zhou family's auction half a month ago was the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian. No matter what, we have to try. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we can only think of a way to destroy him, Chong San said in a deep voice. According to the rumors, Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension are good. It's almost certain that he will be favored by the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng. Now, we can only hope that Murong Suifeng has no intention of accepting him as a disciple. If he does, we can't touch him anymore. Murong Suifeng is a madman who is famous for being protective of his disciples. Back then, one of his disciples was killed by a Divine King from a Divine King-level bandit force. He spent 100 years hunting down the remnants of that Divine King-level bandit force and exterminating all of them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. It's best not to provoke such a person if possible. Chong San's words caused the expressions of the Chong clan's upper echelons to become serious. This shouldn't be the case. Chong Si shook his head and said, according to what I know, Dean Murong once said that he wouldn't accept any more disciples after his disciple died. This matter came from the Hidden Fog sect, so it shouldn't be fake. I've also heard of this matter. A Chong clan elder nodded. It said that because of this matter, he took the initiative to come to Tianfeng City and assume the position of Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy. He left the Hidden Fog sect because he wanted a change of environment. There were too many memories of him and his only disciple in the Hidden Fog sect, so he didn't want to be sad. Normally speaking, with that headmaster Murong's character of keeping his word, he shouldn't have betrayed the promise he made back then. That promise could be considered a promise to his only disciple who died. As Chong Si and this Chong clan elder spoke one after another, the others nodded. I hope it's true. In Tianfeng City, even in the Hidden Fog Academy, there weren't many people who could make their Chong clan afraid. Dean Murong Suifeng was one of them. However, as long as he didn't accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple, even if they killed Duan Lingtian, Murong Suifeng wouldn't be able to do anything without evidence. Even if there was evidence, they could just push a scapegoat out. At the same time, several other God King level families in Tianfeng City, including the Zhou clan, were also holding a meeting. The content of the meeting also revolved around the new student of the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian. Strive to win over that Duan Lingtian and have him work for our family. Such a genius, even if he enters the Hidden Fog sect in the future, he will surely have great achievements. As long as he is willing to join our family, he can set any conditions he wants. It was obvious that the few godly king clans were determined to obtain Duan Lingtian. And the reason their reactions were so great was because of the talent and perception Duan Lingtian had displayed so far. He wasn't even 2,800 years old, and he had already comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space law. In addition, he had a middle god realm cultivation. Even if placed in the Hidden Fog sect, he would be a top genius. The most outstanding existence of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation would have the same achievements as him at his age. And that person had already been designated as the successor of the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, the next sect master. While Tianfeng City was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Academy had calmed down after the commotion. However, in the depths of the Hidden Fog Academy, there was a figure leaning against the roof of the building. He held a wine jar in his hand and poured wine into his mouth, one mouthful after another, as if he didn't know when to stop. This was a middle-aged man wearing an elegant white robe. He had a handsome appearance, but because his long hair was broken, he looked a little sloppy. He was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Quan a very outstanding genius, entered the academy today. On the first day he entered the academy, he was recognized by the entire academy as the number 1 student. He is really outstanding, even more outstanding than you. If you were still here, Master would have accepted him as a disciple and made him your junior apprentice brother. Since you are no longer here, Master made a promise to you that he wouldn't accept another disciple. So even if Elder Yun Hui persuaded me, I didn't plan on accepting him as a disciple. This kind of genius. Let's wait for him to go to the sect and let those old fellows fight for him. Maybe we don't need to wait for him to go to the sect. It won't be long before those old fellows receive the news and send people to rope him in. They want to accept him as a disciple in advance. Behind the Hidden Fog Academy was the Hidden Fog sect. Murong Suifeng was in charge of everything in the Hidden Fog Academy. There were also rules in the Hidden Fog Academy. Every student, no matter how outstanding they were, had to be at least 3,000 years old before they could enter the Hidden Fog sect and become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. During this process, even if someone in the Hidden Fog sect wanted to take a student as a disciple, they couldn't personally come over to avoid affecting the student's cultivation. However, although there were rules, some people still found a way to take advantage of this loophole. For example, they sent people to persuade them. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, there were many examples like this. Dong Dong, ever since he obtained the high-grade dormitory in the 10-star student dormitory, Duan Lingtian had immersed himself in his room to cultivate. His ears didn't pay attention to what was happening outside, and no one disturbed him as well. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a wave of loud and clear knocking on the door sounded from outside, like the beating of a drum. Only then did he wake up. However, when he woke up, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, his complexion didn't look too good. After all, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be happy to be disturbed like this. Now, it's not time for the academy to hold a trial for the 10-star students, right? The Hidden Fog Academy had a trial for the students of each star rank. It would be held once in a while to allow the students of the Hidden Fog Academy to improve their combat ability. The trial was usually held in the wild mountains outside Tianfeng City, where monster beasts were everywhere. According to what Duan Lingtian knew, the last trial for the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy had just ended not long ago. It wouldn't be so soon for the next one. Creak! When Duan Lingtian opened the door to his room, he saw two figures standing in the sky outside the courtyard door and looking down at him. The person in the lead was dressed in a long greenish-brown robe. He had a tall figure, a handsome face, and sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples. He looked to be around 30 years old. At this moment, his gaze was like lightning as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was walking out of the room slowly. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The blue-robed youth spoke, his tone indifferent and condescending. "What's the matter?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the blue-robed youth and asked. The blue-robed youth glanced at Duan Lingtian. His tone was still indifferent. "I am an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng. My master, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, wishes to accept you as a disciple. When you reach the age and enter the sect, use this soul bead to contact me. I will take you to see my master." As soon as Tu Feng's voice fell, he casually threw a soul bead towards Duan Lingtian. However, just as the soul bead arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, it was pushed back by Duan Lingtian. "No need, even if I enter the Hidden Fog sect. I, Duan Lingtian, don't plan on taking anyone as my master. However, I still have to thank the second elder for his kindness." Chapter 3646. Seeing Duan Lingtian push back the soul bead, Tu Feng's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Duan Lingtian, are you not giving me, Tu Feng, face? Are you not giving my honorable master face? If you think so, I can't do anything about it." Duan Lingtian shrugged. He calmly looked at Tu Feng and said, "I, Duan Lingtian, can decide my own life. I don't need anyone else to interfere." "Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" Tu Feng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a destructive aura swept out from his body. It was clear that Tu Feng comprehended the laws of destruction. Moreover, looking at the strength of the divine power rising from Tu Feng's body, it was clear that he wasn't just a divine spirit. He was a god king. Tu Feng was the chief disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was a lower god king who wasn't even 10,000 years old. Although he wasn't at the top of the Hidden Fog sect's younger generation, he was still an outstanding figure. "What? You dare to make a move in the Hidden Fog Academy?" Seeing Tu Feng's strength rise, Duan Lingtian's lips curved into a mocking smile. There was no fear in his eyes. He was well aware of the Hidden Fog Academy's rules. If an outsider dared to trespass into the academy, it was a capital offense, let alone attacking a student. The Hidden Fog sect's disciples might have the right to enter the academy, but if they dared to attack a student on campus, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. Just as Tu Feng was about to lose his mind, another gray-robed youth behind him spoke up to stop him. At the same time, the youth reminded him with a sound transmission. "The Hidden Fog Academy has rules. Even if it is our Hidden Fog sect's disciples, if they dare to attack a student, they will be killed without mercy." In the past, many Hidden Fog sect disciples were executed because of this. One of them was even the Great Elder's disciple. At that time, when the Vice Sect Master killed the Great Elder's disciple, not only did the Great Elder not dare to be angry, he even apologized to the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master this youth spoke of was the Hidden Fog sect's Vice Sect Master, Morong Suifeng. He was also the Dean of Hidden Fog Academy. Hearing this reminder, Tu Feng restrained the strength that rose from his body. But his eyes were still cold as they fell on Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, there will come a day when you enter the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, I will settle the old debts of today with you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you live until the day you enter the Hidden Fog sect." As he spoke, the corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a mocking smile. When Duan Lingtian had offended the Heavenly Wind City's God King level Zhong family, Tu Feng had also heard about it. With his understanding of the Zhong family, there was no way they would let this Duan Lingtian go so easily. Perhaps this Duan Lingtian would die before he could enter the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Tu Feng leave. His face was expressionless from beginning to end. It was clear he wasn't affected at all. And in the following period of time, people from the Hidden Fog sect came to Hidden Fog Academy one after another to look for Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian was too lazy to bother with them. He closed his door and didn't come out. It wasn't until the day of the 10-star student's smelting trial was about to arrive that Duan Lingtian once again walked out of his room and out of the academy gates. After coming out, he headed in the direction of 10 Stars Hall. When the 10-star students went out for smelting trial, 10 Stars Hall would give them some divine pills to restore their spiritual strength and heal their injuries. Of course, not every 10-star student received the same amount of divine pills. The 10-star students were also divided into 4 levels according to their dormitory. The higher the level, the more divine pills they could receive. For instance, Duan Lingtian could now receive the highest grade of divine pills. Of course, this was only because there were more divine pills. It didn't mean he had better divine pills. Duan Lingtian is here. After several months, Duan Lingtian has finally appeared again. Before Duan Lingtian entered 10 Stars Hall, things were fine. Although he encountered some 10-star students along the way, no one paid attention to him, so no one recognized him. However, when they entered the 10 Stars Palace, they caused quite a commotion. "You're here?" Lu Jin stepped forward, a forced smile on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a bit of nervousness in his eyes. Facing the restrained Lu Jin, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled and nodded. "You're also here to receive the divine pills?" "Yes." Seeing Duan Lingtian's attitude towards him was the same as before, Lu Jin secretly relaxed. The smile on his face also became much brighter. Duan Lingtian. Another figure walked towards Duan Lingtian. It was another Duan Lingtian's acquaintance, Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Ding Yen. Back then, Ding Yen had kindly reminded him of some things. Therefore, even though he and Ding Yen were quite hostile at the beginning, it didn't affect the harmony between him and Ding Yen. However, when Ding Yen approached Duan Lingtian, his expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I suggest you don't go out for the trial this time. If you don't go, no one will say anything about you. No one in the academy dares to question your strength now." Ding Yen transmitted his voice to advise Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy, all students were required to participate in the trial. If they didn't participate, they would be expelled from the academy. However, Ding Yen felt that with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't be willing to expel Duan Lingtian. "Why?" Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yen meaningfully and asked. "Don't play dumb in front of me." Ding Yen rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. "The fact that you offended the Zhong family is no secret in Tianfeng City. The Zhong family will definitely make a move on you during the trial this time. Even if the Zhong family doesn't make a move on you, the other God King level families will. Of course, they won't make a move on you because they have a grudge against you. They want to frame the Zhong family so that the dean will be angry and punish the Zhong family." As Ding Yan's voice reached the end, his tone became extremely solemn. "Are they that bold? How dare they make a move on me when I'm out on a trial?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Although he had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard that the Zhong family dared to make a move on him when a 10-star student was out on a trial. Of course they wouldn't at first. Ding Yen shook his head and said, "However, the 10-star students will be separated from the teachers who are leading them during the trial. The people from the Zhong clan and the other God King clans can hide in the place where we are conducting the trial and wait for an opportunity to make a move on you. When the time comes, as long as they do it cleanly, there won't be any evidence." Ding Yan's repeated attempts to dissuade Duan Lingtian had affected Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. Duan Ling Tian began to reconsider. After a while, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something. He asked Ding Yan, "As far as I know, God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter the trial grounds where the 10-star students are going, right?" "Yes." Ding Yan nodded. "There's a formation set up around that place. If a God King or above appears inside, it'll sound the alarm. However, while God Kings and above aren't allowed to enter, higher deities are allowed to enter. The Zhong family and the other God King level families don't lack higher deities. I know you're strong and you don't think much of ordinary higher deities. However, what about a group of higher deities? A group of higher deities might even form a formation to attack you. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to withstand them." Ding Yan reminded him again. "In other words, it's impossible for a God King to make a move on me?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. "Of course." Ding Yan nodded. "The teachers leading the team will escort us all the way to the trial grounds. As long as you don't leave the trial grounds, no God King will be able to appear in front of you without alerting you. Those teachers aren't to be trifled with." Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Ling Tian felt much more assured. At the same time, he decided to participate in the 10-star trial. If he didn't participate, he would have to seek permission from the Hidden Fog Academy's president. Moreover, if he participated in the trial and ranked at the top, he would be able to obtain some precious items. Of course, the precious items mentioned here were only precious to deities. They might not be of much use to God Kings and above. This time's trial, what are the rewards? Duan Ling Tian asked Ding Yan. A moment later, he learned from Ding Yan about the rewards for the 10-star trial. The best reward was a dragon mark divine grass that could help deities improve their cultivation. Of course, the effects were not as good as the Jia Yibing 3 divine pills combined. However, the difference was not too great. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had already consumed the Jia Yibing 3 divine pills before. It would not have any effect on him if he consumed the dragon mark divine grass that he had never consumed before. Even if the dragon mark divine grass can't help me break through to the higher deity stage, it should be able to bring me closer to the higher deity stage. I must obtain it. The dragon mark divine grass made Duan Ling Tian even more determined to participate in the 10-star trial. As for the threat from the Zhong family and the other God King clans, Duan Ling Tian knew that he should be able to deal with a group of higher deities even if they formed a formation. At the critical moment, even if he used all his methods, it would be useless. At most, he would take the risk and use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that he was an intermediate deity, he could unleash the true power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, Huang would definitely be stronger. Duan Ling Tian, although the dragon mark divine grass is rare, with your talent and comprehension, you can just ask the president for one. There's no need to take the risk for it. Ding Yan could not help but advise Duan Ling Tian again when he heard that he still intended to participate in the trial and was tempted by the dragon mark divine grass. Chapter 36-47. Ask the Dean for help? Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, although Duan Ling Tian felt that this was feasible, he did not intend to do so. Once he did so, it would mean that he would owe Ding Yan a huge favor. Most importantly, he felt that there was no need to do so. I still want to see a 10-star student's trial, Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. You? Ding Yan originally wanted to persuade him again. But when he met Duan Ling Tian's determined gaze, he shut his mouth and did not continue. It was not difficult for him to see that Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind. Then when the time comes, you and I will leave together. When those fellows see me, I think they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, Ding Yan said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Of course, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of competing with you for points. In the trial, the points belong to whoever kills the demon beast. The reason he said this was undoubtedly because he was worried that Duan Ling Tian would misunderstand his original intention. You? Duan Ling Tian looked deeply at Ding Yan. When those people from the God King level clans see you, they will hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases? If I'm not mistaken, you're a defeated opponent of mine. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Of course, I'm not saying that my strength is enough to make them hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. It's my identity. Ding Yan's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment before he spoke. Your identity? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and looked at Ding Yan with interest. What identity? In his opinion, if Ding Yan really had an identity that could make the God King level clans of Tianfeng City hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases, then he would not be living in a 10-star student's low-class dormitory now. He would have lived in a high-class dormitory long ago, or at least a middle-class dormitory. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Ding Yan obviously did not want to talk about this topic. Duan Lingtian also did not delve into it because he did not need anyone to follow him and protect him. As long as there were no God Kings from the God King level clans in Tianfeng City, no matter how many higher deities tried to intercept him, even if he was no match for them, he was confident that he would be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, when the time came, he might not even need to flee. Perhaps, at that time, it would be hard to say who would be the one to kill who. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Duan Lingtian nodded at Ding Yan and went to collect the divine pill. He then prepared to leave the 10 Stars Hall and wait for the 10-star student's trial to arrive. Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded from behind. It was getting closer and closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around, an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build wearing a long green robe had already appeared before his eyes. Is something the matter? Those who could appear here were, naturally, 10-star students. However, Duan Lingtian did not know who this person was. When Duan Lingtian was asking about the person, Ding Yan's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingtian, this person is also from the Zhong clan. His name is Chong Helyang. Naturally, he's only a branch disciple of the Zhong clan. His position in the Zhong clan is not something Zhong Keki can compare to. As soon as Ding Yan finished speaking, Chong Helyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, I was sent by our Zhong clan to express our stance. As long as you're willing to join our Zhong clan and become a branch disciple of our Zhong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong clan for life, our Zhong clan will no longer make things difficult for you because of the conflict between you and young Master Zhong Keki. Otherwise, although Chong Helyang had intentionally interrupted Duan Lingtian, the threat in his tone was obvious. Duan Lingtian could guess what he was going to say. Otherwise what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Helyang indifferently as a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't tell me your Chong clan plans to annihilate me? Just because I snatched Zhong Keki's high-grade dorm room? Moreover, it's within the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian, I know you're strong and talented. However, I advise you to submit to the circumstances. A wise man submits to circumstances. Chong Helyang shook his head. This is my personal advice to you. I hope you can give me an answer before the 10-star trial begins. Otherwise, the Zhong clan won't let you go. This is my soul orb. Chong Helyang turned around and handed his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian rejected his soul orb. There's no need for that. All right. Chong Helyang did not waste any time. He put away the soul orb and left. However, when he turned around, a cold smile appeared on his face. He did not dare to go too far in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, his strength was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's. If he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, the gains would not make up for the losses. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the 10 Stars Hall, several more people came forward. These people were from the other God King level clans in Wind City. Among them was the Zhou clan. Their goal was the same as Chong Helyang's. They wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian for their clans. Of course, they did not make any excessive demands. For example, they made a heart demon blood oath. After all, their clans did not have any conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian only agreed on the surface, joining their clans would only bring benefits to their clans. However, Duan Lingtian rejected them one by one. He had his own path to walk. Right now, he was already in the Hidden Fog Academy under the God Emperor level Hidden Fog sect. If he were to join a God King level clan, it would be a waste of effort. The trial for the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students was held once a year. Every year, the Hidden Fog Academy would take out something as a reward for the 10-star students. This year, the Hidden Fog Academy took out many tempting rewards as usual. Among them, the Dragon Mark Divine Grass was the best reward. This year, the Academy is a bit stingy. Last year, they took out Jia Bing 3 Divine Pills as a reward for the first place. But this year, they only gave out Dragon Mark Divine Grass. Yes, although Dragon Mark Divine Grass is the same type of divine pill as Jia Bing 3 Divine Pills, its efficacy is much worse. Aren't you thinking too much? In any case, it's impossible for you to get first place in this trial. I think the second and third place rewards are better than last year's. It should be balanced out. In front of the 10 Stars Hall, a group of 10-star students were discussing. Today was also the day that the 10-star students would participate in the trial. The trial would start today and last for 3 months. In these 3 months, all 10-star students would enter the trial grounds that the Hidden Fog Academy had already chosen. The trial grounds were a monster beast mountain range. No matter how many monster beasts died, they would still come back in groups the next year. And this was the work of the Hidden Fog Academy. To be more precise, it was the work of the Hidden Fog sect. When the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Mountain range died, the Hidden Fog sect would capture monster beasts from other places and bring them here. With the cultivation of the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses, they could imprison a large number of monster beasts in their small worlds and release them into the Monster Beast Forest. For example, before the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students began, the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses had already released a large number of monster beasts into the Monster Beast Forest. The rules of the trial for the 10-star students are like this. Duan Lingtian was also in the crowd. Many people around him often looked at him as if he was some rare animal. And at this moment, Ding Yen, who was standing beside him, finished speaking in a timely manner. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian completely understood the specific rules of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial through Ding Yan's mouth. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student trial would be held in a fixed monster beast forest. After killing a monster beast, as long as the student touched the blood of the monster beast with their point token, the token would record their points. Different monster beasts with different cultivation levels would have different points. The point token would only be issued before the trial began. This was to prevent people from cheating. All of the monster beasts in the Monster Beast Forest had array formations placed on their bodies by the Hidden Fog sect's powerhouses. All of them had died under the hands of the same person. Only a quarter of an hour after their death, and the blood that hadn't entered the storage ring would be recorded as points. This also prevented the possibility of students with a certain background from cheating. After all, the Monster Beast Forest couldn't be completely restricted. It could only prevent existences above the Divine King level from entering. Moreover, before the trial began, the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers would wander around the Monster Beast Forest to confirm that there were no other people hunting monster beasts. Only then would the Hidden Fog Academy students be allowed to enter the Monster Beast Forest and begin the trial. The point token has to recognize an owner. The point token will also recognize the laws that the owner is proficient in. Only by using that law to kill monster beasts can one accumulate points. This further prevents the possibility of cheating. Previously, when he heard Ding Yen say these and even more restrictions, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. The Hidden Fog Academy students really went to great lengths to prevent the 10-star students from cheating in the trial. With so many restrictions, it would be better to directly prohibit outsiders from entering that place. Only the Hidden Fog Academy students could enter that place. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had asked Ding Yen about it. However, Ding Yan's answer was, the Hidden Fog Academy felt that this was more secure. This was because as long as the array formation didn't restrict people above the Divine King level, many Divine King level existences who were proficient in array formations could easily break it. It was meaningless to set it up. Even if the array formation restricted Divine King level existences, it was only a warning. Couldn't kill a Divine King. The Hidden Fog sect behind the Hidden Fog Academy didn't have any experts who were truly proficient in array formations. Therefore, the Hidden Fog Academy set up so many restrictions to limit the possibility of cheating. Hong Jun, you were defeated by him? Is he really that strong? In the corner of the group of 10-star students, a young man wearing a gray robe walked to Hong Jun's side. He looked at the purple figure in the distance with his back to him and asked Hong Jun with a flicker in his eyes. Chapter 36-48. There's a floating image pearl in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded my battle with Ling Tian. Didn't you borrow it to take a look? In response to the gray-robed young man's question, Hong Jun glanced at him indifferently and replied with a question. I came out of closed-door cultivation 2 days ago. When I went to the 10 Stars Hall to collect the divine pills, I wanted to borrow a floating image pearl. However, the floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall that recorded your battle with Ling Tian were stolen. I can only wait for them to return it. The gray-clad young man shook his head and smiled wryly. There were many floating image pearls in the 10 Stars Hall, and 10-star students could borrow them by spending their credits. Every student in the Hidden Fog Academy had credits. Credits were usually obtained in the trials. Naturally, the credits here were not the same as the points in the trials. Points were points and credits were credits. Points were used to rank the students in the trials. After the ranking, the points would be converted into credits. Academic credits were equivalent to a special currency in the Hidden Mist Academy. In the Hidden Mist Academy, other than the use of Godstones for private transactions, students couldn't use Godstones for transactions between the Academy and the Academy. In the Hidden Fog Academy, credits could be used to exchange for anything. They could be used to borrow cultivation methods and floating image pearls. They could also be used to purchase divine pills, divine fruits, divine herbs, and divine weapons. Credits could not be given out privately in the Hidden Fog Academy. They could only be used for consumption. This was to prevent students with strong backgrounds from threatening other students to transfer their credits to them. I heard that when you fought with him, he did not use a divine weapon. You had to use a divine weapon to fight him to a draw? The gray-clad young man asked again. Since you already know, why ask? Hong Jun glanced at the gray-clad young man indifferently and said, He yipping. If you really want to know his strength, you can challenge him. He's staying in a high-grade dormitory. You can go to the 10 Stars Hall and apply for a challenge auction to his dormitory. The gray-clad young man was called He Yipping. He was as famous as Hong Jun in the Hidden Fog Academy, and his strength was on par with Hong Jun. However, due to his ordinary background, he could not stay in a high-grade dormitory. It was also because of this that he and Hong Jun appreciated each other and had a good relationship. Do you really want me to make a fool of myself? He Yipping glared at Hong Jun and said, I was just asking casually because I found it hard to believe. If he has truly mastered the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space, let alone you and me, even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Humph! Hong Jun snorted coldly and ignored He Yipping. However, when his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, it became extremely solemn. He would never forget the last battle. That was also the first time in his life that he had lost to someone younger than him. Are you Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian had just stopped talking to Ding Yen when a voice came from afar and soon arrived in front of him. The person who came was a young man dressed in fine clothes. His face was firm, his eyes were bright, and his curly hair was draped behind his back. There was a gentle aura between his brows, giving people a distinct feeling. It was easy to remember this kind of person with just a glance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this person. This was one of the few people he had seen in his life who had a distinctive appearance. Hello, I'm Ho Qingning. The young man came in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile before Duan Lingtian could speak. Ho Qingning. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this name. On his first day at the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard Lu Jin mention Ho Qingning. He knew that Ho Qingning was one of the people who lived in the 5 high-grade dormitories among the 10-star students. He was also one of the people who lived in the high-grade dormitory with his own strength. At the same time, he had an extraordinary identity. He was the young sect master of a God King level sect. Duan Ling Tian. Seeing the other party's kind face, Duan Ling Tian returned the greeting and nodded at him. Duan Ling Tian, I heard about you when I came out of seclusion some time ago. I wanted to exchange pointers with you, but I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion only today. In front of Duan Ling Tian, Ho Qingning didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. Although I know I'm definitely not your opponent, as someone who also comprehended the law of space, I still want to exchange pointers with you and see what I'm lacking in. After all, this is the first time I, Ho Qingning, have met someone younger than me who has also comprehended the law of space and is stronger than me. Ho Qingning couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. You won't refuse to exchange pointers with me just because I'm not as strong as you, right? Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Ho Qingning asked again. Let's wait until the trial ends. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, if you want to exchange pointers, I'll exchange pointers with you when the time comes. Although Duan Ling Tian had just met Ho Qingning, he had a good impression of Ho Qingning from their interactions today and Lu Jin's introduction in the past. Therefore, he did not reject Ho Qingning's request. That's settled then. Ho Qingning's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'll look for you when the trial ends. As soon as Ho Qingning finished speaking, he turned around and left. Duan Ling Tian could sense a cold gaze staring at him from the direction Ho Qingning left. He didn't have to look to know who it was. It was none other than Chong Keki, the direct descendant of the Chong clan who had lost to him without even fighting. He was the crown prince of the Chong clan. Currently, Chong Keki was standing there with Chong Heliang, the direct descendant of the Chong clan whom Duan Ling Tian had met before. Chong Heliang had once represented the Chong clan in the 10 Stars Temple to recruit him. He had even threatened Duan Ling Tian on behalf of the Chong clan. Duan Ling Tian would either join the Chong clan and swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong clan or die. Very good. Everyone is here. At the same time, a loud voice resonated in the air. Accompanying the voice was a figure that was as sturdy as a tower. It was a young man with a dignified appearance and a cold expression. He was more than 2 meters tall, and he seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. Duan Ling Tian, today should be your first time meeting teacher Yu Qianshan, right? Ding Yan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, asked when the newcomer appeared. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had seen many teachers since he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, but he had never seen this burly young man in front of him. However, this burly young man gave him a dangerous feeling. He felt more dangerous than any teacher he had seen since he came to the 10-star dormitory. He even gave him an unfathomable feeling. Teacher Yu Qianshan is one of the more powerful teachers in our Hidden Fog Academy. His strength is second only to the Dean. It is said that he is on par with Teacher Yun Hui and Teacher Tang Hao. Ding Yan continued, and in our Hidden Fog Academy, they are recognized as the 3 strongest teachers under the Dean. They are all High God Kings. Usually, you can't see him. He only appears when the 10-star students are in the trial and takes us to the trial grounds. He personally leads the team to ensure the safety of the 10-star students. After all, the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy are equivalent to the inner sect disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. For the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect, they cannot afford to lose you. I wish those God King clans would send their God King experts to kill you. At that time, they would be killed by Teacher Yu Qianshan before they could even find you. The corners of Ding Yan's mouth curled into a mocking smile when he reached the end of his sentence. He was mocking the God Kings of the God King clans. Yu Qianshan. When Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on Yu Qianshan also happened to be looking at him. Yu Qianshan smiled and nodded at him. Obviously, Yu Qianshan already knew of his existence. Then Yu Qianshan said in a clear voice, I heard that there is an amazing new student among the 10-star students. His strength is recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy. When Yu Qianshan said this, almost all the 10-star students' gazes fell on Duan Ling Tian. However, don't be discouraged. Yu Qianshan continued. Although the new student is strong, he is still a new student. He has never participated in the 10-star trial. In this regard, his experience is not as good as yours. So, it is not impossible for you to defeat him in this trial. After all, the trial rankings are based on trial points, not strength. As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, many people's eyes lit up, especially Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, He Yiping, and the others. At this time, their eyes shone brightly. They were looking forward to surpassing Duan Lingtian in the 10-star trial. When the other 3 teachers arrive, we will set off. Yu Qianshan said again, "Now, let's wait for a while." Although Yu Qianshan asked Duan Lingtian and the others to wait, they did not have to wait for long. In less than 10 breaths of time, the other 3 teachers arrived. These 3 teachers were also unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. "Let's go." Following Yu Qianshan's order, the group of a few dozen people stepped into the air and left the Hidden Fog Academy. They left Tianfeng City. Yu Qianshan took the lead and opened up a path in front. Meanwhile, the other 3 Hidden Mist Academy teachers stood guard in 3 other directions, one on the left, one on the right, and one on the back. They protected Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 10-star students. He is Duan Lingtian. After leaving Skywind City, the 3 Hidden Fog Academy's teachers learned about Duan Lingtian, who had recently become famous in the Hidden Fog Academy. Their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian from time to time. Their gazes were different from one another. One of the gazes gave Duan Lingtian an uncomfortable feeling. Although there was no obvious hostility, it was completely different from the other 2 teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was cold and indifferent. Is that teacher related to the Zhong family? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan. At the same time, he pointed in one direction. Chapter 36-49. At Duan Lingtian's subtle gesture, Ding Yan casually glanced in that direction and asked, "How do you know?" "I feel like he looks at me differently from the other 2 teachers." Duan Lingtian revealed his discovery. That's teacher Zhu Chun. His wife and the 3rd master of the Chong family's wife are sisters. Because of this, he's very close to the Chong family. Can even be said that he's half a member of the Chong family. Ding Yan said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. However, don't worry. Although he has a good relationship with the Zhong clan, he won't dare to mess around under Master Yu Qianshan's nose unless he has a death wish. At most, he'll send a message to the Zhong clan. Even without him, Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Heliang can do that. Ding Yan continued to say, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was from Ho Qingning, who was also staying in the 10-star high-grade dormitory and had an extraordinary background. "The Zhong clan will definitely do something to you in the 10-star trial this time. Before I came, I've already informed the elders in my sect to bring people to the vicinity of the trial site. They can go in and protect you at any time. Do you need my help? After all, I don't want anything to happen to you, Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, I'll have one less opponent to spar with." Duan Lingtian did not expect Ho Qingning to send him a voice transmission. After all, he had only met Duan Lingtian once. He had only agreed to spar with Duan Lingtian after the trial. How could Duan Lingtian make such an arrangement based on this? "Thank you." Although he was surprised, Duan Lingtian still rejected Ho Qingning's good intentions. "However, I think I can solve this matter myself." If he asked Ho Qingning for help, he could further conceal himself and keep a low profile. However, if he did that, he would definitely owe Ho Qingning a favor, and even the sect behind Ho Qingning would owe him a favor. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to do this. Moreover, even if he revealed his strength this time, he would be careful and not expose his trump card. Even if he did this, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect. Although he wanted to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention, which would cause him to fall into the situation of the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. He also knew that the benefits of keeping a high profile outweighed the disadvantages. As long as the balance between the two was properly grasped, it would be enough. "All right." Ho Qingning nodded. "Then I'll have them go back." He didn't say anything else. Whatever Duan Lingtian said, He was decisive and straightforward. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of him. After all, they were strangers. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't fear the Zhong family, it was still very rare for him to do this. Duan Lingtian were about to reach the trial grounds. Remember what I said and follow me. After following Duan Lingtian for a while, the surrounding scenery changed several times. Ding Yan's sound transmission also reached Duan Lingtian's ears. No need. Duan Lingtian rejected Ding Yan's good intentions again. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. If only Ding Yan was as straightforward as Ho Qingning. He had rejected him many times, but Ding Yan was like a dog's skin plaster, sticking to him. Of course, he couldn't turn hostile. After all, Ding Yan was doing this for his own good. However, there were some things he couldn't explain. He couldn't possibly tell Ding Yan that even the higher deities sent by the Chong family would most likely die in his hands if they fought against him, right? What qualifications did he have to say that even the most outstanding middle deities of the hidden fog sect wouldn't be able to accomplish this? This was a little too high profile. We've arrived. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived in the air above a forest and mountain range, Yu Qianshan brought Duan Lingtian and the others to a stop. At the same time, he turned and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. Now, I will give you the point tokens. As usual, make the point token recognize you as its master. As for the point token, once it recognizes you as its master, it cannot be removed. If you die, the point token will disappear. Normally speaking, the trial of a 10-star student shouldn't be a threat to your life. What is being tested is the speed at which you hunt monster beasts. If you encounter powerful monster beasts, even if you can't defeat them, you can still escape unscathed. Of course, if you are really unlucky and encounter a large number of monster beasts, you can choose to crush your point tokens. At that time, I will rush over and save you. After listening to Yu Qianshan's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yan, who was standing next to him, and asked through voice transmission, "Since crushing the accumulative point token can get teacher Yu Qianshan to kill me, why would the Zhong clan send someone to kill me? Aren't they afraid I'll crush my point token?" Ding Yan shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. He replied with a voice transmission, "You're overthinking it. If the Zhong clan intended to kill you in there, they would have brought along a formation plate and activated a formation to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion. Even if they didn't use the formation plate to block the connection between Yu Qianshan and the accumulative points medallion, they could have asked the students related to the Zhong clan to crush the accumulative points medallion and lure Yu Qianshan over. And they will make a move on you at that time." Ding Yan said, "A God-King clan like the Zhong family will definitely leave a way out for themselves. To them, all they have to do is to kill you. They don't care about the lives of the higher gods sent by the Zhong family. In fact, those higher gods might even be sacrificial warriors that they have reared. They might have sworn a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Zhong family. In the realms of gods, the heart demon blood oath could make anyone pale. If one swore a heart demon blood oath in other realms, as long as one was not in the realms of gods, nothing would happen to them. However, if one swore a heart demon blood oath in the realms of gods, one would be directly linked to a supreme expert. If one were to violate the oath, one would be hunted down by the supreme expert's subordinates. Even a god would not be able to escape death. For some powerful ultimate gods, the ultimate god's subordinates might not have the ability to kill them. However, under such circumstances, the matter would not end just because of the ultimate god's strength. The ultimate gods would personally make a move and kill the ultimate gods. Violating a heart demon blood oath was equivalent to blasphemy against the supreme expert. It was something the supreme expert would not tolerate. In the realms of gods, the supreme expert was like a law. As long as one did not violate the law, everything would be fine. However, if one did, one would be punished by the supreme expert. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Yu Qianshan raised his hand, token after token flew out and hovered in front of the 10-star students, including Duan Lingtian, waiting for them to collect it. Duan Lingtian took the token and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. "Go!" Yu Qianshan's voice fell. Then, a 10-star student stepped out from the crowd. his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest and the mountain range below. The mountain range was full of twists and turns, and the forest stretched as far as the eye could see. The Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial covered a large area in front of them. Duan Ling Tian, I'll go first. After Ho Qingning bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian, he followed Duan Ling Tian and entered the mountain range below. Soon after, his figure disappeared into the mountain range. Let's go as well. Ding Yan called out to Duan Ling Tian before the two of them flew into the forest below. However, as soon as they entered the forest, Ding Yan noticed that Duan Ling Tian had disappeared into thin air. This is bad. At this moment, Ding Yan finally regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian had no intention of leaving with him at all. That guy, is he really not afraid of death? Ding Yan was flustered and exasperated. He did not have many friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. However, Duan Ling Tian had shown mercy when they fought. He did not injure or even kill him. Ding Yan was very grateful to him and treated Duan Ling Tian as his friend. This was also the reason why he became close to Duan Ling Tian. One could imagine what it would be like for a person who didn't have many friends before to suddenly have a friend that he recognized. Sometimes, Duan Ling Tian could not handle Ding Yan's enthusiasm. Just like this time, Ding Yan insisted on staying by Duan Ling Tian's side. Duan Ling Tian had tried to reject him a few times but to no avail. In the end, he could not be bothered to reject Ding Yan. It was not that he did not believe Ding Yan's words. Ding Yan had said many times that as long as he followed him, he would not be in danger. He also thought that Ding Yan might really have an extraordinary identity. However, he did not want to owe Ding Yan a favor, just like how he did not want to owe Ho Qingning and the God King level sect behind him. This was because he felt that he could solve this matter by himself. The 10-star trial is to hunt demonic beasts in the trial ground. After killing the demonic beast, immediately let the token touch the fresh blood of the demonic beast to gain points. If you think some parts of the demonic beast's body are valuable, you can take them. The 10-star trial is to test your speed in hunting demonic beasts and how to deal with all kinds of demonic beast attacks. Some demonic beasts like to attack humans in groups. Although these demonic beasts are not necessarily a threat to our lives, not many people are willing to encounter them. Once you encounter them, it is equivalent to wasting a lot of time on them, whether it is to kill them or to escape from under their noses. Before entering the 10-star trial ground, Duan Ling Tian learned the specific rules and procedures of the trial from Ding Yan. He knew what to do and what to avoid after entering the trial ground. I just received a message from young Master Qi. Duan Ling Tian has entered. In the depths of a mountain forest, ghostly figures that seemed to be hidden in the shadows appeared under the lead of a skinny figure. Chapter 3650. The skinny figure in the lead was an old man with an aged face. His eyes gleamed with the light of a wolf, as if he was about to devour someone. Among the dozen or so people following behind him, there were young men and middle-aged men. Each and every one of them exuded a cold and bloodthirsty aura. When they gathered together, they did not seem like a group of humans but more like a pack of wolves. The skinny old man was the king of this pack of wolves. Search for the target immediately. At the same time, don't alert the others. Once you find the target, inform the others immediately. When almost everyone has arrived, attack at my command and try to kill him in one blow. That Duan Ling Tian may only be an intermediate deity, but none of you are a match for him in a one-on-one fight. The skinny old man said indifferently, "Now, spread out and search for the target." Yes. The dozen or so people responded in unison. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. None of them spoke too soon or too late. As soon as they finished speaking, they split up and flew off in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the depths of the forest and mountain range like fish returning to the sea. If anyone were here, they would definitely be very surprised. This was because these people were like natural-born hunters. They wandered in the forest and mountain range. No matter what it was, they could cleverly use it as a cover. Even if one was very close to them, It would not be easy to discover them without using divine consciousness. These people were the men of sacrifice raised by the Zhong clan, a god-king-level clan in Tianfeng City. They were specially trained to solve some of the clandestine matters of the Zhong clan. At the same time, in a few other places there were also several groups of people spreading out in all directions. There were only 5 or 6 people in each of these groups. They were not as many as the Zhong clan, but all of them exuded a bloodthirsty and cold aura. These people were from the other clans in Tianfeng City. Even the Zhou clan had sent men of sacrifice. They had also sent men of sacrifice to kill Duan Lingtian. However, their reason for killing Duan Lingtian was completely different from the Zhong families. The Zhong family wanted to kill the Duan Lingtian because of the enmity between the Duan Lingtian and the Zhong family. If they didn't kill the Duan Lingtian would become a hidden danger to the Zhong family in the future. As for the other God-King level clans that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian wanted to shift the blame onto the Zhong clan. At the same time, killing a young genius who was about to rise but was unwilling to be used by them was a good thing for them, not a bad thing. They were happy to see this happen. Looks like the Zhong clan isn't the only one who sent people here. Yu Qianshan, who was hovering in the air above the vast forest, withdrew his soul consciousness that had covered a large area of the forest below and shook his head slightly. The trial grounds for the 10-star students were huge. Even though he was a high god king and his soul consciousness could cover a large area, he could only cover a corner of the 10-star students' trial grounds. He couldn't cover the entire trial grounds. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the forest, he discovered that Duan Lingtian had disappeared from the range of his soul consciousness. He was no longer able to lock onto Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. However, he could still sense the changes in the forest. But now that he had withdrawn his soul consciousness, he didn't seem to have any plans for the next step. Elder Qianshan, a teacher standing not far from Yu Qianshan, heard his words. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Yu Qianshan frowning. How many times have I told you? Right now, you and I are no longer in the Hidden Fog sect. We are in the Hidden Fog Academy, so you don't need to call me Elder something. Within the academy, there is a name for you. As he spoke, Yu Qianshan's tone became somewhat impatient. Yes, teacher Yu. The teacher bitterly smiled. Then, he straightened his face and said, that Duan Lingtian participating in this trial is quite dangerous. Are we really going to stand guard here and do nothing? Who said we're not going to do anything? Yu Qianshan lightly said, we're going to stand guard here. If a god king trespasses into the trial grounds, we'll be the first to discover it. At that time, we'll take action and kill that reckless god king. After saying this, Yu Qianshan looked at another teacher not far away. Teacher Zhu Chun, don't you agree? Ah! Zhu Chun was clearly thinking about something. When he heard Yu Qianshan call him, he hurriedly came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Qianshan with awe and nervousness. Yes, teacher Yu is right. Although he didn't hear what Yu Qianshan said, did he want to hear it? He didn't need to. Although they were both teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, he still knew the difference in status between him and teacher Yu Qianshan. Yu Qianshan wasn't just a subordinate of the dean. Even in the Hidden Fog sect, he also had a high position. The reason he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher was partly because he was bored and wanted to come out and relax. Unlike him, he came to the Hidden Fog Academy as a teacher so that when he returned to the sect in the future, he could have a good resume and be promoted. Teacher Zhu Chun. There was another teacher who had been silent all this time. Now, he looked at Zhu Chun deeply and said, this time, the Zhong family should have sent many people to the trial grounds to kill Duan Lingtian. Right? Zhu Chun's expression changed when he heard this. However, he immediately calmed down and shook his head. I don't know, but normally speaking, the Zhong family shouldn't be so bold. Shouldn't be. This teacher obviously didn't intend to let Zhu Chun go so easily. But just now, teacher Yu Qianshan clearly found many non-10-star students wandering around the trial ground. Aren't those people from the Zhong family? I don't know about this either. Zhu Chun shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Yu Qianshan and said, Teacher Yu, If you think those people's identities are suspicious, I can personally capture them and bring them to you so that you can interrogate them personally. Of course, Zhu Chun was just saying it casually, because he knew that Yu Qianshan wouldn't let him do that. Even if other teachers were to go, they wouldn't let him go. After all, he had a close relationship with the Zhong family. They would definitely be worried that he would personally make a move on Duan Lingtian. No need. Sure enough, Zhu Chun guessed right. Yu Qianshan shook his head and said, "You, just wait here with us. Later, if someone crushes their token, you will come with me." Yu Qianshan's words obviously meant that he wanted to tie Zhu Chun to his side. Zhu Chun wasn't surprised by this and repeatedly said, "Yes, Teacher Yu." The teacher who spoke first looked at Yu Qianshan and frowned slightly. "What do you and the dean think? Not to mention the academy, even if placed in our sect, Duan Lingtian would still be considered an extremely outstanding genius. Don't you think it's too dangerous for him to participate in the 10-star trial? Don't tell me you and the dean want to see such a genius fall just like that?" As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the other teacher and Zhu Chun turned to look at Yu Qianshan. Facing the gazes of the three people, Yu Qianshan said indifferently, "He's not a 3-year-old child. He has his own thoughts. Since he chose to participate in the trial instead of complaining to the dean, it means that he has his own thoughts. He wants to participate in the 10-star trial this time. Under such circumstances, do you want me and the dean to beg him not to participate in the 10-star trial? Moreover, the dean and I are curious, where does his confidence come from? If he falls just like that, he'll become a drop in the ocean in the academy's long history. However, if he survives, it means he's not a simple person. The dean told me, if he survives and doesn't rely on any external forces, he'll consider letting him enter the sect in advance. He'll also recommend him to become a core disciple of the sect and enjoy the best treatment." As soon as Yu Qianshan said this, the three suddenly understood. As it turned out, the matter this time was a test the dean gave Duan Lingtian. Core disciple. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If Duan Lingtian really became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, then in terms of status within the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be inferior to them. A core disciple was an existence that was on equal footing with inner sect elders like them. Moreover, in the Hidden Fog sect, there weren't many core disciples. There were never more than 100 of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was moving like a ghost in the forest and mountain range, was completely unaware that he had unknowingly moved around the forest and mountain range. He was in a predicament. Moreover, this predicament was one that the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy had tacitly agreed to. At the same time, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to help him. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to help. At the very least, the Hidden Fog Academy wouldn't let the God King powerhouses attack him. As for the God Spirit Realm existences, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't care. No matter how many of them there were, how strong they were, how they attacked Duan Lingtian, the Hidden Fog Academy didn't intend to interfere. Although Duan Lingtian was a genius and no one in the Hidden Fog Academy could surpass him, in the Hidden Fog sect, there were many people who could compete with him or even surpass him. Because of this, the Hidden Fog Academy could afford to lose such a genius and the Hidden Fog sect couldn't afford to lose him. Who? Duan Lingtian's figure swept through the forest in the mountain range like a gust of wind. All the demon beasts he encountered, no matter how big or small they were, all of them quickly fell to the ground. None of the demon beasts could survive for more than a breath in front of him. Now, Duan Lingtian not only used the fusion of the 3 profundities of the law of space, but he also took out a divine tool. Of course, it was just an ordinary low-grade divine tool without a soul. It was a sword. The sword flew out like a dragon. Every time it flew out, it would take the life of a monster. In this way, after wandering for many days, Duan Lingtian couldn't remember how many monster beasts he had killed. He even felt a little numb to it. On this day, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes flashed as he came to a halt. The corners of his mouth curled up. "You've finally found me?" Chapter 3651. Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to change his location when he noticed the figure spying on him in the dark. Instead, he wandered around the area. After confirming that the other party had locked onto him and was tailing him, he gradually confirmed the other party's identity. They should be the men of sacrifice sent by the Zhong clan and the other God King level clans in Tianfeng City. Although the other party was a higher deity and had hidden himself well, Duan Lingtian had a wealth of anti-tracking experience from his past life. His life as a weapons specialist had given him a unique understanding of anti-tracking. This was something that could not be given to him in this life. He discovered the other party not because the other party's aura was exposed, but because the other party's movements left behind some fine traces, so fine that ordinary people would not be able to detect them. There are two of them. There are three of them. When Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already 3 people gathered around him, he knew that the first person was contacting the others. Still not planning to make a move? However, even if there were 3 of them, they still did not plan to make a move. Now, the others should be on their way here. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep them alive. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed again. With a teleportation, he disappeared from where he was. Just as the 3 people hiding behind a large tree were stunned and began to look around for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a voice came from above them. "Are you looking for me?" At this moment, a purple figure stood above the 3 people with his hands behind his back. He looked at them mockingly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a faint smile. "Do it!" The moment they noticed Duan Lingtian, the 3 people looked at each other. Then, in the next instant, divine power erupted from their bodies. They merged 3 different laws of nature and soared into the sky, directly attacking Duan Lingtian. 2 young men and 1 middle-aged man had bloodthirsty eyes. Each of them had a low-grade divine artifact in their hands. Some were sabers, some were swords. Now they attacked together, attacking Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they used killing moves right from the start. Obviously, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow, leaving no room for negotiation. Too weak. The moment the 3 attacked, Duan Lingtian discovered that although they were all higher deities, they had only comprehended the mysteries of certain laws of nature to the phenomenal realm and had yet to come into contact with the fused mysteries. Even though they had the advantage of divine energy, it was not enough to make up for their advantage in the laws of nature in front of his son. For this reason, as soon as Duan Lingtian thrust his sword out, a terrifying spatial storm swept out and fell from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the spatial storm had engulfed the 3 of them as well. In the next instant, the 3 people's attacks were completely annihilated by the spatial storm that Duan Lingtian's sword had created. Then, the 3 people's figures were shredded into a bloody mist by the spatial storm that had depleted part of its energy. Even the spatial rings in their hands were completely destroyed in the process. Only their divine artifacts remained intact. To think that they self-destructed their spatial rings. What a pity. After killing the 3 people, Duan Lingtian calmly put away the 3 low-grade divine artifacts. He felt it was a pity that the 3 spatial rings had been destroyed. However, he knew that the 3 spatial rings were special. They would self-destruct when their owners died. Such spatial rings could only be found in the realms of gods. In other words, only divine weaponsmiths in the realms of gods could refine such self-destructing spatial rings. Once the storage ring was destroyed, the items inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. They might be scattered and lost in some corner of the world, or they might remain in the spatial turbulence forever, drifting about in there. The appearance of this kind of storage ring was also to prevent the enemy from obtaining everything inside the storage ring. In the realms of gods, those who were qualified would use such spatial rings. There should be more people on their way here. Instead of waiting for them here, it's better for me to search for them and take them out one by one. That way, I won't have to face them head-on and I won't have to reveal my trump card. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his move again. Before Duan Lingtian came to the trial land, He had already planned to fight a group of people by himself and reveal some of his trump cards to fight the Zhong family members who wanted to kill him. However, he discovered the reality was different from what he had imagined. He did not travel with anyone. It would be difficult for the Zhong clan members to find him in this vast and boundless trial ground. Under normal circumstances, they would have to spread out and search for him. The 3 people who had met up with him earlier told him this. "You want to kill me, but you're still so careless? Why are you sending me out one by one?" Duan Lingtian had a cold smile on his face as his figure flashed out. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian's words were not heard by the people from the God King clans in Wind City who wanted to kill him in the trial ground. Otherwise, they would have vomited blood. "Do you think we want to kill you? If this place is not so big, do you think we'd spread out to look for you? Who knew your anti-tracking ability is so strong? Even a higher deity with a cultivation base 1 level higher than yours would be discovered by you." Just like that, Duan Lingtian began his performance. He did not go far. Instead, he searched the area in a circular formation. It did not take long before he spotted 2 people. Before the 2 people could meet up, he had already killed them. He killed 1 person with a swing of his sword without leaving a trace. Just like that, after approximately 15 minutes, 13 people had already died in Duan Lingtian's hands. When another person approached, Duan Lingtian sensed that the other party was not simple. The aura this person gave off was different from the others who had died in his hands. This old fellow seems to be stronger. It was a skinny old man. He also gave off a bloodthirsty aura, and his eyes were extremely cold. "Who is it?" Duan Lingtian had just teleported nearby when he heard the old man's shout. At the same time, the old man made a move at lightning speed. A golden saber ray swept toward him and directly cut the gigantic tree that was hiding his figure. When the huge tree fell, Duan Lingtian no longer hid himself and showed himself openly. The moment Duan Lingtian appeared, the old man stared at Duan Lingtian and asked suspiciously, "You are Duan Lingtian? So many of you came to look for me. Don't tell me none of you know what I look like?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's expression changed greatly. At the same time, he subconsciously sent out messages one after another. However, he found that out of the 16 messages, only 3 replied. The other 13 did not reply. The messages he sent to them were like stones sinking into the sea. "My 13 subordinates were killed by you." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and asked in a deep voice. Since Duan Lingtian had appeared here, coupled with the fact that there was no news of 13 of his 16 subordinates, he could faintly guess that they had all been killed. Moreover, it was this person who had killed them. "It seems that more than a dozen people died by my hands. They were not students of our hidden fog academy. Were they your people?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. "It seems that I underestimated you." The old man looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. "How did they die by your hands?" In the old man's opinion, this was a crucial question. If all 13 of his subordinates attacked together and were killed by Duan Lingtian, he might have to think of a way to retreat. After all, even he did not dare to say that he could escape unscathed under the joint attack of his 13 subordinates. If Duan Lingtian had that kind of strength, he would not be able to contend with him. Although he was a man of sacrifice, he still had his own thoughts. Even if he could not betray the Zhong family because of the heart demon blood oath, he could still return to the Zhong family after escaping and informing them. Moreover, once it was confirmed that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he would not be sent to deal with Duan Lingtian. Even if he was sent, he would definitely find a helper for him. They were too scattered, so I killed them one by one. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it and told the old man the truth. Then, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man in front of him. "You're the next one." The old man sighed in relief when Duan Lingtian said that he had killed all 13 of his subordinates one by one. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh. "Duan Lingtian, I admit that you're quite strong. However, do you think you can kill me with your strength? I'm not like those useless people." As soon as the old man finished speaking, divine energy surged from his body. Then, a dazzling golden light shone as the profundities from the law of metal appeared. Most importantly, the two profundities of the law of metal had fused together perfectly during this process. Moreover, the profundities from the law of metal merged with two other profundities from the law of metal. It was obvious that the old man had mastered the fusion of three profundities from the law of metal. Coupled with his cultivation base as a higher deity, it was no wonder that he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you were a higher deity, I would have no choice but to turn tail and flee today. It's just a shame that you're just an intermediate deity. Even if you've comprehended one of the four supreme laws of nature and fused three types of profound meaning in spatial laws of nature, you'll still be hard-pressed to escape death today. The moment his words left his mouth, the old man made his move without any warning. Streaks of dazzling golden light shot out like lightsabers in all directions as they charged toward Duan Lingtian. As for himself, he also set off. Hum! A long saber appeared in the old man's hand. It was a divine weapon. The long saber was straight and golden light flashed. Tore through the air as if it could destroy everything. You dare to attack me with just this little bit of strength? Duan Lingtian stood where he was without moving until the old man's attack and the old man's saber were right in front of him. Only then did he speak unhurriedly with a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, control. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian took control of the space around him. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of Control, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth, in a fight since he came to the mystic ganglands in the Plains of Gods. Chapter 36:52. Duan Lingtian's attack was so sudden that the old man did not have time to react. He thought that he could gain the initiative by striking first and kill Duan Lingtian as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, he did not expect that the moment he approached Duan Lingtian, a terrifying spatial storm suddenly appeared in the entire area, making the entire area seem like a personal space that Duan Lingtian completely dominated. As for his attack, it was instantly annihilated in that space. Then, before he could react and stop, he had already entered this space. The next moment, he found that his body was no longer under his control. Then, he released his divine sense and watched his body shatter into pieces. Then, when he reached his soul, his divine sense was gradually annihilated as well. Until the moment before his death, he did not know what had happened. You're pretty strong, but it's a pity that you met me. After killing the old man, Duan Lingtian put away his divine weapon and shook his head. If it were any of the other 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy, even the strongest 5, Hongjun, and the others, they would have died without a doubt. The old man's strength was completely incomparable to the people he had killed before. In fact, even if he wanted to kill the old man without using any of the four Taos of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to use only the triple-fused profundity from the law of space. Unless he used 2 or more triple-fused profundities or fused all 4 profundities. However, these were his trump cards. In addition, if he attacked like that, it would give his opponent a chance to send out a message and expose his strength. Now that he had used the Tao of Control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, even if someone was watching in the dark, it would be difficult for them to guess that he had used the Tao of Control. They would think that he had some special means. In addition, the sudden appearance of the Tao of Control gave his opponent no chance to send out a message. After all, his opponent would have died if he had approached. It's a pity that he also used a self-destructing spatial ring. Otherwise, with his strength, there would be a lot of good things in his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian sighed and continued to patrol the surroundings. In the next 2 days, he found 3 more people sneaking around. Their auras were no different from the 14 people he had killed before, including the old man he had killed 2 days ago. They should be together. If I'm not mistaken, they must be from the Chong family. Only the Chong family would be able to send so many men to kill him. Even if the other God King level family clans in Skywind City sent people to deal with him, it was impossible for them to send such a large force. The Chong family should have sent these 17 people. After wandering around for another 2 days, Duan Lingtian confirmed that no one else would come. He left the area and continued his journey of killing demonic beasts. Even if he didn't use his full strength, killing the demonic beasts in this training ground was still as easy as chopping vegetables. Up until now, no demonic beast had been able to force him to use a second sword strike. The points in his points token were also increasing at an exaggerated rate. The difference in strength is too great. Even if it's Hong Jun, if I want to kill him, I only need to use the strength I showed him before. Coupled with the divine weapon, I only need to use 1 or 2 sword strikes. In the training ground, the demonic beasts Duan Lingtian could kill with a single sword strike weren't weak. Among them, there were some demonic beasts that even Hong Jun and the other 4 Duan Lingtian, who were recognized as the strongest in the Hidden Fog Academy before entering, would find it difficult to deal with. But in front of Duan Lingtian, they weren't even worth mentioning. These demonic beasts were arranged by the Hidden Fog sect in advance. At that time, Duan Lingtian hadn't entered the Hidden Fog Academy yet. The demonic beasts arranged by the Hidden Fog sect were arranged according to the strength of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Because of this, they only arranged demonic beasts that could threaten Hong Jun and the other 4. They didn't arrange any demonic beasts that could threaten Duan Lingtian. In this case, Duan Lingtian was like a fish in water. Skywind City. Zhong family's mansion. Although it was broad daylight, the Zhong family's meeting hall was still full of people. Third brother, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Did something happen? Zhong Si had just returned from the restaurant he was in charge of. He looked at Zhong San, who was sitting on the other side of the main seat, and asked with a dignified expression, "Today is the day of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students' trial. Could it be that something happened to those men of sacrifice?" The Zhong family's upper echelons also looked at Zhong San at this time. Their eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. They were all wiped out. Finally, Zhong San spoke. As soon as he spoke, it was like an earth-shattering earthquake. Everyone, including Zhong Si, was shocked into silence. Their faces were dull and they couldn't recover for a long time. They were all wiped out. Their Zhong family had sent out 17 men of sacrifice this time. One of the men of sacrifice was one of the 3 leaders of the men of sacrifice trained by their Zhong family. His strength was even close to that of Zhong Si, the 4th master of the Zhong family. Did the Hidden Fog Academy make a move? Zhong Si was the first to recover and asked with a dignified expression. No. Zhong San shook his head. When the others looked over again, Zhong San shook his head and said, Elder Zhu Chun sent a message saying that the Dean of the Hidden Fog Academy has taken this 10-star student trial as a test for Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian can pass without relying on external forces, he will make an exception and recommend Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become a core disciple. Core disciple. As soon as Zhong Sen said this, the entire audience went into an uproar. Core disciple? That Duan Lingtian, how could he have such potential? How could he? Ever since the Hidden Fog sect was established, there had never been more than 100 core disciples. The core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect were all under 10,000 years old. Once they were over 10,000 years old, they would be removed from the list of core disciples. As long as these people stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could directly become a core elder of the Hidden Fog sect. They could also choose to join the God Emperor level influence that the Hidden Fog sect was attached to. However, their status in that God Emperor level influence was definitely inferior to the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, they could obtain better cultivation resources and environments. After all, there was a great disparity between a God Emperor level influence and a God Emperor level influence. Because of this, it could be seen just how high the status of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect was. Once one became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, that was the same as obtaining a pass to enter a God Emperor level influence. Even if one didn't have a high status after entering a God Emperor level influence, it was still a God Emperor level influence. For someone from a God Emperor level influence, even if they were an ordinary elder with a low status, a God Emperor level influence still wouldn't dare to move against them, much less a God King level family like their Zhong family. He must have borrowed some external strength with just his own strength. He wants to exterminate the 17 death warriors of our Zhong family led by Blood 2? That's impossible. Zhong San said with absolute certainty, his tone resolute and decisive. I hope so. Zhong San nodded. Although his complexion eased, it was still dignified. But, even if he didn't do it himself, that means someone is helping him. It looks like wanting to kill this Duan Lingtian won't be easy. Helping him? Who's helping him? Zhong Si frowned. Zhong San's gaze deepened as he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, I heard from Zhu Chun that Ho Qingning seems to have the intention of befriending him. Today, before the start of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, the 10,000 Leaves sect's fifth elder, Chun Feng, who is stationed in Tianfeng City all year round, left Tianfeng City with some people. The direction they went is the direction of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial. The 10,000 Leaves sect was a God King level sect. It was stronger than the Zhong family, and Ho Qingning was the 10,000 Leaves sect's young sect master. For the sake of Ho Qingning, the 10,000 Leaves sect's young sect master, the 10,000 Leaves sect had even sent the low-level God King fifth elder to guard Tianfeng City all year round to protect Ho Qingning, the young sect master. 10,000 Leaves sect? Zhong Si frowned. Then, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. What's wrong with that Ho Qingning? He knows that Duan Lingtian doesn't get along with our Zhong family, yet he still wants to befriend him. Is he trying to make things difficult for our Zhong family? That, I don't know. Zhong San shook his head. If it was the 10,000 Leaves sect that did it, could it be? Are we just going to let it go like this? Zhong Si asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Zhong San's eyes gleamed coldly. Although the 10,000 Leaves sect is stronger than our Zhong family, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Since they dared to make a move against our Zhong family is not to be trifled with. If they really push our Zhong family too far, our Zhong family will do something that will make them regret it greatly. Towards the end, Chong San's tone also revealed a burst of ruthlessness. However, the moment Zhong San finished speaking, he couldn't help but frown, as if he had suddenly realized something. What's wrong, third brother? Zhong Si, who had been staring at Zhong San, couldn't help but ask. When Zhong San heard this, he said with an odd expression, I just received a message. The 10,000 Leaves sect, led by 5th Elder Chen Feng, returned to Tianfeng City on the same day that the leader of our Zhong family's loyalists, Blood 2's soul pearl, shattered. Among those from the 10,000 Leaves sect, only Chun Feng had the ability to kill Blood 2. The moment Zhong San said this, the Zhong family's discussion hall went into an uproar. Does this mean that the deaths of Blood 2 and the rest of the loyalists have nothing to do with the 10,000 Leaves sect? If that's the case, the 10,000 Leaves sect can be eliminated as a suspect. If it's not the 10,000 Leaves sect, who could it be? Could it be that the loyalists of the other God King families in Tianfeng City joined hands and killed Blood 2 and the rest? Impossible. If it was them, Blood 2 and the others wouldn't have been unable to send back a message in time. It is clear that their deaths were completely sudden, to the extent that they didn't have time to send a message. The person who killed them most likely did it by surprise. Just as the upper echelons of the Zhong family were wondering who had killed the Zhong family's men of sacrifice, the other God Monarch grade families in Tianfeng City also discovered that some of the men of sacrifice they had sent out had started to die. Chapter 3653. It's not just a group of people? It seems like the rest are kamikaze warriors from other God King clans in Tianfeng City. After killing all of the Zhong clan's death warriors, Duan Lingtian continued to hunt for demon beasts. At this time, he discovered someone spying on him. That person also contacted someone to come over. In the end, all of them died in his hands. However, after killing a few people, he discovered that no one else came. It's most likely that they only have so few people. Or perhaps, someone discovered that their soul pearls had shattered and warned them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Later on, Duan Lingtian encountered another wave of kamikaze warriors. They came one after another as well. He deliberately captured one of them and asked about his identity. However, that person ignored him and chose to commit suicide. He was very unyielding. Moreover, after that person, no other kamikaze warriors came. After that, he encountered 2 more groups of kamikaze warriors. The same thing happened. These kamikaze warriors probably didn't just swear a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to their clans. They must have relatives in their clans. If they betray their clans, their relatives won't have a good ending. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the kamikaze warriors from the God King clans. However, he did not show any mercy during this process. The purpose of these kamikaze warriors was to kill him. If he did not have the strength, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he never thought of showing mercy. However, after the old man from the Zhong clan, who was suspected to be the leader of the kamikaze warriors, he did not encounter any more kamikaze warriors from the other God King clans in Tianfeng City. Other than a few people whom he deliberately showed mercy, the others were all killed by him with a single strike. After the kamikaze warriors from the God King clans died one after another at Duan Lingtian's hands, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any new faces along the way. Occasionally, he would encounter a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan. The 10-star students who saw Duan Lingtian were all respectful to Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian could only be considered as a new student in the Hidden Fog Academy compared to them, his strength far surpassed all the students in the academy. In this world where the strong were revered, the strong were the most important. Duan Lingtian's strength had earned their respect. Duan Lingtian smiled at these 10-star students who he did not know but were very enthusiastic. At the same time, he thought, I don't know if I will encounter Zhong family's Zhong Kuqi. If I do, I can kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. In the past, when he robbed Zhong Kuqi's high-grade dormitory, he followed the rules of the Hidden Fog Academy. But now, the Zhong family sent a kamikaze warrior to kill him. It could be said that this completely enraged him. If those kamikaze warriors had not appeared, he would not have thought of killing Zhong Kuqi. But now, if Zhong Kuqi appeared in front of him, he would not show mercy. The trial of a 10-star student. It seems that there is no rule that says that I cannot attack other 10-star students. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a sneer. In fact, the reason why the Hidden Fog Academy did not set the rule that students were not allowed to kill each other during the trial was that it was difficult for any student to have the motive and reason to kill another student during the trial. This was because killing others would not give you any points. Instead, you would become enemies with the forces behind you. The gains did not make up for the losses. If there was a life and death conflict, it could be resolved in the Hidden Fog Academy or other places. There was no need to do it here. Zhong Kuqi did not know that he was being targeted by Duan Lingtian. However, he still received a message from the Zhong family. Zhong Kuqi, immediately take Zhong Kuliang and leave the trial of the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star students. Do not stay there. Go back to Elder Zhu Chun. The message came from the Zhong family's third master, Zhong San. Third uncle? Why? After receiving the message, Zhong Kuqi was naturally at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. Why was he asked to leave the trial with Zhong Kuliang? Now Zhong Kuliang was with Zhong Kuqi. After listening to Zhong Kuqi's message, he was also at a loss. Young Master Zhong Kuqi, did something happen? Could it be that Duan Lingtian is not dead? Thinking of this, Zhong Kuliang's face changed. Zhong Kuqi's face also changed completely in the next instant. He looked at Zhong Kuliang with a gloomy expression. You guessed right. Duan Lingtian is not dead. Not only is he not dead, but the 17 higher deity deathsworn that the Chong clan had sent over have all been wiped out. Among them is Grandpa Shui Heir. Zhong Kuqi said through gritted teeth. A hint of viciousness could be seen in his eyes. If I find out who's helping Duan Lingtian, I won't let them go. Could it be the 10,000 Leaves sect? I think Ho Qingning is trying to get closer to Duan Lingtian. Zhong Kuliang guessed. At first, third uncle thought so too. However, when Grandpa Shui died, the fifth elder of the 10,000 Leaves sect, Chun Feng, was in Tianfeng City and could not be in two places at the same time. Also, no one else in the 10,000 Leaves sect is capable of killing Grandpa Shui. Therefore, it should have nothing to do with Ho Qingning. Alright, let's leave this trial ground first. Let's call it a day and consider this as giving up. Although Chong Keki's tone was filled with unwillingness, he still obediently stepped into the air with Chong Hulyang. They left the trial ground and returned to the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Teacher Yu, we are injured, so we came out early. Now, Zhong Kuqi and Zhong Kuliang looked very miserable. Blood was flowing out of the corners of their mouths. This was caused by them deliberately injuring themselves. After all, a 10-star student's trial could not be stopped at will. There had to be a reason. Yu Qianshan nodded. Obviously, he did not want to bicker with them. Give me your points tokens. Yes. After handing over their points tokens, they went to Zhu Chun's side, as if they could only feel safe by Zhu Chun's side. Uncle Zhu Chun. Zhong Kuqi respectfully greeted Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun was his third uncle's brother-in-law, and according to seniority, he had to call him uncle. You all know, right? I wanted to inform you myself, but third brother said he would. Zhu Chun said with a sound transmission. I know. I just don't know who is helping him. Zhong Kuqi said. Zhu Chun smiled bitterly when he heard that. I'm afraid that he killed those men of sacrifice with his own strength. One of those men of sacrifice dies every once in a while. It's obvious that he killed them one by one. Impossible, Zhong Kuqi said decisively. Even if he can kill the other death warriors one by one with his strength, you also know Grandpa Blood 2's strength. It is impossible for him to kill Grandpa Blood 2. I know this, but this is also the most important thing to consider. If he really killed Blood 2, it means his strength is much greater than what he showed before. Zhu Chun said with a heavy tone. If this is the case, this time he wants to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and become a core disciple. Hidden Fog sect? Core disciple? What's going on? Zhong Kuqi's pupils shrank and his complexion changed. When he heard Zhu Chun's words, he couldn't help but comfort himself. He must have had someone help him. It is impossible for him to kill Grandpa Blood 2 by himself. If even the dean can't find out who helped him, then the dean's recommendation to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect is a foregone conclusion. Of course, a recommendation is just a recommendation. The Hidden Fog sect has a set of tests for core disciples. If he can't pass, he can't become a core disciple. Zhu Chun said. Humph. It is impossible for him to have talent and perception. Although he said this, Zhong Kuqi's heart sank. At the same time, he sent a message to his third uncle, Zhong San. Third uncle, that Duan Lingtian must die, whether or not he can become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy. His existence is a great threat to our Zhong family. The response he received was Zhong San's approval. Hearing this, Zhong Kuqi felt relieved. After all, the hatred and conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Zhong family could be said to be caused by him. If Duan Lingtian really grew up in the future and wanted to deal with the Zhong family, the first person he would deal with would definitely be him. That was not something he wanted to see. In the following days of the 10-star student trial, Duan Lingtian hunted demon beasts, as he wondered if he would be able to encounter a heavy carving rare. But in the end, he was disappointed. He encountered many 10-star students, but he didn't encounter Zhong Kuqi. That Zhong Kuqi should have received a message and left. Speaking of which, the reason why so many of the Zhong family's death warriors were wiped out this time was most likely because the Zhong family didn't notice their soul beads shattering in time. Just as Duan Lingtian guessed, the reason why the Zhong family's death warriors were wiped out this time was because the Zhong family didn't notice their soul beads shattering. This was because their soul beads were usually stored in the second team of the Zhong family's death warriors. The Zhong family's death warriors were divided into several teams, and each team was led by a leader. The leader of the death warriors was Blood 2, who died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. This time, the second team of the Zhong family's death warriors came out in full force to help Duan Lingtian. No one had been keeping an eye on their soul beads. Later on, when the Zhong family saw that they hadn't sent back any news, they ran to the second team of death warriors to check their soul beads. In the end, they found that their soul beads were all shattered. The second team of death warriors was completely wiped out. It's time. As time passed, the last day of the 10-star students' trial finally came. Duan Lingtian searched for a long time and finally found a monster beast to kill. Then, he stepped into the air and prepared to leave the trial ground. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer monster beasts in the trial ground. Obviously, most of them were killed by the 10-star students of the Hidden Fog Academy. After I return, I will mobilize all the forces I can mobilize to eliminate that Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, my Chong family will face a great disaster. If it was true, Chong heir would not have taken Duan Lingtian seriously at first. Now that he learned that Duan Lingtian would be recommended to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy and Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master Murong Suifeng, he felt a great sense of crisis. If a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect grew up, it would be easy to destroy the Chong family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know about the Chong family patriarch's reaction. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. From the moment the Chong family sent their men of sacrifice to kill him, he and the Chong family had become enemies. They would not rest until one of them was dead. This was also the first time he had the impulse to destroy a family after coming to the mystic astral land of the Plains of Gods. One must know that even when the Duan clan's southern manor in the Endless Mountains was annihilated by a young master of a clan in Mountainside City, he had only gone to annihilate that young master and did not vent his anger on the clan behind that young master. But this time was different. Not only did the other party want to kill him, but they also used the power of their family. Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Ho Qingning came out as well, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. I'm relieved to see you're fine. I was really worried that you would stay inside. How is it? Did the Chong family make a move on you? The moment Ho Qingning opened his mouth, he asked openly without the slightest hesitation. Although the Chong family was a God King level family, he also had a God King level sect behind him. Even if the Chong family was the local tyrant of Skywind City, he was not afraid of them. This was because he knew it was impossible for the Chong family to make a move on him. Just as you said, some men of sacrifice came, but they're all dead. However, all of them are dead, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. All of them are dead. Ho Qingning was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You killed all of them by yourself? With Duan Lingtian's strength, he was not surprised that he could kill one or two greater deity kamikaze warriors from the Chong family. However, this time it was impossible for the Chong family to only send one or two greater deity kamikaze warriors to kill Duan Lingtian. Even so, Duan Lingtian still managed to kill all of them? Initially, one or two of them hid near me. When I discovered them, I killed them. Then, the kamikaze warriors from the Chong family appeared near me one by one, and I killed them one by one. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You discovered them when they were hiding? Ho Qingning was shocked. In fact, he had already guessed that the kamikaze warriors from the Chong family would have to split up if they wanted to find Duan Lingtian in the trial ground. If they searched together, not only would it be difficult for them to hide, but they would also alert the enemy. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover the Chong family's kamikaze warriors who were hiding. One must know that the Chong family's kamikaze warriors were all greater deities. They didn't hide well enough, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. You're really lucky, Ho Qingning sighed. Now, he only thought that Duan Lingtian had discovered the Chong family's kamikaze warriors by luck, which led to the death of the Chong family's kamikaze warriors. If a group of kamikaze warriors fought against Duan Lingtian, they might have a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. However, if they were discovered by Duan Lingtian, they would be defeated one by one. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily kill them all. The Chong family probably didn't send any leaders of their kamikaze warriors this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a match for them even if you fought one-on-one. Ho Qingning said again. Leaders of the kamikaze warriors? Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Ho Qingning's words. If he remembered correctly, he had indeed killed a leader of the Chong family's kamikaze warriors. However, he did not point it out. After all, he had displayed greater strength in killing the leader of the kamikaze warriors than when he fought with Hong Jun at the Hidden Fog Academy. Soon, all the 10-star students who participated in this trial came out one by one. Only a few of them were injured, but all of them came out alive. Give me your points tokens. Yu Qianshan ordered Duan Lingtian and the others to hand over their points tokens. When he received the points tokens from the others, he was fine. However, when he received Duan Lingtian's token and saw the points he had accumulated, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian again. This scene clearly fell into everyone's ears. What's going on? Teacher Yu Qianshan seems very surprised. Heavens! How many points did Duan Lingtian accumulate to make teacher Yu Qianshan so surprised? The group of 10-star students was curious. At this time, not only the 10-star students, but also Zhu Chun and the other two teachers from the Hidden Fog Academy were looking at Yu Qianshan with curiosity. One of them couldn't help but ask Yu Qianshan, Teacher Yu, did Duan Lingtian have a lot of points? You will know when we go back and sort out the list. Yu Qianshan smiled faintly and kept them guessing. Just like that, Yu Qianshan led a group of people back to the Hidden Fog Academy. Everyone was curious about Yu Qianshan. On the way, Ho Qingning couldn't help but run to Duan Lingtian's side and ask Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, how many points did you accumulate? Why does teacher Yu look so surprised? Didn't teacher Yu say that you will know when we go back and sort out the list? Duan Lingtian smiled and kept them guessing. Before he came out, he already knew that the points he accumulated would definitely be far ahead of the others. After all, the speed at which he hunted demon beasts was simply not something the others could compare to. Even Ho Qingning, Hong Jun, and the others couldn't compare to him. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Qingning couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're still keeping us guessing like teacher Yu. Ding Yen. Ho Qingning, who was being ignored by Duan Lingtian, looked at Ding Yen next to Duan Lingtian and asked, How many points did you get this time? More than 8,000. Ding Yen said. Ho Qingning nodded. Not bad. Almost 10,000. What about you? Ding Yen asked curiously. Me? Ho Qingning smiled proudly. Much better than last time. This time I broke through the 20,000 mark. 20,000. Ding Yen was surprised. In the last trial, the highest score didn't exceed 20,000, right? Chapter 3655. 20,000 points. In the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, this score was a hurdle. In the past, the 5 strongest 10-star students had all crossed this hurdle. To cross this hurdle, one needed to rely not only on strength but also on luck. If one was lucky and encountered a lot of monsters frequently, they would be able to cross this hurdle. In the last 10-star trial, no one had crossed this hurdle. The highest score was more than 19,000 points, and he was ranked first in the 10-star trial. Breaking through 20,000 points. If this was in the past, you would definitely be first place. Ding Yen sighed after learning about his score from Ho Qingning. You said it was in the past. Ho Qingning could not help but smile bitterly. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a complicated look in his eyes, to be able to make Mr. Yu Qianshan show such an expression after seeing his token, it means that his points have reached a level that surprised Mr. Yu Qianshan. And to be able to surprise Mr. Yu Qianshan, it means that his points are not as simple as 20,000 points. I'm really curious. How many points did this guy get? Ho Qingning stared at Duan Lingtian and raised his voice as he spoke, as if he was hinting at something to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear him. Seeing this, Ho Qingning completely gave up. When Ding Yen heard Ho Qingning's words, he could not help but look at Duan Lingtian with curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. And now, they were not the only ones who were curious. Even the other people present, including Zhu Chun and the other two teachers, were curious. The group of students could not help but use their imaginations and speculate. How many points do you think Duan Lingtian got to make Mr. Yu Qianshan lose his composure? I remember that 10 years ago, when Hong Jun got more than 24,000 points, Mr. Yu Qianshan did not lose his composure like this, right? Do you think Duan Lingtian has 30,000 points? There should be. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength is publicly acknowledged. Even Hong Jun was only able to fight him to a draw when he didn't use his divine artifact. Under the guesses of the 10-star students, Yu Qianshan led everyone back to Tianfeng City and the Hidden Fog Academy. Tomorrow morning, the 10-star ranking list will be revealed. At that time, we will know how many points Duan Lingtian has obtained. Let's wait for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Why don't someone ask Duan Lingtian? It's hopeless. Don't you see that even Ho Qingning and Ding Yan don't know about it? It's obvious that Duan Lingtian is the same as teacher Yu Qianshan, deliberately keeping us in suspense. Let's wait. When the group of 10-star students dispersed in front of the 10 Stars Hall, Duan Lingtian was also preparing to return to his own dormitory. Duan Lingtian. However, just as Duan Lingtian, Ho Qingning, and Ding Yan were about to return to their dormitory, Yu Qianshan called out to them, "Come with me. The dean wants to see you." Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard this. Then he followed Yu Qianshan. As for Ho Qingning and Ding Yan, they could only return by themselves. I was thinking of asking Duan Lingtian on the way back to see how many points he obtained. I didn't expect the dean to call him over. Ho Qingning could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Yu Qianshan. Ding Yan was silent. Duan Lingtian followed behind Yu Qianshan and walked toward the area surrounded by the 10-star students. They passed through a layer of fog and entered a paradise that was filled with birds and flowers. Although this place did not look big from the outside, it was a completely different world once they entered. It was as though there was an independent dimension that was surrounded by the 10-star students' dormitory. This way. Under Yu Qianshan's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a pavilion in the center of this paradise. This pavilion was located in a spacious mansion. To be more precise, it was in the backyard of this spacious mansion. There were a few lush trees in the surroundings that seemed to be able to support the heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and did not recognize what kind of trees they were. The pavilion was taller than the trees. It was surrounded by fog, making it seem like a pavilion in the air. It gave off the feeling of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. "Dean, I've brought him here." Yu Qianshan led Duan Lingtian to the top floor of the pavilion and said respectfully. Duan Lingtian glanced inside and found that there was no one in the pavilion. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, there was a wave of ripples in the void within the pavilion. Then, a figure appeared in front of him at the right time. It was an elegant middle-aged man. He was wearing a snow-white robe and had a handsome face. His long hair was tied behind his back and he stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a proud scholar. "You can leave first." The elegant middle-aged man was the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. Yu Qianshan respectfully left after hearing his words. For a moment, Duan Lingtian and Murong Suifeng were left alone in the pavilion. "Come in and have a seat." Murong Suifeng looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and smiled at Duan Lingtian. He waved his hand and a wine bottle and 2 empty cups appeared on the wooden table in the pavilion. Murong Suifeng's figure flashed and he sat down at the table. "Dean." After greeting Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down at the table. When Murong Suifeng saw how casual Duan Lingtian was, the smile on his face grew even wider. "Duan Lingtian, I like you very much. Let alone the students of the Hidden Fog Academy, even ordinary teachers would hesitate for a long time if I asked them to sit down. I like how straightforward you are. You don't drag things out." Murong Suifeng's words were sincere. There was no hint of sarcasm in them. It's tiring to be so courteous. Why don't we save the effort and time? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian was only a student in the Hidden Fog Academy. It was impossible for him to be on the same level as the dean. However, Murong Suifeng was the one who asked him to sit. He did not think Murong Suifeng was superior to him just because he was the dean. Duan Lingtian's goal was to go to the realm of gods and rescue his wife, Ker. Even if Wuyin Suifeng, the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, was a divine emperor, Duan Lingtian was certain he would surpass him in the future. Duan Lingtian did not want to offend Murong Suifeng, so he would not sit down without Murong Suifeng's permission. After all, his strength was still very weak. It would be unwise to anger Murong Suifeng, who was suspected to be a divine emperor. How refreshing. After they were 10,000 years old, if they still stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could even become a core elder, a lofty status. If they didn't want to stay in the Hidden Fog sect, they could enter the Emperor God level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect through the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, their status in the Emperor God level influence might not be high, but their status would be much more valuable. In the outside world, an ordinary elder of an Emperor God level influence would have a status that far surpassed that of a core elder of an Emperor God level influence. Of course, if one wanted to become an elder of an Emperor God level influence, even if they were an ordinary elder, they still had to pass some tests. Only by passing these tests could they enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder. If they couldn't pass, they could only continue to stay in the Hidden Fog sect. However, even with my recommendation, you cannot directly become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect has a series of tests for core disciples. Only by passing these tests can you become a core disciple. Murong Suifeng continued to say, if you can't pass, you can still enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time, but you can only become an inner sect disciple. In the future, if you want to become a core disciple, you can apply to participate in the tests again. Understood. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Murong Suifeng was talking about. This was the same logic as those core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to join the Divine Emperor level force behind the Hidden Fog sect under the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect's recommendation could only be considered a stepping stone. If one wanted to enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder, they needed to have sufficient ability. During this time you should prepare. A month from now, I will have the sect arrange for someone to come pick you up. Murong Suifeng said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he continued to pour wine for Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Dean. Duan Lingtian thanked Murong Suifeng once again. After that, Murong Suifeng chatted with Duan Lingtian while drinking wine with Duan Lingtian. As they spoke, they also speculated about Duan Lingtian's origins. In front of Murong Suifeng, Duan Lingtian didn't say what he had said in the past. This was because someone at Murong Suifeng's level could already come into contact with an Emperor God level influence like the Heavenly Illumination sect. Moreover, he was about to enter the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't convenient for him to say that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. Sect Master, I have been in the Mystic Handle land for some time, but I have never told anyone my true origins. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, Dean, you have taken care of me so much, so I naturally can't lie. Actually, I am not from the Mystic Handle land. Not from the Mystic Handle land. Murong Suifeng was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then where are you from? Murong Suifeng asked again. I am from the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said. Devata realm? Murong Suifeng smiled when he heard that. I see. However, to have such achievements at your age, I think you are not an ordinary person in the Devata realm. In Murong Suifeng's eyes, Duan Lingtian was more than 2,000 years old after all. Naturally, he thought Duan Lingtian came from the Devata realm before the Mystic Handle land collided with another realm of gods to form the realm battlefield. Have you been in the Mystic Handle land for 1,000 years? Murong Suifeng asked again. 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Don't tell me you came to the Mystic Handle Land not long before the Mystic Handle Land collided with another realm of gods? You have been here for less than 700 years? Morong Suifeng asked again. Not really. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. I have only been in the Mystic Handle Land for a few years. Only a few years. This time, Morong Suifeng was stunned. After a long while, he subconsciously muttered, "The realm battlefield has opened, and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms have closed. Under such circumstances, how did you come to the Mystic Handle Land?" Actually, I don't know if I was lucky or not. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I was originally cultivating in the Netherworld, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared beside me, and a suction force sucked me in. When I regained my senses, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Later, I found out that I was in the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of 2 realms of gods. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Morong Suifeng finally regained his senses. So you were swept into the realm battlefield from the Devata realm by the spatial turbulence. I've heard of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, but I've never been there. I didn't expect the space there to be so unstable. Morong Suifeng did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, with your strength, you're considered lucky to be able to leave the realm battlefield alive and come to the Mystic Handle Land. Morong Suifeng added, "Actually, it's not really luck. I just met a senior and told him what happened to me. Then, he kindly sent me to the military camp in the realm battlefield, and I came to the Mystic Handle Land through the transportation formation." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. "Isn't that also luck?" Morong Suifeng said with a smile, "Not everyone is so kind in the realm battlefield." "I think so too." Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. "Therefore, I'll definitely find an opportunity in the future to return this favor to that senior." Morong Suifeng had a look of admiration in his eyes. He could see that Duan Lingtian was speaking from the bottom of his heart, and he was not pretending in front of him. It was precisely because of this that his impression of Duan Lingtian became even better. If it wasn't for the promise he made all those years ago to not take any more disciples, he felt that he would be unable to restrain himself from wanting to take this person before him as his disciple. He came to the Mystic Handle Land by accident from a Devata realm, had a clean background, and possessed outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. As long as he was given the opportunity, he would definitely be able to rise up and even soar into the sky. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that after drinking the 3rd cup of authority wine, the 4th cup did not bring any changes to his divine energy. Obviously, it was just as Morong Suifeng had said. Only the first 3 cups of authority wine were helpful to the improvement of one's cultivation base. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Morong Suifeng and prepared to leave. On the other hand, Morong Suifeng called Yu Chenshan, who had not gone far away, to send Duan Lingtian back to the 10-star student dormitory. Before returning to his dormitory, all Duan Lingtian could hear were voices that were filled with anticipation for his ranking on the trial rankings tomorrow. "I'm really curious. How many points did senior brother Duan Lingtian obtain in this trial? I really hope tomorrow comes early." Lingtian War revered. Chapter 3657. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he heard the curious and expectant voices. His points, perhaps the entire Hidden Fog Academy would be in an uproar because of the points he obtained in the 10-star trial tomorrow. In the past, the highest points a 10-star student could obtain in a trial was only 20,000 points. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Ding Yan and Ho Qingning about this before the trial. That way, I wouldn't have been so high-profile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to his dorm under the watchful eyes of many people. He returned to his room in the dormitory and sat on the bed. The first thing he did was to take out a stalk of grass that was glowing with a green light. The grass was in an irregular shape and did not show any signs of decay. It was full of vitality and seemed to be able to live well independently of the soil. This was the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial, the Dragon Mark Divine Grass. Before Yu Qianshan returned to the Hidden Fog Academy, Yu Qianshan, under the instruction of the Dean Murong Suifeng, Yu Qianshan had given him the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the Dean was so kind to him was because the Dean approved of him as a person. This time, in front of Murong Suifeng, he spoke of his true origins. However, he didn't reveal how he had entered the dimensional battlefield. That was because he couldn't reveal the truth. After all, it was related to the existence of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were not only precious in the Devata realms, but they were also precious in the realms of gods. This was especially true for the high-level 5 divine elements. They were extremely tempting. Even god-emperors and ultimate gods would scramble for the high-level 5 divine elements. After all, it was the most direct way for them to take the final step and become a supreme expert. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could not reveal the 5 divine elements in front of Murong Suifeng. And the things he had fabricated were all reasonable and well-founded. Even if one day Murong Suifeng went to the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and discovered that the space there was extremely unstable, he would not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He would only think that the space in the undead world was unstable due to the collision between the realms of gods. Moreover, even if Murong Suifeng wanted to go to the netherworld, he would have to wait for 300 years. 300 years later, even if Murong Suifeng found out that he had lied today, it wouldn't affect him at all. As for revealing his background to Murong Suifeng now, that was only to give himself a true identity. Only like this would the Hidden Fog sect not have any scruples towards him. A person with an unclear background was someone no influence could cultivate too much. In a month's time, I'll be able to take the next step. A godly emperor force will be my first stage in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the dragon mark divine grass. When he tried to infuse his divine energy into the dragon mark divine grass, lines that resembled dragon scales appeared on the surface of the dragon mark divine grass. No wonder teacher Yu Qianshan reminded me to nourish it with my divine energy before I consume it. Only then can I activate all of its medicinal efficacy. So that's how the dragon mark divine grass got its name. Previously, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why this stalk of grass was called the dragon mark divine grass when he could not see any traces of the dragon mark divine grass. Now that he had infused his divine energy into it, he finally understood. After the dragon mark appeared, Duan Lingtian stuffed the grass into his mouth and swallowed it. I even suspect Duan Lingtian might have gotten more than 50,000 points. 50,000? This is too much, isn't it? Chu Fengyang clicked his tongue. As for the exact number, we'll know tomorrow. Yun Hui said. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he seemed to think of something and asked, Martial Uncle, I heard that the Dean intends to let Duan Lingtian enter our Hidden Mist sect in advance and recommend him to become a core disciple? Yes. Yun Hui nodded. He was quite clear about this matter. The Dean has already informed the sect. 1 month later, the sect will send someone to pick up Duan Lingtian. 1 month later? So soon? Chu Fengyang was surprised. As far as I know, the next core disciple assessment is still half a year away, right? Yun Hui nodded. The reason the Dean did this is probably because he wants Duan Lingtian to enter the sect earlier and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple. The treatment of an inner sect disciple is much better than the treatment of a 10-star student. That's true. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but look expectant. Maybe Duan Lingtian can really pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Maybe. Yun Hui nodded. Martial Uncle, even you don't have much confidence in him? Chu Fengyang was startled. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's just that the core disciple assessment set up for Divine Spirit Realm Intersect disciples is much more difficult than the core disciple assessment for Divine King Realm Intersect disciples and above. Of course, the difficulty here is for the intersect disciples who participate in the assessment. Yun Hui shook his head as he said, After all, The Divine Spirit Realm Intersect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine Spirit Realm Core disciples, and the Divine King Realm Intersect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine King Realm Core disciples. Moreover, it's not like you don't know, in our Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, there hasn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm Intersect disciple who has passed the Core disciple assessment. Yun Hui's words caused Chu Fengyang to fall silent. If it weren't for his martial uncle reminding him, he would have forgotten about this matter. In the Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, although there had been many Divine Spirit Realm Intersect disciples who participated in the Core disciple assessment, there hadn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm Intersect disciple who had successfully passed the Core disciple assessment. It was also because of this that although the Hidden Fog sect had several dozen Core disciples, the weakest of them were lower God Kings. I also hope that Duan Lingtian can pass the Core disciple assessment. If he can break the 10,000-year curse, he might become the next Xue Haichuan. Unknowingly, Yun Hui's eyes flashed with anticipation. Xue Haichuan. As for Chu Fengyang, when he heard Yun Hui mention this name, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Xue Haichuan was similar in age to him, and his seniority in the Hidden Fog sect was similar to his. When Xue Haichuan was still in the Hidden Fog sect, whenever he saw Xue Haichuan, he would call him Senior Apprentice Brother. Xue Haichuan was also the most recent person in the Hidden Fog sect to become a Core disciple with a Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. Of course, that was 10,000 years ago. Now, Xue Haichuan was an elder of the God Emperor level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, his status was lofty, and even the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect had to be respectful to him. Like torches, everyone's eyes fell on the light screen that had begun to change. The first thing that appeared on the light screen was the names at the bottom. The results of the 10-star students were displayed from bottom to top. The results of the people at the bottom were not attractive. Everyone's eyes followed the names. 6th place, Hong Jun, 17,821 points. Hong Jun was the 6th place in the 10-star students trial. It seems like senior brother Hong Jun's score is the lowest among the 5. Now, only the other 4 senior brothers and senior brother Duan Lingtian's scores haven't appeared. The person in 5th place in front of Hong Jun was one of the 5 strongest students before the 10-star students. He was as famous as Hong Jun and Ho Qingning. He had obtained 18,030 points, which was less than 200 points more than Hong Jun. The person in 4th place had less than 100 points more than the person in 5th place. The person in 3rd place had more than 300 points more than the person in 4th place. It seems like senior brother Ho Qingning's score is the highest among them. It's a pity that senior brother Duan is here. If senior brother Duan wasn't here, he would definitely be in 1st place. Under the gazes of the crowd, the name in 2nd place finally appeared. It was none other than Ho Qingning. He actually obtained more than 20,000 points. When Ho Qingning's score appeared along with his name, the people in the 10 Stars Hall were in an uproar. One had to know that in the previous 10-star trial, the number 1 student had only managed to get a score of 20,000 points. That was just a hair's breadth away. However, this time, Ho Qingning's score had exceeded 20,000 points. He obtained more than 20,000 points, but he didn't get 1st place. Senior brother Ho Qingning must be feeling very indignant, right? Many of the 10-star students looked in Ho Qingning's direction with curiosity. However, to their disappointment, after Ho Qingning saw that he was in 2nd place, his face did not reveal any disappointment or unwillingness. He looked at the line above his name with a serious expression, the part that had not yet appeared. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score is going to be revealed soon. Under the gazes of everyone who held their breaths, Duan Lingtian's name finally appeared. Subsequently, the gazes of the group of people descended onto the back of Duan Lingtian's name in unison, and they saw the standard points appear behind it. When Duan Lingtian's score appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire place fell into a dead silence again. The entire 10 Stars Hall was so silent that one could hear the sound of a needle hitting the ground. How is this possible? Some of the 10-star students looked at each other in dismay after they came back to their senses. Their faces were full of disbelief, and their eyes were full of unparalleled horror. Are these points real or fake? Isn't this too heaven-defying? All of the 10-star students were in an uproar. Chapter 36:59. He got more than 120,000 points in the 10-star trial. When this news spread throughout the Hidden Fog Academy, the entire academy was in an uproar. Oh my God! What kind of monster is that senior brother Duan? In the history of our academy, the best result of a 10-star student was only about 30,000 points. But he actually obtained more than 120,000 points. Yeah, that's crazy. He's not human. It wasn't just the 10-star students who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Even the other students of the Hidden Fog Academy were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Of course, there were some people who were calmer. Most of them were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results have something to do with the monsters arranged by the sect. The strongest monster they arranged was only slightly weaker than Hong Jun's group of 5. It wasn't easy for Hong Jun's group of 5 to deal with, but it was nothing for Duan Lingtian. Indeed, previously, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hong Jun had to use a Devata artifact to barely fight him to a draw. If Duan Lingtian used his Devata artifact, even the strongest demon beast in the trial grounds would not be able to withstand a few attacks from him. If he makes a surprise move, even the strongest demonic beast in the trial ground may be killed by him in an instant. When Duan Lingtian participated in the 10-star student trials this time and slaughtered those demon beasts, he would definitely slaughter them in a crushing manner. Under such circumstances, his points would naturally explode. Even so, more than 120,000 points is still very shocking. After figuring out the reason, many teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy felt relieved. A few students gradually calmed down after listening to the teacher's analysis. They were no longer as crazy as before. Even so, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a lofty existence that they could only look up to. The gap between them was just too big. He was not even 2,800 years old, but he already possessed such strength. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, no one was as outstanding as him. In fact, no one was even comparable to him. Senior Brother Duan has created a milestone in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy. I wonder how long it will take for someone to break this milestone. Maybe no one will ever be able to break it. No matter how much the Hidden Fog Academy talked about him, Duan Lingtian didn't know about it. He was now immersed in cultivation. He could feel that the divine power in his body was transforming rapidly. He was getting closer and closer to the upper god realm. A breakthrough was just around the corner. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was still wholeheartedly cultivating, was awakened by someone. The person who woke him was none other than Chu Fengyang. Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of Chu Fengyang, this teacher that he came in contact with more often. When he saw Chu Fengyang come looking for him, Duan Lingtian asked with a curious expression, "It has already been a month since the last trial?" "Exactly 1 month." Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. "You didn't forget what the dean said to you a month ago, right? The people from the sect arrived yesterday. But my martial uncle took him to drink all night, so he didn't disturb you yesterday." As Chu Fengyang spoke to hear, there was a trace of helplessness in his voice. The elder who came is an inner sect elder. In terms of seniority, I should call him senior apprentice uncle. He and my senior apprentice uncle were childhood friends, and the two of them had a very good relationship since they were young. Later, they entered Hidden Fog Academy together and both entered the Hidden Fog sect, becoming inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian knew that the martial uncle Chu Fengyang mentioned was the teacher who was in charge of his 10-star entrance exam, Yun Hui. It was just that Duan Lingtian didn't expect that solemn-looking old man to have such a side to him. Yesterday, when we were drinking, I also accompanied them. My martial uncle said to that martial uncle that he thinks highly of you. Once you enter the sect, that martial uncle will take care of you. If you have any problems, you can look for him. Chu Fengyang said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian away. Before I take you to that martial uncle, you should go greet the dean first. After leaving the 10-star student dormitory and passing through the illusionary white fog formed by the array formation, Chu Fengyang led Duan Lingtian directly to the residence of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng. Dean. Murong Suifeng looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Duan Lingtian, after you arrive at the sect, you still have to wait for some time before the core disciple exam begins. Before that, you should try to break through to the upper god realm as soon as possible. That way, you will have a higher chance of passing the core disciple exam. The Hidden Fog sect's core disciple exam for intermediate gods was easier than the core disciple exam for upper gods. However, it wasn't much easier. Higher deities had an advantage over the rest. If you can pass the core disciple exam and become a core disciple, at that time, I will give you a gift, Murong Suifeng said. As soon as Murong Suifeng finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could even speak, Chu Fengyang's eyes had already lit up. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Not a single thing that the dean personally gives out isn't precious. Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Suifeng. His eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, Dean, if the gift is a recipe for the power brew, I will be very interested. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there weren't many things that Murong Suifeng could take out that would interest him, unless it was a divine pill, divine fruit, or divine herb that could help his cultivation. Apart from that, he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation methods at all. This was because even the best divine weapon Murong Suifeng could take out couldn't compare to his high-grade divine weapon, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. As for cultivation methods, the cultivation method he cultivated was an ultimate god-level cultivation method that originated from a supreme expert. As long as his talent could keep up, given enough time, he would definitely become an ultimate god. The recipe for the power brew? Murong Suifeng was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but shake his head. You are too useless. If you are interested in the recipe for the power brew, I can give it to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Suifeng took out a jade slip and secretly infused his divine power into it. Then, he withdrew his divine power and handed the jade slip to Duan Lingtian. The recipe for the power brew is inside. As for my promise to you, it doesn't include the recipe. As long as you become a core disciple, I will give you another gift. Thank you, Dean. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he received the recipe for the power brew. However, after hearing Murong Suifeng's words, he still expressed his gratitude. He couldn't tell Murong Suifeng that he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation techniques other than those that could help improve his cultivation. If that happened, even if he didn't say that he had better divine weapons and cultivation techniques, some of his secrets would still be exposed. Once you enter the sect, I can't provide you with too much help. You will have to rely on yourself for everything. In the Hidden Fog Academy, I can cover the sky with one hand, but in the sect, I am only a vice sect master. Not to mention the other vice sect masters, even the protectors have the same status as me. Many of the protectors are also deans of Hidden Fog Academies in other cities like Tianfeng City. Before Duan Lingtian left, Murong Suifeng told him a few more things. In the sect, it's not just the inner sect disciples. The inner sect elders are also the core disciples. There's also a clear division between the core elders. Since you've left my Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and entered the sect, it's equivalent to being branded with the Tianfeng City's legacy. Unless you become a disciple of another faction's elder, protector, or vice sect master, you won't be able to wash away the Tianfeng City's legacy. Murong Suifeng reminded him, within the sect, if you only have a conflict with people from the Wind City faction, I can help to mediate. However, if you have a conflict with people from other factions, I can't help even if I want to. Murong Suifeng's words also reminded Duan Lingtian. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he didn't expect the hidden fog sect's waters to be so deep, he didn't take it to heart. As far as he was concerned, all he had to do was play his part. He wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if trouble came to him, he wouldn't be afraid. Go, don't let Elder Tang Chun wait too long. After telling Duan Ling Tian what he wanted to say, Murong Suifeng asked Duan Ling Tian to find a hidden fog sect elder named Tang Chun. It wasn't hard for Duan Ling Tian to guess that this should be the hidden fog sect's intersect elder that came to pick him up. After saying goodbye to Murong Suifeng, Duan Ling Tian went to find Tang Chun under Chu Fingyang's lead. Tang Chun was still at Yun Hui's residence. Teacher Yun. When Duan Ling Tian saw Yun Hui again, he quickly bowed to him. Then, he looked at Tang Chun and bowed to him. Junior Duan Ling Tian greets Elder Tang Chun. Tang Chun was a tall and sturdy old man. His white hair was draped over his back, looking a little messy. Together with his body, he gave off a wild and unrestrained feeling. Now he was looking at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he sized up Duan Ling Tian. What a handsome little fellow. Duan Ling Tian, right? Yun Hui already told me to take good care of you. Once you follow me to the sect, if you have any problems, you can look for me. If I can't solve it, I'll do my best to help you. If I can't solve it, then you can only rely on yourself. When Tang Chun spoke, his voice was very rough and bold. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He could tell that this was a straightforward person. This kind of person was generally worth befriending. They did things openly and wouldn't act one way and act another. Thank you, Elder Tang. Duan Ling Tian smiled and thanked him. Tang Chun looked at Yun Hui and scolded him with a smile. I'll beat you up next time. Today, I'll bring Duan Ling Tian back to the sect first. If you have nothing to do, come back to the sect more often to drink with me. You big ape. Come to Tianfeng City to find me any time. Yun Hui didn't want to be left behind and scolded him with a smile. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side and looked at the two old men who had such a good relationship that it made others envious. His thoughts couldn't help but wander. He thought of many old friends in the past, many of whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Some of them were even no longer in this world. They usually liked to follow behind Chong Keki, as if Chong Keki was their leader. Chong Keki also liked the feeling of being followed one after another. Young Master Keki. At this time, another person asked in a deep voice, You and the Zhong family hate that Duan Ling Tian. Should we find a way to get rid of him? Otherwise, when he goes to the Hidden Mist sect, it will be a big disaster for you and the Zhong family. You think we don't want to get rid of him? Chong Keki turned around and glared at the person who spoke. If he doesn't leave the Hidden Mist Academy, how can we get a chance? During the last 10-star student exam, he did leave the Hidden Mist Academy. But with teacher Yu Chenshan there, even our Zhong family's divine king won't be able to do anything. The reason Chong Keki asked for leave was because he felt that the Hidden Mist Academy was too depressing. Although no one was openly or secretly making fun of him for having his dorm seized by Duan Ling Tian, the situation of him being Duan Ling Tian's enemy still made him feel like there was a thorn in his back, so he took 2 days off to relax. At the same time, he wanted to personally ask the seniors in his family if they had any plans to take revenge on Duan Ling Tian. Today, after coming out of the family, he learned that the family was waiting for the Duan Ling Tian to go to the Hidden Mist sect before dealing with the Duan Ling Tian. He was in a bad mood. Then, he found a few people behind him and went to the family's restaurant to eat and drink. Now, they were about to leave. Chong Keki took the lead and led the few people through the long private room passage to the hall outside. In the Zhong family's restaurant, if you want to leave the private room, you have to go through the hall. Young master. Young master. Wherever Chong Keki went, the restaurant's waiters respectfully saluted him. Obviously, they all knew Chong Keki and his identity. Chong Keki ignored these waiters and walked into the hall and out the door. Young Master Chi, your Zhong family's restaurant is really good. Even the hall is full. A young man behind him glanced at the hall and sighed. When Chong Keki heard this, he also subconsciously glanced at the hall. It was this glance that made him unable to move his eyes away, because he saw a familiar figure, a figure that he often saw in his nightmares recently. Recently, he often dreamed that he was killed by the person in front of him. Duan Lingtian. Why did he come out? Did he also ask for leave? This was Chong Keki's first thought. At the same time, he began to look at the figure across the table from Duan Lingtian. After a few more glances, he concluded that the person was not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. It seems that this person might be his elder. His elder came to Tianfeng City, so he asked for leave to meet with him, and he just happened to come to our Zhong family's restaurant. Chong Keki took a deep breath and began to walk back to the private room passage. This action not only confused the waiters on both sides of the passage, but also the people behind him. Young Master Qi, what's wrong with you? Shut up. Chong Keki directly shouted at the waiters. His tone was very serious, so the waiters did not dare to speak again. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the waiters, Chong Keki began to send a message to several soul beads in his storage ring. The people he sent the message to were his father, Chong Er, the second master of the Chong family, his uncle, Chong Er, and his two uncles, Chong Er and Chong Er. Now, Chong Er and Chong Er had returned from outside and were in the Chong family's mansion. When the four of them learned from Chong Keki that Duan Lingtian was suspected to be with his family in their restaurant, even if they were in different places, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chong Er, the patriarch of the Chong family, directly sent a message to Chong Er. Er, are you in your restaurant? Big brother, I'm here. Chong Er responded immediately, I'm with Chong Keki now. Now send your people to get the disc array. We have to seal the space around the restaurant and not let any messages out. Then we have to trap Duan Lingtian and kill him. Duan Lingtian is in the hall, right? See if you can find a way to arrange for them to enter the private room. Then, set up a formation outside the private room to further cut off the connection between him and the people outside. As the patriarch of the Chong family, Chong Er's idea was very clear. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in the restaurant. Yes, big brother. Chong Er responded respectfully. Chong Keki, are you sure the person with Duan Lingtian is not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy? Chong Er asked Chong Keki. Chong Keki responded decisively, Uncle, I've been in the Hidden Fog Academy for nearly 2,000 years. I know all the teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy, but I don't know that person. That person is definitely not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. I understand. Chong Er responded and then said, I'll let your father go over personally. Tell your fourth uncle to wait for your father to arrive before we act. Also, before the formation is set up, don't expose yourself. Don't let Duan Lingtian feel any danger. After killing that Duan Lingtian, you must destroy his body and remove all traces. This way, even if someone recognizes him and sees him enter the restaurant, as long as there is no evidence left, even the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy can't directly deal with our Chong family. This is a good opportunity. Maybe today, our Chong family can completely eliminate this hidden danger. Chong Er's words were very cautious. At the same time, from his tone, it was obvious that he regarded Duan Lingtian as a great enemy of the Chong family. After listening to Chong Er's message, Chong Keki's eyes completely lit up. At the same time, he repeatedly passed on Chong Er's message to Chong Si. At the same time, Chong Si answered and asked his subordinates. When he found out that the sturdy old man next to Duan Lingtian wanted a private room, he immediately called the manservant who served Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to the front. Go and look for the old man and the young man you served earlier. Tell them there's a private room and they can move in. Tell them you're the one who fought for the room for them as an apology for not arranging a private room for them. In fact, this excuse was very far-fetched. However, Chong Si felt that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't know that this restaurant belonged to the Chong family, he wouldn't be suspicious. And it turned out that Chong Si's guess was right. Duan Lingtian indeed didn't suspect anything. Even Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Ling Tian, didn't suspect anything. Ling Tian War Reverend P. Ling Tian War Reverend 24520 Dextelp. Chapter 3661. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Chun sat in the private room. Seeing that the waiter had helped them get a private room, Tang Chun did not ask the waiter to bring in the remaining half of the food and wine outside. Instead, he ordered another table of food and wine. "Thank you, sir." Seeing that Tang Chun was so generous, the waiter bowed and thanked him. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen and ask them to serve you another table of food and wine." After the waiter left, Tang Chun continued to chat with Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, do you have a partner? I have a little niece who is pretty and beautiful. If you are interested..." Before Tang Chun could finish, Duan Ling Tian had already interrupted him. "Elder Tang Chun, I already have a wife and children." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Tang Chun, who had been talking with him about other things a moment ago, would suddenly change the topic to this point and start to play matchmaker. Actually, it is normal for a capable man to have several wives and concubines. Tang Chun obviously did not intend to let Duan Ling Tian go so easily. "Elder Tang Chun, you really don't need to." In the end, Duan Ling Tian insisted that Tang Chun give up on introducing a partner to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the person that fourth Elder Zhong sent to the Chong family also got the array disc and rushed back to the restaurant immediately. At the same time, the second master of the Chong family, Chong Heir, was also on his way to the restaurant. "Let's set up the array first." The person that fourth Elder Zhong sent to the Chong family to get the array disc was an old man who was also a capable subordinate of fourth Elder Zhong. If Duan Ling Tian saw him, he would definitely find him familiar. This was because when Duan Ling Tian, Duan Xiaoyu, and Yu Qiushuan were in the private room at the Zhou family's auction, this old man had entered the private room with the people of the Zhou family's auction. The array disc that fourth Elder Zhong sent back to the Chong family to get was one of the Chong family's heirlooms. It could be used to set up an extremely ingenious divine array, and the function of this divine array was to block communication. Within the divine array, no messages could be sent out. "Duan Ling Tian, you will die today." When Chong Si took the disc array to arrange the array formation, Chong Ku Chi's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die under the Chong family's arrangement today. A month ago, when he learned that Duan Ling Tian had obtained more than 120,000 points in the 10-star student trial, despair had even risen in his heart. He felt that his life was destined to be dark if he had to face such an enemy, unless he could make the other party die prematurely and be unable to grow. It was also at that time that the Chong family behind him became determined to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, although the Chong family wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, they also knew that as long as Duan Ling Tian didn't leave the Hidden Fog Academy, and when he left the Hidden Fog Academy, the Chong family would never succeed. But this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly left the Hidden Fog Academy and appeared in the Chong family's restaurant without the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Chong family, a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. With the talent and strength that Duan Ling Tian had shown, once he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a big threat to the Chong family. The Chong family wanted to kill him even in their dreams. Now that the opportunity had come, the Chong family naturally wouldn't miss it. "Fourth uncle, is everything ready?" Chong Ku-chi's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw Chong Si return with his people. "Yes." Zhong Si's eyes also flashed with a hint of firmness and determination. Perhaps the purple-clothed young man's background was indeed not something that their Zhong clan could afford to offend. But now that their Zhong clan had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with him, there was no way that they would let him go. Once he left, he might send a message to a group of powerhouses to destroy the Chong family. But now, the other party was like a trapped beast in a cage. Even if the other party was related to a godly emperor or even a godly emperor, after killing him, the other party wouldn't be able to find out the cause of his death. If they did not kill the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be destroyed. If they killed the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be able to survive. It was not difficult to make a choice in such a situation. Just as Chong Si and Chong Si looked at Duan Lingtian again with killing intent in their eyes, a cold snort suddenly exploded in the room like a clap of thunder. It was none other than Tang Chun who had just stood up. Good, very good. Tang Chun's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Chong Si. His complexion was extremely ugly. The Chong family is truly amazing. Amazing. A mere God-King level family actually dares to try and kill a hidden fog sect inner sect disciple in front of me? You, and even the Chong family, have really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Tang Chun was truly enraged. For better or worse, he was an inner sect elder of the hidden fog sect. The reason he came to Skywind City was to pick up Duan Lingtian, an outstanding Hidden Fog Academy student, recommended by Dean Murong Suifeng to participate in the core disciple assessment. Even if he couldn't pass the assessment, Duan Lingtian was still a quasi-inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was just that the procedures hadn't been completed yet. Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple? Hearing Tang Chun's words, Chong Si and the others were stunned. Then, Chong Keki sneered and said, "Old man, are you still dreaming that Duan Lingtian can become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? How laughable. Today, Duan Lingtian and even you will die here. Once you die, no matter how outstanding you are, it is impossible for you to pass the Hidden Fog Academy and enter the Hidden Fog sect, let alone become an inner sect disciple." Chong Keki sneered. Chong Si and Chong Si also had cold smiles on their faces. As for the old man behind Chong Si, his eyes flashed with uncertainty. Although Chong Si had just told him about his choice with the Chong family's second master, he still wasn't sure. This was because he had seen the beautiful woman with the strength of a divine emperor and the young girl beside Duan Lingtian at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, the beautiful woman had been sitting to the side, as if she were the servant of the young girl and Duan Lingtian. That scene was something that only he, who had seen it with his own eyes, could clearly feel. He always felt that in this situation it was unwise to try and kill Duan Lingtian. It would be better to bend down and apologize. Even if he had to pay a certain price, even if he couldn't protect Chong Keki, he should be able to protect the Chong family. After Duan Lingtian dies, I should leave the Chong family. The old man thought to himself. He always felt uneasy in his heart. The Chong family really has good upbringing. Even a junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Tang Chun sneered. Even Chong Si himself has to bow respectfully when he sees me. Chapter 36-64. Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Boom! Rumble! Tang Chun's divine power swept out, fused with ultimates, and his momentum was vast as if it could pierce through the void. His aura was completely locked on to Chong Si. In Tang Chun's eyes, there was a murderous intent. Even Duan Lingtian, who was sitting to the side, could feel the murderous intent from Tang Chun. It was because of this that he felt that the three from the Chong family were unlucky. However, just as Tang Chun's divine power vibrated and was about to make a move, his divine power aura suddenly stagnated and was forcibly held back. To be more precise, he held back a lot. Bang! Accompanied by a soft sound, Tang Chun withdrew most of his divine power and withdrew his ultimates, and hit Chong Si's body, sending him flying and crashing into the wall on the side of the box. Chong Si's body fell, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but there was a relieved smile on his face. "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me." Seeing this, Chong Er's eyes lit up. Just as Heavy Two's eyes lit up, Tang Chun's divine power once again extended and hit Heavy Two's body, causing Heavy Two to fly out and hit the wall and fall to the ground. Chong Kuchi's cultivation was much weaker than Chong Si's. Even if Tang Chun controlled his divine power well, he was still seriously injured, and he kept spitting out mouthfuls of dazzling blood. "Unfilial son, why don't you thank Elder Tang Chun for not killing you?" Chong Er looked at Chong Kuchi and shouted sternly. Chong Kuchi came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked Tang Chun. "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me." At the same time, Chong Er glanced at Duan Ling Tian from the corner of his eyes, and the joy of surviving a disaster in his heart disappeared. When Tang Chun stopped the assassin in time and only injured his fourth brother, he knew that the old master of the Chong family must have contacted Tang Chun and persuaded him to spare his fourth brother, and even him and his son. Otherwise, with Tang Chun's killing intent just now, not to mention him and his son Chong Kuchi, his fourth brother Chong Si would definitely die. However, although their lives were saved, the joy that had just risen in his heart was completely extinguished the moment he saw Duan Ling Tian. Even if they did not die today, Duan Ling Tian would not let them go. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Bang! With another loud bang, Zhong Er's body also flew off the ground and smashed into the wall. He was injured, but he didn't care about this injury. After thanking Tang Chun for not killing him, he hurriedly sent a message to his elder brother, the head of the Zhong family. "Big brother, even if we survive now, I'm afraid this Duan Ling Tian will be our end." At this point, Chong Er recounted everything that Chong Si had told him to his big brother Chong Er. "What?" When Big Brother learned that Duan Ling Tian was the young man suspected to be from a God Emperor or God Emperor level force, his expression changed instantly. How could this be? He couldn't figure it out at all. Wasn't the other party just a student of the Hidden Fog Academy? Why did he suddenly have such an identity? Is there a mistake? If he has such a background, why did he enter the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect? Big Brother questioned. "I don't know. Big Brother, what should we do now? I have already opened the array that seals the communication. Maybe he has already sent a message to the God Emperor level or God Emperor level force behind him about what happened here. Why don't we take a risk and let the old master send a message to Elder Tang Chun and ask Elder Tang Chun to let us kill him to prevent future trouble? If he hasn't sent a message, we have won the bet," Chong Er said. That's enough time for him to slowly send a message to the others. However, Big Brother rejected Chong Er's idea. "Next, you should try your best to seek his forgiveness. For such a person, it's better not to make enemies if possible. If he is willing to resolve the grudges, our Chong family is willing to pay the price. Even if he asks for an exorbitant price, as long as our Chong family has the ability, we are willing to satisfy him." Big Brother's tone revealed a deep helplessness. From now on, our Chong family can no longer be enemies with him. He didn't know which God Emperor or God Emperor level force Duan Ling Tian belonged to. However, he did have a close relationship with a girl that his fourth brother's confidant saw with his own eyes. His fourth brother's confidant was an old man in the Chong family, so it was impossible for him to lie. There was also no need for him to lie. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the girl who was close to Duan Ling Tian and looked like Duan Ling Tian's brother had been respectfully addressed as young miss by a God Emperor expert. It was obvious that she was his follower. Only the princesses of the top God Emperor level forces or the children of the upper echelons of God Emperor level forces would be able to have a God Emperor as their follower. Such a person only needed to say a word to topple the Chong family and erase their name from the profound Handle land. I originally thought that Elder Tang Chun would kill them. At the very least, he would kill a level 4. I didn't expect that he didn't even kill a single one of them. Duan Ling Tian sat at the side and watched everything before him with an indifferent gaze. Tang Chun didn't kill the 3 people in front of him. However, he had clearly seen Tang Chun stop in time. It wasn't hard to guess that Tang Chun had received a message and didn't kill the 3 people from the Chong family for some reason. This time, I won't kill all of you because of Chong Tianqing. However, if you dare to disrespect me again, I won't show any mercy even if Chong Tianqing pleads for mercy on your behalf. Tang Chun said in a low voice after injuring the 3 people from the Chong family. He sat back down and stared coldly at the 3 people from the Chong family. The 3 people from the Chong family hurriedly replied that there wouldn't be a next time. Also, you wanted to kill Duan Lingtian just now? Tang Chun glanced at the 3 people and said, if I'm not mistaken, you want to kill Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chong family? Elder Tang Chun, you heard wrong. How could we kill Duan Lingtian? When Chong Si and Chong Keki were stunned, Chong Er hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Our Chong family respects young Master Duan Lingtian as an honored guest. If that's the case, why don't you apologize to Duan Lingtian? Tang Chun said in a low voice. When Duan Lingtian heard Tang Chun's words, he knew that the Chong family's attempt to kill him today was destined to go unresolved. If he wanted to get back at them today, he could only rely on himself in the future. It was impossible for him to rely on Tang Chun. Of course, he didn't resent Tang Chun because of this. After all, he didn't have a close relationship with Tang Chun. Tang Chun had already done his utmost for the Chong family to apologize to him. Tang Chun had no obligation to help him further. However, when Chong Si and Chong Kechi were about to apologize to Duan Lingtian, Chong Er beat them to it. He cupped his hands together and said respectfully, young Master Duan, my elder brother, the clan leader of the Chong clan, asked me to tell you that no matter what misunderstandings there are between you and the Chong clan wishes to write off all misunderstandings between you and the Chong clan. For this, our Chong family is willing to pay any price we can. Chong Er said. Chong Keki couldn't understand Chong Er's words and couldn't help but frown. Even Tang Chun was now stunned. He just asked the other party to apologize to Duan Lingtian. But he didn't expect the other party to make such a statement. Didn't they understand his words? He said that they only needed to apologize. Did the Chong family have too many treasures? However, at this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not expect number 2 to express such a stance. Moreover, number 4 and the old man behind him were not surprised when they saw the expressions of the other 3 people beside number 2. Only Chong Er's son, Chong Keki, was surprised. Obviously, Chong Si and the old man behind him agreed with Chong Er's words and didn't have any objections. This was thought-provoking. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes swept over the old man behind Chong Si, and a thought flashed in his mind. The old man's appearance overlapped with a face in his memory. He remembered. In the past, before he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he and Duan Xiaoyu had sat together in Box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house. After bidding for the first, second, and third divine pills, someone from the Zhou family had sent the pills over. Normally, it would be enough for the other party to send the pills over alone. However, the other party wasn't alone. There was another person behind him, and it was an old man. At that time, he found it strange, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought it was a strange rule of the Zhou family's auction house. But now he remembered. The old man he saw in Box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house and the old man standing behind Chong Si were the same person. It seems that his appearance in Box 9 wasn't a coincidence. Chong Si must have asked him to come over and see who I am. After all, I snatched the divine pill that Chong Si wanted in front of everyone and embarrassed him. He remembered that when he snatched the first, second, and third divine pills from Chong Si was furious. At that time, many people said that Chong Si was vengeful and that he was unlucky. However, he also knew in his heart that Chong Si would be vengeful. Later, when the beautiful woman next to the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu, walked out of Box 9 and displayed her strength as a god emperor, Chong Si would definitely not dare to take revenge on him. No wonder he noticed that the old man behind Chong Si looked at him strangely. Apparently, the old man recognized him. With all these reasons, he wasn't surprised that the second master of the Chong family was acting so humble. The Chong family obviously wanted to make peace with him and didn't dare to provoke him. As for the reason, it was because of the mysterious girl Duan Xiaoyu. Back then, when the old man behind Chong Si saw him in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house, Duan Xiaoyu was sitting next to him and holding his hand intimately. She even called him brother. War sovereign Ling Tian. Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Chong Keki behind Chong Heir. Master Chong Heir, the grudges between me and the Zhong family are all because of your son Chong Keki. I only have 2 requests for the Zhong family. The first request is that Chong Keki cannot live. Duan Lingtian said. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Chong Heir and Chong Keki's expressions changed drastically. Even Chong Heir's face became ugly. He couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Duan, can't you leave some leeway?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Heir indifferently. "When your Zhong family wanted to kill me, did you ever think of leaving some leeway?" Without waiting for Chong Heir's response, Duan Lingtian looked at Chong Heir and said with a mocking expression, "Master Chong Heir, if the Zhong family can't even fulfill the first request, I don't think there's a need for me to make a second request." At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun beside him. "Elder Tang Chun, I can't eat this meal. How about I go back to the Hidden Fog Academy and wait for you? At that time, you don't have to run to the Hidden Fog Academy. You just need to send me a message." Before leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun exchanged soul beads so they could communicate with each other. "No, I'm not eating either." Tang Chun shook his head. "Let's go back to the sect." Although Tang Chun didn't know what was going on, he knew this wasn't the time to ask Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he didn't think the Zhong family would agree to Duan Lingtian's first request. Who was Chong Keki? Although Chong Keki didn't have much of a presence in Tang Chun's eyes, he had heard of him a long time ago. He knew that Chong Keki was a crown prince of the Zhong family and was the first candidate to succeed the Zhong family. Moreover, he was the son of Chong Heir. Now that Duan Lingtian said he wanted Chong Keki's life in front of Chong Heir, it was already good enough that Chong Heir didn't flip out. How could he agree to Duan Lingtian's conditions? Today, even if Murong Suifeng, the vice sect master of the Hidden Fog Academy, was here, Chong Heir wouldn't agree. However, just as Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with Tang Chun, a scene that shocked Tang Chun appeared. "My unfilial son has offended young Master Duan many times. He deserves to die." A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his throat rang out. In the next moment, accompanied by a bang sound, blood splattered out in the private room. A body that was originally alive completely fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. It was the Zhong family's second master, Chong Heir. In front of everyone, he slapped his son Chong Keki's head and sent him away. Duan Lingtian was indifferent to the scene in front of him, because he had already guessed that this would be the outcome, and this outcome further confirmed his conjecture in his heart. Lingtian War Reverend. Chapter 3666. In the Hidden Fog sect, core elders were also considered inner sect elders. However, ordinary inner sect elders didn't have a ranking. They were only called inner sect elders. Only the core elders of the inner sect had a ranking, such as the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and so on. In the past, the person who came to Hidden Fog Academy to look for Duan Lingtian and ask him to become his disciple was the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Second Elder. The Hidden Fog sect's inner sect Second Elder was a core elder with a relatively high status within the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, this didn't mean that the Second Elder was the strongest core elder. In the Hidden Fog sect, there were many core elders of the older generation who weren't listed in the elder ranking. But they weren't elders. Instead, they were respected as grand elders. I understand. Listening to Tang Chun's explanation, Duan Lingtian nodded. He smiled and said, Elder Tang Chun, the truth is that you don't need to explain so much. I can understand. After all, in the eyes of the sect, compared to the Zhong family, I'm nothing. As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth seemed to curl into a wisp of self-ridicule. Duan Ling Tian, don't joke around. Tang Chun shook his head and said, just now, that Zhong family member's attitude towards you changed. I am well aware that it wasn't because of me. There is someone behind you, right? As Tang Chun spoke, he looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian and asked with deep meaning. In order to extinguish Duan Ling Tian's anger, the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir didn't hesitate to kill his own son. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. To be able to force someone to kill his own son, it could be seen how determined that person was. And that person was the Zhong family's second master Zhong heir. This also meant that in Zhong heir's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was someone that he and the Zhong family couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. And Duan Ling Tian's own strength definitely wasn't enough to make the Zhong family fear him. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Tang Chun to guess. There was someone behind Duan Ling Tian, someone who could make the Zhong family bow and lower their heads. In response to Tang Chun's question, Duan Ling Tian only smiled. However, this smile appeared to be unfathomable in Tang Chun's eyes, further confirming his guess. But, just now, they really did want to kill you. Knowing that you have an extraordinary identity, they wanted to kill you. Tang Chun did not care much about Duan Ling Tian before this. Now, he dared not neglect Duan Ling Tian, because he already knew that Duan Ling Tian had a powerful trump card behind him. It was a trump card that could force the Chong family to lower their heads and force the second son of the Chong family to kill his own son. Furthermore, he also knew that his actions earlier had chilled Duan Ling Tian's heart. Although Duan Ling Tian was still polite to him on the surface, he could sense that there was a sense of unfamiliarity between them. They were no longer as close as before. For this reason, he was trying to salvage his relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Regardless of the trump card behind Duan Ling Tian, since it could force the Chong family to compromise, it meant it was worth it for him to take the initiative to befriend Duan Ling Tian. They've set up a spirit formation outside the room. If I'm not mistaken, that spirit formation is used to block communication. At that time, they discovered I was only a higher deity, so they wanted to kill both of us in one fell swoop. That way, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, as long as they can't trace it back to them, they'll be fine. However, they didn't expect the person beside you to be me, Tang Chun. After I revealed my strength and cultivation base, they recognized me and opened the formation to ask for help. For the sake of the legacy of the clan, Chi-Er's sacrifice is worth it. Although Chong-Er said this, his voice was trembling violently because of the suppression. Second brother. Chong Ku-Chi looked back at Chong-Er and said, I've already activated the layers of formations outside the ancestral hall. No matter how big the commotion is, the people outside won't be able to detect it. You don't have to suppress yourself anymore. Vent your emotions appropriately. Almost at the same time, Zhong-Er's robe suddenly exploded. A turbulent divine power swept out, and in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind blew, causing all the decorations in the ancestral hall to sway. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the ancestral hall. Then, Chong-Er stepped out and collapsed in front of Chong Ku-Chi's white cloth bed. His eyes filled with bloodthirsty hatred. Chi-Er, father is useless. I can't avenge you. Father is useless. Chong-Er continued to growl, his voice growing louder and louder, then gradually fading away. Chong-Er then put on a clean robe again, and his whole person returned to his previous appearance. His body no longer trembled from suppressing his emotions. He walked up to Chong Ku-Chi and squeezed out a smile. Big brother, don't worry, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Chong Ku-Chi placed a hand on Chong-Er's shoulder and nodded. We all believe that Chi-Er can understand you. Even if Chi-Er had a choice, I believe that he would have sacrificed himself for the sake of the family, Chong Ku-Chi said. Chong-Er smiled bitterly. Chong-Er laughed bitterly in his heart. He was very clear about his son. He was definitely not someone who would sacrifice himself for the family. If he had a choice, he would never commit suicide. That was why he had taken action personally. He was worried that if he was too late and his son begged for mercy, his heart would soften. Big brother, don't worry, I'm really fine. We can always have another son. But once the family is gone, we're all done for. Chong-er forced a smile on his face and grinned. Big brother. Chong-er then asked Chong-ku-chi. That Duan Lingtian's second request is obviously to blackmail our Chong clan. What kind of gift should we prepare for him? When the word gift was mentioned, Chong-er's face couldn't help but darken, his eyes flashing fiercely. It would have been fine if he had made a request, but he didn't. That's the most troublesome part. Zhong said with a sigh. Before coming to the ancestral shrine, I've spoken to the old master about this matter. The old master's intention is to give half of the divine stones in the clan to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, we'll give half of the divine weapons, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs to him as well. The patriarch also knows about the incident at the Zhou clan's auction. According to his speculation, that girl should be from an emperor-level faction. An emperor-level faction. Originally, when Chong-er, and Chong-er heard that they were going to give Duan Lingtian, they were all very reluctant, as they felt that it was too much. However, when they realized that Duan Lingtian was backed by an emperor-level faction, they immediately gave up on the idea of giving Duan Lingtian compensation. Worldly possessions could be fought for if they were gone. But once the family was gone, everything would be gone. Big brother, I have no objections. Chong-er was the first to express his opinion. I have no objections either. Chong-er also expressed his opinion. As for Chong-er, he also said, I believe in the patriarch's judgment. Old heir, the patriarch wants me to tell you, after that Duan Lingtian goes to the hidden fog sect, he will further investigate Duan Lingtian's background. If Duan Lingtian really has a background that our Chong clan can't afford to provoke, then that's fine. But if he doesn't, then no matter how much he eats from our Chong clan, the patriarch will make him spit it out. Chong-er said to Chong-er. Chong-er's eyes flashed with a cold light. He coldly said, if he doesn't have such a background, I will kill him with my own hands. I will tear him to pieces and grind his bones to dust. Chapter 36-67. On the way to the Hidden Fog Sect, Duan Lingtian confirmed with Tang Chun that the Hidden Fog Sect's next core disciple assessment would be held in half a year. If you enter the sect now, you will be an inner sect disciple. After becoming an inner sect disciple, you will enjoy all the treatment an inner sect disciple can enjoy. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian, normally, even if you have the vice sect master's recommendation, you will have to wait until the core disciple assessment begins before you can enter the sect. But this time, the vice sect master has recommended you twice in a row. The first time was to recommend you to become a core disciple of the sect. The second time was to recommend you to enter the sect ahead of time and become an inner sect disciple. After all, according to the sect's rules, after a student of the Hidden Fog Academy becomes a 10-star student, they will need to stay for a certain period of time before they can enter the sect. This is the first time the vice sect master has recommended someone to enter the sect ahead of time since he became the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. And because it was the first time, the sect quickly agreed. If it was the second time, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After listening to Tang Chun, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. He never imagined that Murong Suifeng had done so much for him in secret. He didn't doubt Tang Chun's words. After all, he would be able to find out for himself when he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. There was no need for Tang Chun to lie. The sect's encampment is up ahead. Under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became and the more it blocked his line of sight. In the past, it was not like Duan Lingtian had never been to a sect or clan's estate that was covered by a formation. However, those sects and clans' estate only had a few layers of fog at most. But now, under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Lingtian passed through dozens of layers of fog. Moreover, the fog became thicker and thicker. His visibility was less than 100 meters, and his divine sense was restricted as soon as he extended it. It was clear that this fog was condensed by an array formation. "We're here." It wasn't until he passed through the 99th level of fog that Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up with light. Tang Chun's voice also sounded out, telling Duan Lingtian that they had arrived at the hidden fog sect station. Duan Lingtian looked over, and what entered his eyes was no longer lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, but a vast grassland instead. Moreover, on the grassland, there was an extremely enormous floating island that floated in the horizon, and it was like the gathering of celestial beings. The area of the floating island was very large. At first glance, Duan Lingtian felt that it was at least as large as 1,000 Skywind cities. There were buildings, natural mountain ridges, and barren hills on the island. It was clear that this was the hidden fog sect station. And outside the hidden fog sect station, the floating island was surrounded by a layer of fog. The scenery within flashed in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, faintly discernible. "The 99 layers of fog I brought you through just now is the sect's protective array formation. If you aren't someone from the sect, it would be impossible to pass through those array formations so smoothly." Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian, "I have an inner sect elder status token on me, so I can bring people in and out, but I can only bring 3 people in at most, and this is because I am an inner sect elder. If you are an outer sect elder or an inner sect disciple, you can only bring 1 person in. As for outer sect disciples, they don't have the qualifications to bring anyone in. They can only come in alone." She believed that no matter how many women the man she liked had, she would be the one that her man couldn't live without. The other women were destined to be green leaves, complementing the fresh flower that was her. "Come with me." Tang Wuyen glanced at the man in front of her indifferently and greeted him indifferently. Then, she led the way. Duan Lingtian didn't react to this. He followed behind her calmly and didn't say a word along the way. However, he thought more highly of Tang Wuyen in his heart. He didn't even need to guess to know that Tang Wuyen's appearance here was Tang Chun's doing. Tang Chun had mentioned his grandniece when he wanted to introduce her to him. It must be this woman in front of him. If Tang Wuyen had approached him passionately, he would have looked down on her. Now, seeing that she was ignoring him, Duan Lingtian was secretly relieved. At the same time, he thought more highly of her. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with women who were throwing themselves at him. "If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me." Although Tang Wuyen wasn't so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian, she wasn't silent either. After walking for a while, she introduced the surrounding buildings to Duan Lingtian. These buildings were either a hall in the hidden fog sect that was in charge of a certain aspect or the residence of a core elder or inner sect elder. In the hidden fog sect station, the residence of the hidden fog sect's higher-ups wasn't gathered together. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the entire hidden fog sect was the same no matter where they were. Therefore, the cultivation resources they could enjoy were the same no matter where they lived. This also led to the residences of the hidden fog sect's higher-ups being distributed in every corner of the hidden fog sect station. That's the second elder's residence. When Tang Wuyen brought Duan Lingtian over a spacious building that resembled a small palace, she introduced it to Duan Lingtian. Of course, this isn't just the second elder's residence. It is also where he cultivates. In fact, most of his disciples cultivate here. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then his heart stirred. He remembered that when he was still at Hidden Fog Academy, there was a person who claimed to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. This person wanted him to become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but Duan Lingtian refused. Then, that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to attack Duan Lingtian, but the person behind him stopped him in time. How many second elders are there in the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked. Just one. Tang Huiyan said. Within the Hidden Fog sect, there have always been a total of 19 core elders. The second elder is one of them. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are only 19 core elders. Apart from the 19 ranked core elders, there are some other core elders. Chapter 3669. Fourth Junior Brother. What's the matter? A figure stepped into the air from the building in front of Meng Xinghan and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. If Duan Lingtian was still here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. It was Tu Feng, the one who had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy to recruit him as a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but was rejected by him. At that time, after he rejected him, Tu Feng showed a very unfriendly attitude. It was as if he couldn't wait for him to die before he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Eldest senior brother, do you remember that 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy? Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian, the person who became the strongest 10-star student in the Hidden Mist Academy as soon as he entered the academy. He even accumulated more than 120,000 points during the 10-star test. Not only did he break the Hidden Mist Academy's record, but he even surpassed the previous record by 3 times. Meng Xinghan asked. Although he and his senior brother, Tu Feng, had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City to look for Duan Lingtian before the 10-star student trial began, they were still shocked when they heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the 10-star student trial in Skywind City. Moreover, according to their idea, that was the best opportunity for the God King level family to kill Duan Lingtian. But in the end, Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. Of course I remember. Tu Feng's eyes flashed. I heard from Master that Vice Sect Master Murong recommended him to enter the sect in advance and become an inner sect disciple. At the same time, he recommended him to participate in the core disciple assessment. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Although Tu Feng's tone was calm, the depths of his eyes flashed with a cold light, like a sword. Eldest senior brother. Meng Xinghan said with a dignified expression that Duan Lingtian is now an inner sect disciple of our Hidden Fog Academy. Even if you are dissatisfied with his previous response, it's best not to act against him. You also know the rules of the sect. Meng Xinghan knew that this eldest senior brother of his was famous for having a violent temper, and he was deeply afraid that his eldest senior brother would come looking for Duan Lingtian to vent his anger once he was displeased. I know. Tu Feng replied impatiently. Did you come to me just to remind me? Yes. Meng Xinghan smiled bitterly. He had come to look for his eldest senior brother not only to tell him that something unexpected had happened to Duan Lingtian, but also to remind him not to make a move against Duan Lingtian without permission. Once things got out of hand, perhaps even their master would not be able to save him. I'm not that stupid, Tu Feng disdainfully said. Since that Duan Lingtian has come to the Hidden Fog sect, I, Tu Feng, have plenty of methods to deal with him. There is no need for me to personally act. Moreover, he isn't worthy of me personally acting. Although Tu Feng wasn't a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he was still a relatively famous existence amongst the inner sect disciples. A part of the reason he was famous was because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. But a greater part of the reason was because of his strength. He was a God King powerhouse amongst the inner sect disciples. A lower divine king who was less than 10,000 years old was rare even among the inner sect disciples. That's good. Meng Xinghan relaxed as he heard this. All right, if there's nothing else, you should cultivate diligently and try to break through to the God King realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, that Duan Lingtian will catch up to you soon. Tu Feng waved his hand at Meng Xinghan and then left by himself. He didn't return to his residence but instead went far away. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, she continued. With your talent and comprehension, not to mention Vice Sect Master Morong, even many Grand Elders and Guardians who have the same status in the sect as Vice Sect Master Morong, or even higher Guardians, want to accept you as a disciple after your results in the 10-star trial at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy came out. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, this was also what he was puzzled about. When he first met Morong Suifeng, he was already prepared for the possibility that Morong Suifeng wanted to accept him as a disciple. He also thought about how to refuse, but, in the end, Morong Suifeng didn't say a word. At that time, he was thinking, could it be that Morong Suifeng found out about his response when Tu Feng came to find him? However, based on what Tang Wuyan had just said, it didn't seem to be that simple. Vice sect leader Morong used to have a disciple whom he doted on very much. However, that disciple died prematurely in the end. After his disciple died, he swore that he wouldn't accept another disciple. Of course, he didn't swear a blood oath. Tang Wuyan continued. Even if he didn't swear a blood oath, according to my granduncle, he wouldn't go back on his words. My granduncle knows Vice Sect Master Morong very well about this. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyan's eyes glinted with respect for Morong Suifeng. Then, Tang Wuyan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, when the news of your arrival in the sect spreads out, I'm afraid many guardians and grand elders will want to accept you as a disciple. When the time comes, you have to think carefully about which guardian or grand elder you want to become a disciple of. However, my advice to you is, try your best to become a disciple of Wind City. That way you'll be better taken care of. After all, you're from Wind City. Tang Wuyan was Tang Chun's grandniece. Although she was not born in Wind City, Tang Chun had taken Wind City's side in the sect. Therefore, when she entered the sect, she was labeled as a member of the Wind City faction. If you join another sect, you'll naturally be taken care of. However, they might doubt your loyalty. After all, you're from Wind City. Of course, what I've given you is just a suggestion. It's up to you to make the final decision. In the end, Tang Wuyan added, I hope my words won't affect you. No matter what you choose, it's your freedom. The Wind City branch won't target you just because you joined another branch. After all, you're from the same sect. After hearing Tang Wuyan's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. After crossing the mountains in front, we'll reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Tang Wuyan led Duan Lingtian through a building and arrived in front of a mountain range. She looked at the towering mountains in front of them and spoke to Duan Lingtian. In the sect, there are thousands of inner sect disciples. Among them, only 10 to 20% are disciples of the upper echelons. Most of the inner sect disciples usually stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. There are also some who go out to gain experience and haven't returned. There are also some older ones who are helping the sect manage some businesses outside. Usually, there are only 1,000 or so people who stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. After Tang Wuyan finished speaking, she led Duan Lingtian over the mountains and arrived at a vast hilly area. In front of them was a hilly area. It was uneven and complicated, and in every corner of this hilly area, there were stone and wooden houses. Moreover, these stone and wooden houses were all different. They didn't look like they were built by the Hidden Fog sect specifically for inner sect disciples. The residences here are all built by the inner sect disciples themselves. The cobwebbed areas are unoccupied. Now, I've told you what you wanted to know. Can you move aside and stop blocking my path? Sorry. After all, he was in the wrong. Facing the other party's impatience, Duan Lingtian repeatedly apologized and moved aside. However, his mind had already completely shifted to the celestial stairway struggle in 4 months. There are still 4 months. In these 4 months, I have to strive to become a higher god. If I can become a higher god, even if I snatch first place in the celestial stairway struggle, I won't attract too much attention. Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he could seize first place in the celestial stairway struggle with his middle god cultivation, he still felt that it would be too high profile. At that time, even the hidden fog sect's sect master might be alarmed by him. In contrast, he would also attract jealousy and suspicion, leading to some unnecessary troubles. There might even be people who would try to kill him. After all, although a sect like the Hidden Fog sect was rich in cultivation resources, there was still a limit. If he took a share of the spoils, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be happy about it. He wasn't afraid of other inner sect disciples. But what if it was the elders behind them? On the surface, the elders behind them wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but what about behind their backs? If it's possible, it seems that I have to find a backer in the Hidden Fog sect. It's impossible to take them as my master. After all, I already have a master. It's impossible for me to take a second master. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a headache. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Duan Lingtian returned to the stone house and began to cultivate. He cultivated until someone disturbed him. Although this person didn't forcefully attack the array disc, it still woke him up from his cultivation. For a time, Duan Lingtian also awoke from his cultivation and walked out of the stone house. Outside the stone house, two figures stood side by side. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. The middle-aged man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. But there was a dark haze between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. The young man wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he even seemed a bit dull. But his eyes were bright and spirited, like a torch. "Are you looking for me?" Duan Lingtian looked at the two complete strangers in front of him and asked with a frown. "Are you new here?" The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian asked back, "This stone house is where my big brother cultivates. After a while, he will return. Since you don't know anything, I won't bicker with you. You can move out." The middle-aged man lightly said, "Your big brother's cultivation place?" If he had just arrived and hadn't flipped through the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook, Duan Lingtian might have felt apologetic and moved out of the stone house. But now he didn't plan on leaving. This was because the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook clearly stated one point. Within the Inner Sect Disciple's cultivation place, as long as it is covered with cobwebs, anyone can use it. There is no such thing as seizing another's place. "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded. Then he impatiently said, "This stone house was built by my big brother himself. You're new here, so you should hurry up and move out." "Why should I?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man and asked again. Since the other party was an Inner Sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, it was impossible for him to not know the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. But now, he actually disregarded the rules and acted recklessly. Moreover, he hadn't been here for long and the other party had already come looking for trouble. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Chapter 3671. Facing Duan Lingtian's strength and unyielding attitude, coupled with the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. Although he was an Inner Sect disciple and a higher deity at that, in truth, his strength could only be considered as the weakest among the higher deity-level Inner Sect disciples. Even some of the more powerful intermediate deity-level Inner Sect disciples could fight him to a draw. He wasn't a fool. Would someone who could become an Inner Sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect be so stupid as to seek a beating? How could an intermediate deity-level Inner Sect disciple be so confident in facing a higher deity-level Inner Sect disciple like him? "Who are you?" At this moment, not only did the middle-aged man have a little more fear in his eyes, but even the seemingly dull young man beside him also had a look of bewilderment in his eyes. At the same time, he asked in a timely manner, "You don't know who I am and you dare to disturb my cultivation?" Duan Lingtian sneered. "The person who sent you to cause trouble for me didn't tell you who I am?" Now, even if he used his butt to think, Duan Lingtian could already guess who sent these two people to make things difficult for him. It had to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng, who he had rejected in the past. Or, did Tu Feng not tell you who I am? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two. In the next moment, he saw their expressions change. They looked at Duan Lingtian as if they had seen a ghost. Although they hadn't been sent by Tu Feng, they had indeed come because of him. Tu Feng had been chatting with one of their senior brothers who usually acted as a follower. He had mentioned that he wanted to deal with an inner sect disciple who had just entered the sect and had asked their senior brother for help. They had privately discussed and decided to act first and report later. They would deal with that inner sect disciple first and then go to their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng to ask for credit. At that time, their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng wouldn't be stingy. It was just that they had thought this matter was in the bag. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so calm when facing them, as if he didn't fear them at all. This made them feel uneasy. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the two and grinned, a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the two people's expressions changed again. You are Duan Lingtian? You're that 10-star student, Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Skywind City? It was apparent both of them had heard of Duan Lingtian before. When they heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, horror dawned on both of their faces. Their eyes and expressions were filled with panic. Duan Lingtian, the monster from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results in the 10-star student trial at Wine City's Hidden Mist Academy had long spread throughout the Hidden Mist sect. Even they had heard of it. At the same time, they also knew that the Hidden Mist Academy had a new student. He was less than 3,000 years old, but his cultivation was at the intermediate god level. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space law. It had to be known that even they had only comprehended 2 or 3 types of dual profound meanings of the law they were proficient in. Moreover, they were much older than Duan Lingtian. They knew that although they were all higher god level, if they really fought, they might not be Duan Lingtian's match. Even if they joined forces, they might only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. However, such an existence would definitely go further than them in the future. Now they had offended him. But with Duan Lingtian's hearing, he heard everything clearly. Nature pill. Hearing this inner sect disciple's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that the Hidden Fog sect would give out a nature pill to the first place of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The nature pill was a divine pill used by gods. It had no effect on those above the divine king realm. One could become a divine king after 9 nature pills. This was also the introduction of the nature pill in the plane of gods. No matter how lousy a higher deity's innate talent was, after taking 9 origins pills, they would still be able to become a god king with a 100% chance of becoming one. As for those with good innate talent, the origins pill was also a great help in becoming a god king. It was said that there were heaven-defying talents that could take 9 nature pills on the day they broke through to the higher divine spirit realm, becoming a lower divine king on the same day. 2 realms in one day, and this sort of case wasn't rare in the plane of gods. Not to mention that God Venerable level influences raised their juniors in this way, even God Emperor level influences would raise the proud sons of heaven with monstrous talent and perception. It was just that very few people received such treatment. For this reason, one could easily imagine the value of a nature pill to a god. The first place in the Heavenly Stairway contest will be rewarded with a nature pill, while the first place in the Divine King realm will be rewarded with a tribulation immunity fruit. Duan Lingtian knew about the nature pill. He had also heard of the tribulation immunity fruit. Unlike the nature pill that was refined by a divine alchemist using various rare medicinal herbs, The tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that was naturally nourished by heaven and earth. After consuming it, it had no effect on one's cultivation base. However, it could help a divine king withstand the heavenly tribulation. Whether it was in the realms of gods, the Devata realms, or even the mundane realms, those above the divine king realm would have to face the heavenly tribulation. Once one entered the divine king realm, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would become stronger and stronger. If one's strength could not keep up with the heavenly tribulation, there was only one outcome for one. One would be killed by the heavenly tribulation and die. It was also precisely because existences above the God King level had to face heavenly tribulations that kept getting stronger and stronger that many higher deities both yearned for and feared the God King level. It was to the extent that some people who had set their sights on becoming a God King would develop inner demons and be unable to break through for a very long time. Moreover, the mysteries of the law of fire that were fused with his divine power were not all at the great mastery level. You're also an intermediate deity. How would you know if you don't try? The sloppy young man asked in a hoarse voice. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then his divine power flashed out. All the mysteries of the law of space that were at the great mastery level appeared, causing the air in the small valley to stagnate. At the same time, the small valley fell into a dead silence. After a while, the sloppy young man slowly said, I admit defeat. For a moment, Duan Lingtian successfully stepped into the level of a higher deity in the midst of the fierce battle. A last-minute breakthrough? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's last-minute breakthrough, not only did his opponent, the inner sect disciple imprisoned on the 7th level of the celestial stairway, show no fear, but instead pounced on him even more ferociously. This was because during a last-minute breakthrough, one would need to spend time to stabilize the transformed power of divinity. Now, this inner sect disciple was trying to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. Once the sneak attack succeeded, he would most likely win. Swoosh! However, Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed that he would strike at this moment. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With a flash, he appeared at another location. Then, the inner sect disciple continued his sneak attack. After Duan Lingtian had slightly calmed down his transformed power of divinity, it was already too late for him to use another teleport. Instantly, his gaze turned cold as he glared at the inner sect disciple who had launched another sneak attack. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. When the inner sect disciple approached, Duan Lingtian immediately used the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of space raged and exploded around him, killing the inner sect disciple on the spot. This was also the first person that Duan Lingtian had killed in the process of challenging the celestial stairway. Along the way, he had not deliberately killed anyone. After all, there was no enmity between them. He felt that there was no need to do so. After killing the inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged on the 7th level of the celestial stairway to cultivate, calming down his newly transformed divine power. At the same time, outside the celestial stairway, many inner sect disciples, including Tang Wuyen, were looking at the little dot of light that Duan Lingtian had turned into. This was because this dot of light was climbing the celestial stairway at an extremely fast speed. From the first level to the sixth level, it had maintained an extremely fast speed. From the sixth level to the seventh level, it was slightly slower. However, at the seventh level, it suddenly became quiet. After a long while, it did not reach the eighth level, but it did not disappear either. Looks like that Duan Lingtian is going to stop at the seventh level. An inner sect disciple sighed. To be able to reach the seventh level as a medium deity is already very impressive, as expected of the monster from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He really lives up to his name. That's right. Even the 10 most powerful inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to make it to the seventh floor when they were still intermediate gods. Even if Duan Lingtian is eliminated on the seventh level, he should be proud of himself. It's obvious that he barely passed the seventh level. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible for him to pass the eighth level. The gatekeeper of the eighth level went easy on him? That's impossible, right? It has to be known that those gatekeepers are inner sect disciples of our hidden fog sect who committed a grave mistake and were locked up. Once they succeed, they can reduce the number of years they can be imprisoned. To them, this is a good thing. In this situation, how could they possibly go easy on us? That being said, in the history of our hidden fog sect, there have been cases of people going easy on him. There are all kinds of reasons. More often than not, it's because the gatekeeper gave up on himself and knew the challenger. As the saying went, 3 people became a tiger. As some inner sect disciples took the lead to voice their doubts, more and more people began to think that Duan Lingtian could pass the 8th level because the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. Humph! So what if he obtained first place in this celestial stairway struggle? No one will believe him. Chi Yu sneered. Senior apprentice brother Chi Yu. Although Tang Wuyan also felt that the possibility of the gatekeeper of the 8th level going easy on Duan Lingtian was very high. She didn't know why, but when she heard Chi Yu's words, she still didn't like it. Are you sure? Can't he pass the 8th level with his own strength? Junior apprentice Sister Wuyan. Chi Yu said with a smile. A person who wasted so much time on the 7th level, do you think that after he ascends to the 8th level, he will be able to pass so easily with his own strength? Hearing this, Tang Wuyan frowned. Maybe he started cultivating on the 7th floor and only went to the 8th floor after he became a higher deity? Breakthrough? How can there be such a coincidence? Chi Yu was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. He felt that this possibility was very low. Of course, he couldn't help but be wary. That Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate god now. He could still suppress him, but when he broke through to the higher god realm in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Duan Lingtian didn't know what was happening outside. Now, after meeting Xue Haishan on the 8th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian had successfully arrived at one of the small dimensions on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. The small dimension had picturesque scenery with mountains and rivers. A figure in a white robe stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He had an elegant temperament. After Duan Lingtian appeared, his eyes fell on this person. This was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Although his face was ordinary, the invisible aura he exuded made it impossible for others to ignore him. Even in a crowd, he would definitely be the most conspicuous one. You're quite strong to be able to make it here with your cultivation level as a higher god. When Duan Lingtian felt a divine consciousness enveloping him, he heard the middle-aged scholar's voice suddenly speak again. It was similar to how he had defeated Shui Haishan, who was at the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Bang! A violent spatial energy came crashing down like a giant hammer and landed on the middle-aged scholar's body, sending him flying violently. Of course, at this critical moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew most of his strength. Otherwise, the middle-aged scholar would have died without a doubt. Just as the middle-aged scholar regained his senses, his face turned green and pale. He was shocked when he saw the purple figure standing in the distance had taken out the celestial stairway token and left. The figure flashed and disappeared before his eyes. He doesn't plan on going to the 10th level of the celestial stairway? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately thought of something and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that he doesn't want to be too high profile, a higher deity ascending to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, no one has ever done this. The best one has ever done was to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scholar guessed why the purple-clothed youth didn't go to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. It turned out that he wanted to keep a low profile. I really didn't expect the Hidden Fog sect to produce such a character. The middle-aged scholar sighed with a bit of regret. Such a character was even more outstanding than he was in the past. Outside the celestial stairway, the small dot of light that represented Duan Lingtian. After reaching the 9th level of the celestial stairway, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would soon be eliminated. Even Tang Wuyen felt the same way. However, what surprised them was that after Duan Lingtian ascended to the 9th level of the celestial stairway, he didn't come out for a long time. Could it be that he still has the ability to compete with the people on the 9th level of the celestial stairway? Otherwise, how could he last for so long? An inner sect disciple guessed in horror. Impossible. There must be another reason. Another inner sect disciple shook his head. He obviously didn't want to believe this. After all, he stayed on the 7th level of the celestial stairway for a long time. I think so too. The gatekeeper must have gone easy on him for him to pass the 8th level of the celestial stairway so easily. The group of people outside never expected that the reason Duan Lingtian stayed on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for so long was because he was chatting with the gatekeeper. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the group of people, Duan Lingtian finally appeared. He had stopped on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Naturally, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to come out after defeating the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. They thought Duan Lingtian was mercilessly eliminated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian is out. He stopped on the 9th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 9th level for such a long time. If there are no accidents, he'll be the first in the celestial stairway contest this time. He's really lucky. The group of inner sect disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian heard them loud and clear. Elder. When Duan Lingtian passed the celestial stairway order to the old man asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, did you fight with the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for a long time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It ended quickly. Could be said that it ended in a single exchange. It ended in a single exchange. The old man was startled. If that's the case, why did you stay on the 9th level for such a long time? At this moment, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they all thought that Duan Lingtian had been defeated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway in a single exchange. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would say that he had defeated the gatekeeper on the 9th level in a single exchange. However, as the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder asked this question, the other inner sect disciples also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were curious as to why Duan Lingtian could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. We chatted for a while. Duan Lingtian's reply caused everyone to be petrified. They never thought that this was the reason. It was because he had chatted with the gatekeeper that he could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. This fellow, how could his luck be so good? He met a gatekeeper who was willing to chat with him. One had to know that it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of chatting with the keeper that they couldn't defeat in order to prolong the time they had to spend on the last floor. However, the keeper seemed to have the attitude of not saying anything more than half a sentence, and directly eliminated them mercilessly. You've really run into dog sh*t luck. Chi Yu sneered. As for Chi Yu's voice, it sounded particularly ear-piercing in this quiet environment. For a time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at him. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he faintly smiled. Yes, your luck is all right. But even if you want to run into dog sh*t luck, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. Seeing Duan Lingtian refute him, Chi Yu's expression sank. At the same time, he sneered, Duan Lingtian, you've finally stopped hiding like a coward. Since you've come out, have you thought about accepting my challenge? Or perhaps you don't dare? Do you want to continue being a coward? Chi Yu sneered. Challenge? Duan Lingtian was stunned. For a moment, he didn't react. At this time, Tang Wuyen took a step forward and walked in front of Duan Lingtian. She said to Duan Lingtian, he's the inner sect disciple who has challenged you every month for the past 3 months. Chi Yu? Duan Lingtian looked at Chi Yu again with a look of realization on his face. I was wondering who it was, so it's the dog that Tu Feng sent to bite me. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even Tang Wuyen, who was standing in front of him, was stunned. She never thought Duan Lingtian would call Chi Yu a dog in front of Chi Yu. Moreover, he even said that Chi Yu was the dog of another inner sect disciple. Tang Wuyen quickly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, do you have a grudge with senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Although Tu Feng was also an inner sect disciple, he was an inner sect disciple who had stepped into the Divine King realm. Chapter 3679. Following Chi Yu's stern shout, the atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. A thick smell of gunpowder rose up, causing everyone's heart to subconsciously hang in the air. At the same time, they stared at the two parties involved, Duan Lingtian and Chi Yu. Courting death. After Chi Yu shouted fiercely, Duan Lingtian glanced at him unhurriedly with a profound gaze. Are you sure you have the ability to do so? Chi Yu sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that just because you were lucky and reached the 9th step of the celestial stairway and had a better result than me, you can look down on me? The ranking of the celestial stairway has never represented the ranking of strength. That's true. You're just a young man who entered the sect not long ago. It's normal that you don't know this. As he spoke, the corners of Chi Yu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. In Chi Yu's opinion, this Duan Lingtian had spent so much time on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. It was impossible for him to pass the 8th step. Yet he had passed the 8th step so quickly. This meant that the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. If the gatekeeper was an inner sect disciple who had been imprisoned for life, it was normal for him to go easy on him. After all, even if they won, there was no way to reduce their sentence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had said that he had been defeated in a single move on the 9th step. Although he had stayed on the 9th step for a long time, it was because he had spent a long time chatting with the gatekeeper. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian's result in this celestial stairway competition surpassed Chi Yu's, Chi Yu still didn't put him in his eyes. He was just a kid who had been lucky for a while. Lucky? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chi Yu. You can try. I'll try then. Chi Yu sneered. Now, do you dare to go to the ultimate martial platform with me? The ultimate martial arena was where the people of the Hidden Fog sect fought. In a duel on the ultimate martial arena, one could admit defeat, and after admitting defeat, the opponent could no longer intentionally take one's life. However, if one did not admit defeat in time, even if one was killed by the opponent, it would be a meaningless death. In the Hidden Fog sect, there was no such thing as a life or death arena. If it was only to compare notes, the hidden fog sex people would go to the martial meeting square, which was right below the extreme martial arena. The ultimate martial platform was an elevated platform located in the sky above the martial arts competition square. Ultimate martial dais? Senior apprentice brother Chi Yu actually wants to go up the ultimate martial stage with Duan Lingtian? Oh my god! Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, you'll be like a sword without eyes. If you don't admit defeat in time, even if you're killed, you'll have died in vain. How much hatred do you have? Senior brother Chi Yu, do you really intend to have a life and death duel with Duan Lingtian? When the surrounding inner sect disciples regained their senses, their faces were basically filled with shock. Some of the people who wished for the world to be in chaos even had their eyes glowing, their faces filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Tang Huiyan quickly stopped Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, if you don't admit defeat in time, even if you die, the sect won't punish you. I know. The inner sect disciples handbook mentions the ultimate martial platform. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Huiyan and faintly smiled. The inner sect elder on duty outside the sky stairway finally couldn't hold himself back and sent a sound transmission to an elder who was on good terms with him. If I remember correctly, you've been on duty at the ultimate martial platform recently? Are you there today? The other party quickly responded, yes, what's the matter? In a moment, that Chi Yu will fight with Duan Lingtian, who was recommended by Vice Sect Master Morong to enter the sect ahead of time. Inform me of the progress at any time. If Duan Lingtian is in danger, remind him to admit defeat with a sound transmission. This little fellow is quite polite and his talent and perception are quite good. If he lives, it will only be beneficial to the sect. The inner sect elder outside the sky stairway said. What? Chi Yu and Duan Lingtian are going to fight on the ultimate martial platform? I see them. Don't worry. I don't want such a genius to die. Elder Peng, who was on duty at the ultimate martial platform, saw a group of people in the distance. He saw that the person leading them was their hidden fog sex Chi Yu. As for Duan Lingtian, although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard that he was a handsome young man in purple clothes. He was clearly following behind Chi Yu. There were a total of 19 ultimate martial platforms. They were located in the skies above the hidden fog sex martial meeting square. However, the 19 ultimate martial platforms were usually empty. The most lively place was the hidden fog sex martial meeting square. There were many hidden fog sect inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples sparring there. The hidden fog sex martial meeting square and ultimate martial platform didn't belong to the inner sect. Rather, they were shared between the inner and outer sect. And they were located between the inner and outer sections. Why are there so many people? How lively! There were many people in the martial meeting square to begin with. When Duan Lingtian, Chi Yu, and the group of inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun arrived, they alarmed many people in the martial meeting square. And when they saw the person in the lead, their eyes brightened. It's Chi Yu. He's ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Senior apprentice brother Chi Yu is going to enter the ultimate martial platform? Who is he going to fight with? That purple-clothed youth behind him, who is he? In the martial meeting square, a group of inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were watching the fun flew into the air out of curiosity. And when they saw that there was no one around them, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were sparring also tacitly stopped and followed. Senior apprentice brother. What's going on? Who is senior apprentice brother Chi Yu going to fight with on the ultimate martial platform? Many people asked the inner sect disciples who came from the sky stairway, and when they obtained the answer, they all revealed looks of shock. It's actually that Duan Lingtian who just entered the sect. Isn't he a middle deity? A mere middle deity dares to fight with senior apprentice brother Chi Yu on the ultimate martial platform? I've heard of him. Although he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space laws, senior apprentice brother Chi Yu has also comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws, In addition to senior apprentice brother Chi Yu's cultivation being a level higher than his, he will undoubtedly lose. I really don't understand why he would agree to a battle with such a great disparity in strength. Although the group of Hidden Fog sect disciples couldn't understand why Duan Lingtian would agree to such a battle, it didn't affect them from joining in on the fun. Many geniuses die prematurely because of their carelessness. Chapter 3680. Just now, before the stairway to heaven, Qi Yu hadn't thought of using his divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. This was because he subconsciously felt that even if Duan Lingtian wanted to make a breakthrough, it would be impossible for him to do so while he was at the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't until he arrived at the ultimate martial platform and saw Duan Lingtian's calm and collected expression that Qi Yu couldn't help but use his divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian. And after he discovered that Duan Lingtian was a higher deity, his heart was in turmoil. The difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's breakthrough was like heaven and earth. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough. But now that Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough, he wasn't confident at all. Although both of them had comprehended the fusion of three profound meanings of a certain law, Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space. As for him, he had only comprehended one of the more ordinary five elemental laws, the law of wind. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the realm of a higher deity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he not lower his voice, but he seemed to have deliberately raised it so that it clearly entered the ears of everyone present, including the two elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform. One of the elders was surnamed Peng. Elder Chen, don't you think you're worrying too much? After hearing Qi Yu's words, Elder Peng subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded Duan Lingtian. After confirming Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder on duty outside the stairway to heaven. What's wrong? Elder Chen, who was on duty outside the stairway to heaven, was naturally dumbfounded when he received the message. Duan Lingtian is also a higher deity. His chances of winning this battle are higher. Okay, you actually want me to remind him to admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Elder Peng snappily said. What? Duan Lingtian is a higher deity? Elder Chen, on the other hand, was shocked. But before he entered the stairway to heaven, he was clearly only an intermediate deity. At that time, I even used my divine consciousness to probe him. Could it be that he made a breakthrough when he was fighting someone on the stairway to heaven? That should be the case. He probably made his breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. After a period of stalemate, he made a breakthrough at the last moment. Then, he successfully cleared the level. Relying on his higher deity cultivation base, he quickly defeated the Guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. In fact, the Guardian on the 8th step didn't go easy on him. As for the 9th step of the celestial stairway, it's highly likely that he'll encounter an inner sect disciple of the Godly King stage. Even if he becomes a higher deity, it'll be difficult for him to be a match for them. It's very normal for him to be defeated in one move. At this moment, Elder Chen understood many things. At the same time, he realized that he had worried for nothing. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer inferior to Qi Yu's. He might even be stronger. I don't know about that. All right, I'll watch these two little fellows fight first, then I'll tell you the result. However, it's highly likely that Qi Yu will admit defeat because I can see fear in his eyes. Elder Peng sent a voice transmission and said, showing fear before the battle is a great taboo. While Elder Peng stopped sending messages and stared intently at the two figures on the ultimate martial platform, the crowd was also abuzz with discussion. Once I become a divine king, I will have the initial strength to protect myself in this completely unfamiliar, profound Handle land. After some thoughts flashed through his mind, Duan Lingtian calmed down and wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. And while Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the people around the extreme martial arena began to disperse one after another. As they left, news of today's battle between Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu spread out. Moreover, in a short period of time, it shook the entire Hidden Fog sect. Even some high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect who knew of this were stunned. Qi Yu died. That brat Qi Yu actually died? I was planning on asking him later if he was interested in becoming my third disciple. Without Qi Yu, we gained a Duan Lingtian. Our Hidden Fog sect didn't suffer a loss. As the true high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect were alarmed, Tu Feng, who was cultivating, was also awakened by a message from his master, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Tu Feng, didn't you go to Hidden Fog Academy last time and accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple on my behalf? The Hidden Fog sect's second elder was called Wu Fengyin. He was a middle-aged man who wore a loose green robe. Between his eyebrows was a vertical purple diamond-shaped mark. His face was hard, and even though his robe was loose, it couldn't conceal his tall and sturdy figure. Go again and invite that Duan Lingtian over. This time I will personally accept him as a disciple. Wu Fengyin said. Hearing this sound transmission, Tu Feng, who had just woken up from his cultivation, was stunned. Master, didn't you say last time that since he doesn't know what's good for him, you wouldn't accept him as a disciple? Is that so? Wu Fengyin lightly replied. Even if that was the case, it was only a joke. Go and invite him over. He isn't even 3,000 years old, and yet he can instantly kill Qi Yu. If he becomes my disciple, his future achievements will be something that even I, Wu Fengyin, will have to look up to. If I, Wu Fengyin, can have such a disciple, my status in the Hidden Fog sect will have a chance to rise even further. When Wu Fengyin sent another message, his tone was much more urgent. What? Hearing Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng was scared silly. Duan Lingtian instantly killed Qi Yu? Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Qi Yu you speak of, is he the one who ranks in the top 10 of the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples? The one who ranked in the top 3 of the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples in the last Celestial Stairway struggle? Tu Feng couldn't help but ask. This was because he found it hard to believe that the one Duan Lingtian killed was the Qi Yu he knew. Besides him, who else could it be? Wu Fengyin lightly said, I know what you're thinking. That Duan Lingtian, when he first came to the sect, was indeed only a middle divine spirit realm. He wasn't Qi Yu's match. But when he was on the 7th step of the celestial stairway under the pressure of the gatekeeper, he smoothly broke through to the higher divine spirit realm. Then, he passed through the 8th step and ascended to the 9th before he was eliminated. If there are no accidents, he should be the first among the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples in this celestial stairway struggle. In addition, not only did he comprehend the fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the space law, but he also touched upon the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Moreover, he smoothly displayed it and killed Qi Yu with a single sword strike. Although the embryonic form of the sword Dao might be due to luck, if he has the confidence, he might be able to grasp the sword Dao. The sword Dao, that is the sword Dao, one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Even I, Wu Fengyin, have lived for tens of thousands of years and have yet to touch the surface of any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. I'll definitely accept this disciple. Alright, you can go now. Wu Fengyin's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, master. Tu Feng's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Wu Fengyin. After he agreed, he was so angry that he smashed the bed under him. Damn it! How can that Duan Lingtian have such strength? Embryonic form of the sword Dao? What kind of dog shit luck did he have? Tu Feng knew that once Duan Lingtian became his master's disciple, even if he was only his junior brother, his position in his master's eyes would be far higher than his. He was destined to be trampled under Duan Lingtian's feet, even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was lower than his. He refused to become your disciple. Honorable Master, your status is so high. For you to accept him as your disciple is a blessing that he cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But he refused. Honorable Master, this disciple feels wronged for you. Tu Feng knelt on the ground, his voice becoming a little hoarse as he spoke. So, it's Master's fault? Wu Fengyin turned around and looked at Tu Feng indifferently, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This disciple doesn't dare. Tu Feng knelt even lower. It's all this disciple's fault. This disciple didn't have foresight and offended him. That's enough. Get up. Wu Fengyin waved his hand, his tone becoming much gentler. Thank you, Honorable Master. Tu Feng was already prepared to be punished, but he never imagined that the result would be like this. With his understanding of his Honorable Master, since his Honorable Master acted like this, he definitely wouldn't punish him. After Tu Feng stood up, Wu Fengyin glanced at him. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for that Duan Lingtian to become my disciple, right? Tu Feng thought that everything was fine, but when he heard Wu Fengyin's question, his heart tightened. Even so, he nodded. Yes, Honorable Master. At this moment, Tu Feng's heart was extremely nervous. It wasn't until he heard Wu Fengyin's next words that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's impossible for him to become my disciple, and he's already your enemy, find an opportunity to get rid of him. Wu Fengyin said indifferently. For a genius like this, it's fine to kill him in the cradle. If he grows up, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. And as your master, I can't just watch you get killed and do nothing. And once I help you, he will regard me as an enemy. It's not a good thing for me either. Before he becomes a divine king, find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. After listening to Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng's eyes lit up and he respectfully replied, Yes, Honorable Master. Originally, he thought he might still be punished, but he didn't expect that he would receive such words from his Honorable Master. His Honorable Master's current order was something he had always dreamed of. Do you think you can handle this matter well? If you're not sure, I can find someone to help you. Wu Fengyin asked again. Honorable Master, I can handle a boy who hasn't even stepped into the Divine King realm. Tu Feng shook his head. He knew very well that if he said he couldn't do it well, his Honorable Master would look down on him while finding someone to help him. After all, he was still a lower Divine King. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a higher Divine King? That's good. Wu Fengyin nodded and said, You may leave. Yes, Honorable Master. Tu Feng respectfully replied and withdrew. In his mind, he had already begun to plan how to deal with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian must have gone into seclusion after the Stairway to Heaven contest to prepare for the core disciple assessment. However, he definitely won't be able to pass the core disciple assessment. Even Elder Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago barely passed the core disciple assessment when he comprehended 2 types of fusion profundities of the law of death at the higher divine king realm and his bloodline power. As for Duan Lingtian, he has only comprehended 1 type of fusion profundities of the space laws. As for the elementary sword Dao, it is far inferior to the increase in power brought to him by the fusion of 3 types of profundities. As for the power of bloodline, I'm not sure if he has it. But even if he does, it isn't enough to make up for the disparity. Thinking of this, Tu Feng calmed down. Before the core disciple assessment, it will be difficult to find a chance to make a move. Then, after the core disciple assessment is over, I'll think of a way to lure him away from the sect. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng naturally didn't dare to move against Duan Lingtian. This was because within the Hidden Fog sect, besides the Stairway to Heaven space, every other place was monitored by the sect's array formation and could be seen through a mirror image. If he openly killed someone within the Hidden Fog sect, even if no one else saw it, it would still be exposed through the array formation's mirror image. Thus, it was impossible for Tu Feng to act within the Hidden Fog sect. Because even if he succeeded, he would be executed by the sect. He could only trick Duan Lingtian into leaving. Duan Lingtian came out of seclusion half a month later. The medicinal efficacy of the 5 revival good fortune pills is truly astonishing. Moreover, the speed at which I absorbed the medicinal efficacy is also astonishing. In just half a day, I was able to perfectly absorb all the medicinal efficacy, allowing me to take a large step forward. Moreover, it has formed a kind of inertia in my body, causing my normal cultivation speed to become extremely exaggerated. It was only now that it has slowed down. The current me is not far from breaking through the threshold of the Divine King realm. I feel like I don't even need to take 4 revival good fortune pills. Just 2 or 3 revival good fortune pills and I can attempt to break through to the Divine King realm. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's cultivation in the past half a month. Moreover, during this process he discovered a problem. The reason why his cultivation was able to form a inertia with the help of so many revival good fortune pills was related to the 99 heavenly veins in his body. Although the natives of the realms of gods had more than 90 heavenly veins since they were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, they were still able to form the bloodline of the supreme powerhouses. During battles, the advantage he had over the speed at which he could utilize his divine energy was not as obvious. However, he was still able to increase his speed. For example, the reason he was able to kill Chi Yu with a single strike was partly because he could utilize his divine energy faster than Chi Yu. However, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins in his body would give him such a pleasant surprise after consuming 5 revival good fortune pills. It has been half a month. The rankings for the Heavenly Stairway contest should be out by now. If there are no surprises, I'll definitely rank first. I'll be rewarded with a revival good fortune pill. After tasting the benefits of the revival good fortune pill, Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain even if it was just a revival good fortune pill. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian deactivated the formation. As soon as he deactivated the formation, he heard voices coming from outside his residence. It seemed like there were many people chatting outside. He wants to be the second Xue Haichuan? He's overestimating himself. Tu Feng didn't think the young man who was on his must-kill list could pass the core disciple assessment for the Divine Spirit realm. He had participated in the assessment before, so he knew how difficult it was. In the last several months, in addition to digesting the revival good fortune pill from the first place Heavenly Stairway struggle, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was getting closer and closer to the God King realm. He wasn't far from breaking through the bottleneck. Normally, the Trial Hall Vice Hall Master opens his inner small world first, and the Divine Spirit Realm Intersect disciples enter first. This time, the Divine King Realm Intersect disciples are actually the ones who enter first. That's not right. The aura coming from this door is similar to Elder Tang Chun's God Force aura. It is the aura of a High God King. This is the Trial Hall Vice Hall Master's inner small world? The Trial Hall Vice Hall Master is a protector of the Hidden Fog Sect, and the 19 protectors of the Hidden Fog Sect are all Divine Emperor powerhouses. Could it be that the God King level core disciple assessment is being conducted in the Vice Hall Master's inner small world? Instead, the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment is being conducted in the Vice Hall Master's body? If that's the case, Then why are they doing this? Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't know that it was because of his appearance that the trial hall vice hall master had changed his mind. He was originally in charge of the God King level core disciple assessment, but now he was in charge of the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment. Every time Zhang Yaoji opened his mouth, even if they hadn't finished speaking, they would abruptly interrupt him without a trace of displeasure. It seems that this Zhang Yaoji's background isn't simple, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After waiting for a while, Duan Lingtian and the rest still didn't see the door of the void open. Moreover, the trial hall was exceptionally quiet at this moment. Other than the few of them, no other sound could be heard. Senior Brother Zhang, do you want to rush him? An inner sect disciple looked at Zhang Yaoji and asked tentatively. Rush him? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Yaoji nodded when he heard that. It seems that we have waited for quite a long time. Then, in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Zhang Yaoji turned to look at the other side of the trial hall and said loudly, Old man, what are you waiting for? I've been waiting for so long that it's too late. When Zhang Yaoji said that, Duan Lingtian was instantly dumbfounded. Old man? Who is this Zhang Yaoji talking to? Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and noticed that the surrounding inner sect disciples had a calm expression on their faces, as though they were not surprised by this at all. Humph! Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. You little brat, you're still so impatient. In the next moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man. His eyebrows were sharp and dignified. As he stood there, he gave off an illusory feeling. But there was no doubt that he existed. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that this middle-aged man looked very similar to this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man actually looked 70 to 80% similar to Zhang Yaoji, like a middle-aged version of Zhang Yaoji. Lord Temple Master. Lord Temple Master. In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yaoji, the other inner sect disciples all bowed towards the middle-aged man. At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Yaoji was the temple master of the trial hall, the protector of the hidden fog sect, Zhang Tianheng. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the surrounding inner sect disciples were taking care of Zhang Yaoji. It was because Zhang Yaoji had a protector father. Lord Temple Master. Although Duan Lingtian was behind the others, he still bowed towards the newcomer. Do you see? Duan Lingtian is much more mature than you. Zhang Tianheng glared at Zhang Yaoji in annoyance as he spoke with a stern tone. However, Zhang Yaoji obviously did not fall for this trick. Even if Duan Lingtian is more steady than me, that's only because his father gave him a shocking natural talent and comprehension ability. Have you given me any? Zhang Yaoji refuted Zhang Tianheng with a single sentence. Zhang Tianheng could only helplessly shake his head. You brat, you will suffer a loss sooner or later. Chapter 3687. Their Slave Death Guards. A series of exclamations rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to focus his attention on the dozen figures that appeared in the air. There were more than a dozen people. Among them were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. All of them had one thing in common. Their eyes were empty as though they had no soul. Naturally, they only looked soulless. If one used their divine consciousness to examine them, it would not be difficult to discover that they were no different from ordinary humans. If there was a difference, it would be that they were indifferent to everything. Slave death guards? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of this term after coming to the Profound Handle land. His confusion attracted the attention of Zhang Yaoji, who was standing not far away. Duan Lingtian, you don't know about slave death guards? I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There was no need for him to pretend that he did not know. Moreover, he was also curious about what slave death guards were. When he was still in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, he had seen slave death guards in the training ground of the 10-star students. However, those slave death guards looked completely different from the ones in front of him. Those slave death guards looked no different from ordinary humans from head to toe. Their eyes were bright. On the other hand, the slave death guards in front of him looked as though they had lost their souls. They looked very dull. However, although they were wooden, their attacks were not the slightest bit sluggish. In fact, they were completely attacking without defending. It was extremely swift and fierce. Unless one's strength completely suppressed them, even if one could kill them, it was inevitable that one would be injured. Slave death guards are existences who have their memories erased by a secret technique and trained into slave death guards. Slave death guards only recognize their master's aura. The master's aura is usually an object. Most people use it as a pendant. Zhang Yaoji explained, as long as you give them an order through the pendant, they'll obey unconditionally. Even if you ask them to die, they won't even frown. What kind of people were these slave death guards before they became slaves? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There are all kinds of people. Zhang Yaoji said with a sigh. This is one of the most dangerous places in the realms of gods. If a person is imprisoned and doesn't choose to commit suicide, he or she will become a slave or a sacrificial warrior. For example, even if it's a higher deity or a god king with a slightly stronger soul, they can use a formation to erase the former's memories and turn them into slaves. God King level slave death warriors require a God Emperor with a powerful soul. The God Kings and God Emperors with powerful souls here are basically God Kings and God Emperors who specialize in soul attacks. As long as you have enough wealth, you can buy them. Moreover, they won't turn against their masters. Even if it's a lesser deity, even if it's an existence that hasn't ascended to godhood, as long as it has the token to control the slave death warriors, it can even control the legendary God Emperor level slave death warriors, let alone God King level slave death warriors. After listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of slave death guards. At the same time, he also realized that once one became a slave death guard, one would be doomed eternally. Zhang Yaoji spoke casually, but Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. Naturally, after listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized it was not easy to make someone a slave death guard even if their cultivation base was a whole realm higher than theirs. Only those who specialize in soul attacks would be able to do so. Zhang Yaoji only took a glance at Duan Lingtian and could not help but curse him in his heart. What a freak! Duan Lingtian, you don't know these two people, right? Zhang Yaoji did not forget to introduce the other two people. First, he looked at the young man in the gray robe with a cold expression. This is Guardian Yun Huai's fourth disciple, Qiu. This is Third Elder's second disciple, Sha Yuding. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Sha Yuding was a middle-aged man in a light blue robe. He had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your abilities. Now that I've met you today, you live up to your reputation. Sha Yuding sighed emotionally. As for Qiu, although he seemed to be serious in speech and manner, he still forced a smile at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're very powerful. Duan Lingtian was just about to exchange pleasantries when he was interrupted by a beast's roar that suddenly came from above his head. Roar. Accompanied by a beast's roar, there was actually a demonic beast that was as big as a mountain. It carried more than 10 slave warriors and descended from the sky, charging toward Duan Lingtian and the others. Isn't the old man too ruthless? He won't even give us time to rest? Zhang Yaoji cursed loudly when he saw this scene. It should be known that when they had ascended from the sky earlier, they had only appeared when they reached a certain height. Now they had clearly not reached the next level, but the demonic beast and slave warriors had appeared in advance and charged toward them. Qiu and Sha Yuding's expressions also became solemn at this moment. The divine power on their bodies surged again, ready to be unleashed. All of you have a good rest. I'll go up first. Faced with the menacing demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors, Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Yaoji and the others before he ascended into the sky to meet them. Then, a low-grade divine sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. With a point of the sword, a spatial storm suddenly appeared and transformed into a huge sword that swept out. Even though the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors tried their best to resist, they were still repelled and sent flying by Duan Lingtian's sword. Blood filled the sky. The demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors were all injured by Duan Lingtian, and blood spurted wildly from their mouths. Then, as though they had received an order, they retreated. This scene also stunned Zhang Yaoji and the others. This is the embryonic form of sword principle. Now, the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors had attacked earlier, so they could vaguely see the other party's strength. Even if the three of them joined forces now, they would at most be able to repel them with great difficulty. This was because they had consumed a lot of energy earlier. If they were at their peak, the two of them would be able to repel them together. However, even if they were at their peak, it would be difficult for them to repel the other party within a few moves, let alone one move. Now, Duan Lingtian had only used one move. To be precise, it was only one move. With one move, the gods and demons would retreat. This was nothing more than that. If I were to face that move, I'm afraid I would die without a doubt. Qiyu didn't die in vain. Sha Yuding muttered as she stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, who continued to soar up into the air as though nothing had happened and charged towards the next trial. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to pass the next stage, Zhang Yaoji said. However, when Duan Lingtian reached the next stage, he was stunned again. This was because Duan Lingtian still managed to defeat the demon beast and slave Deathsworn at the checkpoint with just a swing of his sword. Then, he continued to advance. Another move. Another move. Sure enough, he found that the latter's expression was calm, without the slightest trace of panic. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but calm down. It's me who became anxious because of that girl Wuyan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten about his mysterious background. For Tang Chun, the fear and politeness of the people of Heavenly Wind City's God King rank Chong family when facing Duan Lingtian was still vivid in his mind. Granduncle, have you contacted the second elder? When she heard Tu Feng's words, Tang Wuyan's expression changed, and she immediately sent a message to Tang Chun. She thought that Tang Chun hadn't contacted the second elder because the battle between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng was about to begin. On Tu Feng's body, the divine force of a god king was already raging. "I did, but he refused," Tang Chun replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Tang Huiyan. "Don't worry, Duan Lingtian should be confident," which is why he agreed to this battle with Tu Feng. "Don't you see his calm face, as if victory is already in his grasp?" Confident? Victory in his grasp? Tang Huiyan felt bitter in her heart. Duan Lingtian was indeed calm right now, but when she thought of the difference in cultivation between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she didn't hold any hope for Duan Lingtian. "Granduncle, why don't you ask Vice Sect Master Morong for help? Wasn't Duan Lingtian recommended by him to enter the sect in advance and participate in the core disciple assessment? If you tell him about this matter, he definitely won't stand idly by." Tang Huiyan thought of the Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Heavenly Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Morong Suifeng. "There's no need." Almost as Tang Huiyan looked at Tang Chun and sent another message to urge him, Tang Chun's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She saw Tang Chun staring blankly at the ultimate martial stage in front of him, his throat violently moving as he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. At this moment, Tang Huiyan also discovered that the originally noisy scene had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence. What happened? With curiosity, Tang Huiyan turned to look at the ultimate martial stage. What she saw was a purple figure standing in the air next to where Tu Feng had been standing. Tu Feng was nowhere to be seen, but there was a cloud of blood mist floating in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Tang Huiyan heard a slight, ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in her ears. Tu Feng is dead? Tang Huiyan's autumn eyes widened, and her beautiful cheeks were filled with disbelief. And now, she wasn't the only one who was in disbelief. Most of the other onlookers were also in disbelief. The rest of the people were basically horrified. Just now, they didn't even realize what was going on. Duan Lingtian had appeared behind Tu Feng like a ghost. Then, the moment Tu Feng reacted, he had already struck out like lightning. He defeated Tu Feng with one sword strike, and then the sword light exploded, turning into countless tiny sword lights that cut Tu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Even the two inner elders on duty at the ultimate martial stage today looked at each other in disbelief. What a fast attack. Is Duan Lingtian the owner of 99 heavenly veins? I'm afraid only the owner of 99 heavenly veins can stimulate divine power to such an extent. Also, did you notice? Just now, in addition to the fusion of the embryonic form of the sword principle and one of the 3 profundities of the law of space, he also fused another 3 profundities. I noticed. He has comprehended the fusion of 2 profundities of the law of space. Last time, when he fought with Chi Yu, he hid his strength.